2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still! I'm trying to help!
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine!
beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
Done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
Welcome back to the action here for EMEA MRC. We're getting towards the last couple of days. That has been a great way to sort of cap off what has been a terrific season, Moxie. But also, we know that the future seasons of MRC are going to be incredibly important. So this has been a fantastic litmus test almost of what the teams are doing in EMEA, whether they've stayed together the whole time, like we're about to see with Chopped, or whether we're seeing some interesting pickup groups playing in this scene.
Yeah, we've definitely got some familiar faces, but we've also got some teams that are up and coming, like the Lions, who, you know, as 2026 progresses, it's going to be really important to keep an eye both on those players, the teams, and also the broadcast staff behind the scenes, where it comes to like coaches and analysts, as everyone's been doing a lot of hard work to try and work out what exactly is the best way of playing the current meta, especially when it comes to those ban drafts, because MLC being universal, oh boy, do we see a lot of mirror matches.
And we're going to see a shiny mirror of the splendor, I suppose, as the holiday skins. Whilst the holiday season is over, you've still got a good amount of time to be able to get a hold of to not only the Fall God of Winter skin, but also the Padida for Cloak and Dagger. Only coming out on Boxing Day. It's pretty much still in the winter months, as much as we've moved away from Christmas and stuff. It's still going to be pretty cold. It literally snowed yesterday, so it's feeling very, at least for where we are, Moxie, in the northeast of England, it's feeling pretty appropriate, I suppose. But if you want to make sure that you get your hands on some of the skins that were around during like the Christmas period, you've only got 1 week to get your hands on these. And if you haven't seen these skins, well, we're going to show you a little bit more, I guess, as we talk about the impact of the meta on some of these characters.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of Star-Lord over the past couple of weeks when it comes to MSC, just as we've seen a whole lot of Daredevil, or I guess not Daredevil if they're using the not Daredevil skin. But let's have a look at our first costume, which is going to be that Snow Spider coming on through from the Penny Parker. She gets a legendary. It's got a whole bunch in the bundle as well. You get both the cosmetic, but also the emote, the MVP animation, and the fact that you can finally see Penny's model outside of that mech, which has been drastically sought after from all of the Penny players out there.
Yeah, all 6 of the Penny players that just really want to get the stuff. I mean, we're getting more of them at the very least. And we're also seeing like bits of Penny actually used in this tournament. I mean, when it comes to like the unorthodox picks, like off-meta choices, this seems to be the most flexible. Granted, like at the start of Season 5, we had pretty much everybody be buffed in some capacity and nobody was really nerfed, using the off-season of Ignite as a chance to really test the limits of the game to an extent. And I think it sort of ended up with Penny Parker feeling better than outside of pub stomping at the lowest ranks, and genuinely like a good choice in the right hands. But I think in comparison to the other skins, Moxie, where it's like the Star-Lord and then also the not Daredevil, Penny's not really on the same level yet.
I mean, we see her from time to time, like you said, both for bunker compositions, but also at the beginning of domination rounds where people use the Strange Portal and then they line up the Penny nests so that they go through. But we do see a whole lot of Matthew Murdoch here because remember, guys, he's not Daredevil. And if you want to be not Daredevil but still get to play Matthew Murdoch, you're going to be able to get your hands on this costume, which is currently in the store rotation right now. It might be, like we said, slightly out of the festive season, but we all have neighbors who still have the Christmas decorations up and will continue to do so until we head all the way into, well, Halloween sometimes.
And yeah, pretty much looking at the results today, just so I'll give you up to date. This is an open scene, basically. Anybody can play within MRC. It's within the tournament system. You could even watch the games. Some of these happened on Thursday, actually. There's a couple of games played early, and some of these games are still ongoing. But this stream is a good way to not only fan the drops that are still going on for Iron Fist, but also a chance to just follow in with the action as it goes along. Pretty much a 24-hour stream across the weekend because you've got Asia that's just happened and then America's after this. But of course, we're reaching the end now. We've got rounds 12 and 14 left to play today. And then tomorrow, Mox, we've got the lower bracket finals and the grand finals of these teams trying to get the biggest chunk that they can of this $15,000 prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan, you're correct. It is essentially not even 24 hours of Marvel Rivals Esports. It's like 48 hours if you factor in all the games today, because this is then going to be followed by America before we go all the way back into that same cycle, tomorrow. And if you missed the games coming on through from Pacific, oh boy, don't obviously go and watch them now. Stay here with us, the cool kids, as we follow along with the EMEA side. But afterwards, if you have some free time, do yourself a favor and go back and watch through those Pacific matches, because we had Crazy Raccoons versus Chopper Mag. I'm not going to spoil anything, but it was the highlight of the Pacific MRC season coming on through, and potentially as well an appetizer for what the grand finals tomorrow is going to be looking like, because we can have a look and see our bracket, because as we said, some of these teams very familiar, right? We've got the likes of Chopped, we've got Na'Vi, who, if you're wondering how did Na'Vi end up in the lower bracket, well, that's unfortunately because they got DQ'd in one of their matches, and unfortunately for the rest of the teams in the lower bracket, they've just been absolutely snowballing their way through the lower bracket up until this very point. But we also have a couple of teams and players who got together from a whole bunch of Ignite teams and are now looking to queue in as a stack. Teams like Cooking with Kaya, who've really been impressing. You know, we talked about the fact that Venom is a little bit less in the meta in comparison to what he was previously when he had all of the symbiotic shenanigans with the Jeff, and you would play Venom and Jeff and Adam on maps like Domination especially. But when Kaya plays the Venom, he looks ever so deadly.
It feels like that's been a good mix of like Alcatia, a little bit of Foot on that team too, as well as some of the OGC players that have really grown into Frost Mountain, especially looking very good on that duelist role outside. You know, he used to play a lot of Storm before, but now with him playing Daredevil, Wolverine, it suits a lot more. But this is a whole different test. Like, this is a chopped roster that hasn't made any changes, that narrowly missed out on qualifying for the grand finals of all things. But even then, we still saw some of those players from Chopped actually go to grand finals to fill in for OUG, I think it was, right? So they have some more experience, and they've decided that after the 2025 season, they want to go into this one. We're into the draft. The Thing is a first ban from Chopped.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. We're going to be seeing a lot of the Thing, actually, both in terms of counter dive, but also so that you can have the ability to take strategists out mid-ultimate, the way that Cloak and Dagger used to use the Terror Cape. Now that Thing has the 20% damage increase of vulnerability. As we're going to be seeing Kaya's team immediately bank the Venom, so that's now going to be safe from all of the bans, which again makes sense. We talked about it, right? Kaya's Venom has been really impactful, especially on Domination, where you can go in and get out. As long as you're distracting the team, you're going to be able to have the rest of your team do something else. As we're going to see Chop now go for the save on the Invis, so that they can both counter the Venom, but also have things like the Invisible Boundary, now putting a lot of pressure on Loki being able to make it through the pool as well, given that Gambit was the instant ban coming on through from Cooking with Kaya's team.
Seems to be the strategist of choice at the moment with how much he can synergize with all sorts of different plays. You still have a Loki that's available in the server, which we've seen a lot of, just being able to go for copy of the Invis ultimates to just keep these fights stalling and bunkering. And certainly on a domination map like Celestial Husk, you get that point and you could bunker on those positions. Captain America is going to help with that too, and just sustain those fights. You're going to set yourself up really nicely. It is a random domination map that is decided like first, but we tend to be only exclusively getting Celestial Husk, the newest one that's added in. So at the very least, teams need to be up to date on it.
Well, Beetle's going to be happy. Captain America is going to be safe for Chop. So we could see a full dive composition come through. We could potentially see a hybrid, as we have both the Groot and the Venom in play, so teams in the neutral can look for the Invis pull into Groot while further isolating that target. It's very interesting, actually, that we get the Wolverine ban. Part of it really gives context to what Frost Mountain and Leolas can do, because like we talked about, you know, these melee characters, both of those players are very, very good at them, but Wolverine being out of the mix does now mean that the Venom is going to have more impact coming on through from Kaya's side, because you don't have the Wolverine to counter-grab him.
You got a bit more of a scrappy brawl. These teams having a lot of experience at the top level of Ignite in stage 1s and 2s, but Chopped especially had a really good run. A second place finish in not the most recent MRC would be season 4, because they weren't able to play in season season 3. They weren't able to play in season 4 or in season 5 now because they were in Ignite, and so it was just non-Ignite teams that are able to play it. And Chopped had a second place finish, and then, like we just mentioned, narrowly missed out on qualifying for the grand finals, which as a pretty new pickup team is an exceptional testament to what these guys can do. Especially Crazy Kitty. It was very much an ultra meta. He was the one that really dictated the pace of a lot of the fights with the Ultron, certainly with the ultimate. He's going to be on the Daredevil, going up against the Frost Mountain that has the option to go Daredevil himself, instead actually going to be on the Jean Grey.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be looking for combos with the Phoenix Ensong Inferno and Isidor's Strangling Prison, but it does mean that Cooking with Kaya and I lose a lot of information that Chops players are going to have by proxy, with Crazy Kitty coming on for that passive, being able to read all of the positionings of this team and understand who exactly they want to go for with the Captain America and that Daredevil, who aren't the core of the team. They're just there to try and find a pick in that backline and distract Cooking with Kaya's players to have to peel for things like that Invis woman. But Leila's on the Winter Soldier is going to be able to do just that perfectly okay, and Cooking with Kaya's players have already got so much more space in comparison to what Chopped are working with. It doesn't matter if Chopped know what Cooking with Kaya's players are. If they can't actually find an entrance, something that Kaya is going to be able to do super easily, goes in, distracts 3 players, forces them to turn, gets out, and in the meantime looks to set up a pick for his Phoenix or his Winter Soldier.
Kaya's just doing it all. He's going for the same play again, being able to dive into the backline now that they have this 6 versus 5. They were the ones posturing on the point, trying to bully Chop to make a move, but not only was Kaya able to just go in and dive in onto the fight, he was able to peel, take out the Daredevil, and lead the line to take the first point. Really good fight from Cooking with Kaya, especially from the namesake himself. The dive being able to get out on 200 HP and then still find a pick onto Daredevil and then go for a dive again and let the team set up. Like, that's the important factor. It's going to be hard to move them now, but you have got some big ultimates for Chopped that can keep this fight going as Mash has been able to actually get the copy that God of Mischief over first. Probably going to be using it onto Vertigo to just give them somewhere to fight.
I mean, you can tell how telling Cooking with Kaya's combo of being able to deal with the Daredevil because Daredevil's already swapped off. But like you said, they are down in terms of those aggressive ultimates, so they have to first go in with a preemptive Mash copy as we get the Endsong Inferno coming in from Frost Mountain. One for the health reset, but also just to slow Chopp's players down and potentially find a pick even through that invis boundary as he still comes on through the Strangling Prison, forcing Vertigo now to invest the Invisible Woman ultimate, which means that Cooking with Kaya's players, they're going to have the later lasting invis boundary and a much better position to set up the Kraken impact coming on through from Leolaz's side. Chop do still have the combo though, so they do have to be very careful that the Strangling Prison doesn't connect as we get Crazy Kitty coming on through for Kraken impact. DRP also healing for that Winter Soldier. Meteor Arm absorbing all of the damage that could have been sent Crazy Kitty's way to stop that Bucky ultimate prematurely, and off of the back of those two plays, Chop will be able to find a flip.
Yeah, they're just going to have to reset here. You got the Kraken impacts resetting constantly. Chopped forcing out all of the pillars, the silos of the invisible boundaries on either side, and just waiting out to get the Strangling Prison combination, even a little bit of the Meteor M, and obviously the Kraken's impact right there at the end. A lot of slam down from Chop, but a lot dedicated to that fight. Cooking with Kaya, happy to try and regroup their resources and go for the play themselves. Leolaz does have his own Kraken's impact to go with here, but it feels like this is just a case of farming up whatever they can, making sure it's a clean fight as opposed to a quick one.
I mean, the problem for Cooking with Kaya's players is that they have the Kraken impact, but they don't have anything to force Chop's players into a position to get hit by it, unlike what we're seeing coming on through to with that Endsong Inferno, just keeping up the pressure, making sure that Cooking with Kaya's team, when they're pushed so far forward that they can't disengage it cleanly, are going to be bleeding out more and more players before they can disengage, which means more and more point percentage picked up for Chopped. Plus, delaying this fight where Cooking with Kaya's players can't actually use an ultimate and commit means that there's no trades going against Chopp's players. And Mash and Vertigo can just farm up all of their ultimates in one go. It doesn't matter if Cooking with Kaya's players have pick potential, Chop to have the means of sustaining through it, as we're going to be seeing Cooking with Kaya's players walking up now with that Loki ultimate, using the invisible boundary on the point, trying to force everyone from Chop's side out of it so they can at least have the space to try and find that flip. Strangling Prison, Kraken impact, full over, but Leolaz is gone, and Chop will be able to fully shut Cooking with Kaya's players out of the impact of the Grid ultimate.
It's now Chopped in full control of the progression. They're able to probably push this to 99% at the very least. Kaya, he was the one that started off the engagements on this first point, on this first game of today, really nicely. And he does find a pick onto Mash, but he's traded. Name, call me a bad boy. I'm going to call you Name because that's who it is behind the scenes. Means that he's able to actually clear stuff up. It's only Kai that went down in this fight. But you sort of mentioned it perfectly. There was a window for Cooking with Kai to go for that fight. It ended up going too long, and Chopped were able to build up quite a lot. But they were still narrowly able to get through it. They just cannot give this up now because Chopped will be taken first if they do.
I mean, they have to be so careful how they make this approach, though. They don't have strategist ultimates. They can't even rely on the regeneration domain coming on through from Name because Endsong Inferno torches those Loki copies. So having the Meteor Arm, having that Endsong Inferno is the one thing that Cooking with Kaya's players really have to worry about right now. And here it comes. Meteor Arm looking for the slam down. Endsong Inferno finds the connection onto Winter Soldier, which means no hook, no way of pulling a player from Chopped out of position into the brutal isolations. And Tuesday is just free to farm.
Now it's Crazy Kitty and the rest of the team picking up the point. Overtime has been hit 99% to 99%, but with a player down and with the Isidore on the Groot, it's a portal play that has to come in actually from Leolaz. There is the Strangler Prison in hand, but you imagine that Vertigo is going to be using that invisible boundary. He's going to be holding onto it for now. Actually, in fact, so much can be sat on for Chop. If they can take this point and with a lick of overtime left for Cooking with Kaya, they might be able to take these ultimates into round 2 after taking this first point. But Kaya has a lot to still say about this. The invisible boundary is going to allow him to just dive dive in, take this fight a bit more. There's enough damage here for Cooking with Kaya to find the picks, but it's forcing out stuff now. Kraken's impact on the other side from Crazy Kitty, as well as Mash being able to use that God of Mischief to get the copy in. There's an Eye of Agamotto found from Layla's after the TP that's hit onto 2. Crazy Kitty's taking a beating. There was a lot of sustain to try and keep him alive, but he eventually does go down. Strangling Prison's even going to be forced out from Beetle here. This feels like a big dedication from Chopped. Because the point is still in control of them, there is going to be enough time for Cooking with Kaya to be able to take it, and a portal play, most importantly, for Crazy Kitty.
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, Cooking with Kaya's team now have ultimates that they're going to have when that portal comes on through in just a matter of moments. Kaya's going to go for the slam down, finding the strategists who are positioned a little bit off of that point, which means that they're not able to turn and help the vanguards. DRP's got to come on through with a Meteoram to be self-sustaining at the moment, but it doesn't manage to take Lindstrom out. Regeneration Domain's going to be able to keep the Invis Woman up, and this is Cooking with Kaya's players managing to find the turnaround point. Chopped 99% denied taking Celestial Vault, and we head into Celestial Hand with Cooking with Kaya's players feeling very pleased with themselves.
It was such a good hold on for dear life for Cooking with Kaya, because it's not only Chopped getting to 99%, but you go back and look at the overtime, it was a pixel. If anybody from Cooking with Kaya stepped off the point there, it would have gone the other way. And then Chopped, it felt like an over dedication, right? They had so much that they were sat on that it felt like we could be a little bit more secure here. We might be able to win this point and keep all of this and take it in. But then it was everything being thrown out. Cooking with Kaya were able to build up stuff and go for those fights. And now Frost Mountain is going to be going for the Daredevil. It's a closed-in area. We sort of already made the joke about Daredevil in hallways. But it is Frost Mountain looking like a man without fear on this character. Chopped, still going to be dedicating to the same comp. No other changes really to look at.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I mean, this is really strong from Cooking with Kaya's players, because now with that Daredevil, you can go in and you can delay Chopp's players from setting up. They've already got to watch out for where the Venom's going to be able to hit. The Venom's going to be able to go in with that information, understand if he's playing into the hands of things like the Winter Soldier. And then, Cooking with Kaya's players, they're just not going to commit to the fight until they feel like they have the ultimates ready to go to take it. Like this dive, if they can find Elimination on the Loki, perfect, great, but what you want is to wait until you can move on to point with your core and use Invis Foundry to force Vertigo to mirror. And now, Chop, without that Loki, don't have the later God of Mischief to be able to stand up to the double cast from Cooking with Kaya's backline.
They've managed to find the trades, though. It's the RP that is going to go down on the side, and Cooking with Kaya, even if this fight is an eventual loss because of the player disadvantage and the ult disadvantages now, they get the point first so they can get some progression to work with. Laylas ends up finding his carbon copy on the other side as Crazy Kitty picked up 2. Kaya seeing if he can go in for the dive, but he has no way of getting out this fight if he goes too low, and I don't think he has any resilience left in him, but he's managing to stay in this engagement alongside Frost Mountain, at least for a little bit longer. Seems that Chopped are going to be winning out of this fight. It's taken a few more ultimates, and it's taken a good amount of time. But honestly, Moxie, with how the end of that last round went, I'm saying, like, Cooking with Kaya are cooked in this engagement, but there's always a chance that they're able to turn it around. This, however, this might be a step beyond. Kaya, yeah, Kaya went down, and he's back, and he's gone down again, but he's managed to get his team 40%.
They're just stalling. Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, right? You try and force the enemy team into having to over-invest ultimates because the stall is taking too long. And because of that stall, Kaya's players are actually almost halfway through this round. Remember, they have ultimates to be able to invest into this fight as well. Chopped players are going to be feeling the pressure, especially when it comes to the strategists. Like, the Vanguards are having to do everything that they can to delay this fight so that Vertigo can have Invisible Boundary up in time to deal with the Kraken impacts. And he has to look for the Venom just to clear Kaya out. A good Trooper's Fist is going to be able to find the connection, but Kaya wasn't actually too close to the Winter Soldier. He was simply passing on by, so he was able to get out of that no problem.
He's able to find that one. There's so much now for Chops that you don't want them to get a little bit of hubris with over-dedicating these fights. Even Cooking with Kaya are going to back out a little bit more. They haven't got control of the point. There's no point staying here and going for this fight. We're Cooking with Kaya. Switched around in favor now of Chops. 5 ultimates, just using the Meteor M to confirm stuff there. Able to sort of sit back a little bit more. And for Cooking with Kaya, they've got plenty, but they must have an inclination that Chopped have got so much on hand that there was not really too much of a dedication there. And Frost Mountain, seeing if you can maybe get the pick ahead of time, would mean that these ultimates aren't really going to count for much for Chopped. They've tried to bunker down. They're waiting for this dive to come in from Kaya. He's going to get Force Physics shoved away, and even the Feast of the Abyss is going to come through. But he is alone. I haven't seen anybody else from Blue with Cooking with Kaya diving with him, and so nobody actually goes down on the side of Chopped.
Your powers are mine!
Chop gonna be using that kind of mischief the moment because ultimate drops, combining it with the Song Inferno to catch as many players as possible inside that slow, but no eliminations off of the back of the. And that is going to potentially be Chop managing to walk away and take us to an equal 1-1. There's no one on the side of Kirkland-Kaya currently has a strange portal. They're just relying on the invisible boundary to sustain through all of that damage, but that's what Crazy Kitty was waiting for. Invisible boundary drops, Kraken Impact hits, and that should be the eliminations all in the favor of Chops in the time that just...
It's looking at what we can do here now for Chop to be able to confirm this, because it could have been an easy 2-0. But Kaya fighting back, able to take the point against Chopped. Feel like so much of it is going to be a focus on like who's going to be taking the objective first. But that switch over from Frost Mountain not going to be actually able to do too much in the end. Chopped having too much control. And just the being able to take the fight. Having the Meteor M is the only thing you're used to, and then you can just sit on 5 things. It just feels like there for Cooking with Kaya, you are in complete... Like, how do you get around it when Chopped could just bunker up? You've got the Invisible Woman as a strategist alongside a Loki. You're trying to go for this divey composition with the Daredevil and the Venom. And then there's 5 ultimates that Chopped could just sit on and rotate through to hold on to that 99%. The back and forward, the points are going to open up a little bit more, but despite that, Frost Mountain still wants to go for the Daredevil, despite the fact that you don't have these closed-in areas that you can fight. Now in the end, going through the motions for Kaya. It's nice to be able to see a little bit of the Venom play, I think, because so much has moved away, and especially like playing the Venom into a group, there's a lot of concerns, a lot of difficulties getting out of a fight, so Kaya has to be very selective with where he goes in for the dive, but it feels that it's very much the one-man show. Feast of the Abyss has to be dedicated because he's so low. The Resilience has to be used, so that's a chunk of damage that the rest of Chopped being able to do. Kaya's not having that synergy with the rest of his team, but a Strangler Prison is thrown in at the same time as this Song Inferno. Nobody gets eliminated because of the really good invisible boundary that came in from Vertigo. Even if this fight goes a little bit longer, you've got Mash that can just go for the copy and go for it himself. This is a big dedication from both sides. These ultimates being traded out in a big game of chicken, but it is only the elimination feed filling up with Chopped in red. Cooking with Kaya, I don't think I've got an elimination at all on this point, despite dedicating some of the bigger stuff. They have an invisible boundary, but the fact that Chopped are able to win out this fight first and then still build up these ultimates could spell disaster for this first map. Nice to see 2Z as well back in action. We haven't seen him actually on any of the broadcasts, nor anybody else from Chopped so far, because I think we all had the idea that we were going to be seeing these guys a little bit later on, trying to protect a top 2 finish, losing out to the world champions of Virtus Pro in MRC a couple of seasons ago. The neutral fight is still happening. Invisible boundary that Invisible Woman is being able to sit on for some time for Lindstrom is going to be used. You've got Layla's being able to build up a pretty quick Song Inferno, but nothing is coming through. Nobody seems to have died on the side of Chopped so far, up until Mash goes down, because Let the Devil Out is going to be used from Frost Mountain to see if he can get some picks. He's synergized well nicely for Kaya. Starting to see why this combination has been working so well so far this fight, but also in a couple of games that we've seen. It should be to clear up now. Chopp's going down. Even Crazy Kitty, they've gone for the Strange now. They might actually go for the portal play to see if they can keep stalling this out. They want to actually hunt this down and go for 99%.
So now it's going to be so important that Lindstrom's able to build up invisible boundary in time before Chop just decides to dial up the aggression and go in quickly. The good news for Cooking with Kaya's team, though, is that both the Daredevil and the Venom should be able to prevent just that from occurring. They're already going to be able to set up. Isidore as well on the Groot is going to make it a little bit more painful if Chop's players don't take that time to be able to clear out all of these spaces. And now that Chops have to aggress into that setup dive, we can see DRP actually going to be moving over to the Emma to give Frost Mountain and Kai even more problems with the Diamond Form.
Another fight is in. It's a long, slow process for Cooking with Kaya. They can't really guarantee too many fights here at the end. There's so much now that some of roles reversed, really. They're able to sit on some of the ultimates themselves. It has been that God of Mischief, so it's just Lindstrom with the Invisible Woman. But he's been so good on this character that he's going to be used to these kind of fights. Can there be a combination here? The Invisible Boundary is going to be forced out, and the Strangling Prison just grabbed up from Isidore. Is there going to be elimination? Feast of the Abyss is there to sort of help out. You got a Kraken's Impact and the Let the Devil Out set on too, so that's Cooking with Kai being able to actually maybe keep a lot more. But now this fight is looking a little bit more tiresome. Chopped have managed to lose a couple of players, but they're still surviving for it in the end. Up until I said that, bit more is going to be taken out. But I guess most importantly, it is Crazy Kitty dedicating the Kraken's Impact and gets eliminated straight off the bat.
I mean, Chop's players dedicate all of their alternates is the problem. They're going to have Sonic Seduction, but Cooking with Kaya's players can just hide behind terrain or Groot Wall so that they don't get dragged into it. As we're going to be seeing everybody go in prematurely now with that normal copy of the Invis boundary. Frost Mountain's going to be relaying as well the rotation the Chop's players take, waiting for the Vanguards to leave a strategist a little bit too vulnerable. Loki's Wind is about to run out, so Invisible Boundary comes on through. Hold on a minute! What a
Great
hook
pick
from Crazy Kitty! That's the turnaround the Chop needed! The Loki taken out as Kraken Impact comes on through!
And the positions have to change immediately. Cooking with Kai trying to go for the offensive off the back of the Daredevil ultimate. Have to bunker onto the point. They've hit 99%, and you've even got Layla switching over towards the Strange very early on. He knows that the team pretty much has to wipe. They're trying to wipe cleanly. Frost Mountain is alive, sure, but he was the first one to go down. He's sat by spawn. Laylis is going to be going for the portal play to try and get in there as early as possible. And it is going to be a contest. Of course, it's going to be 99% versus 99%. Going to all three maps in this like upper bracket semi-final. It seems to be the natural conclusion with all of this so far. Strangling Prison and Invisible Boundary going to be used from Lindstrom and his Sea-Dog to try and start this fight off. And a great pick from Frost Mountain. He's able to go on to Beetle. And there's the sort of string of stuff together. Cooking with Kaya, those ingredients are starting to flourish and melt and synergize so well together. And Chopped, yeah, they're not wanting to give this up, but they're starting to go down. Tuesday's forced to use the end song. Invisible Boundary is going to keep those couple of players alive for Chop now that it's 99%. But overtime is pretty much on the edge. You've got Crazy Kitty going for the portal, but everybody gets forced off. Cooking with Kaya able to sort of bounce back on the first point and on the third to make this a splendid start to this best of 5, Moxie.
Oh, it feels like we're in for a 5-mapper, Ryan. It feels like we're in for a 5-mapper. We can see as well, like, these are players who are so experienced. It takes a very strong team and coordinated team to be able to make plays when you're going for this like hybrid dive split, because you literally don't have 6 players to push one playstyle. You have to rely on doing what the other team can potentially do when you're down players, because your Daredevil and the Venom, they're not going to be playing with the core. They're the distraction. They're going in, they're trying to take as many players' attention as possible. That's why when Kaya and Frost Mountain went in, the more players whose head turned on the side of Chopped, the more value it was coming on through from like Name, from Isidore, and for Lindstrom as well, who did not have anywhere near the amount of pressure in those rounds where the dive is in control, in comparison to poor Chop's backline that you can see is reflecting the statistics, right? Mash goes down 8 times, which is something that you really don't want to see when you're playing the Loki, because that means that you don't have the regeneration domain. You also don't have a second cast of the Invisible Boundary in those really important moments to proactively push your team into a position or to play defensive against the ultimate win conditions from the other side.
Yeah, I think it feels like it's one of those things of when it comes to the conservatism, I suppose, of the strategists, beating Lindstrom and Name is hard. Like, especially when Lindstrom, I'm combining the names there, I'm shipping them, but like Lindstrom has so much experience on that Invisible Woman that he's probably got like the least eliminations out of the strategists, I think, that's still in this upper bracket, because it's so hard to pick him out, and that seems to be continuing a little bit like worse today, but not by much. I think 6 eliminations against you in a full 3-pointer like that says a lot. But we are going to go for a little bit of an extended break whilst we work out exactly how this series is going to finish, where Chopped are going to want to take us in this full best of 5, see if they can continue on in the upper bracket or not later today. But until then, we'll see you in a few.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I on those memories. And yes, across our time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still, I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
You are done, dude. Oh, thought you had me. Happy holidays!
On the hunt. Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship. I'm Moxie, I'm joined by Ryan. And Ryan, we have a series on our hands. That Celestial Husk went the distance, and let's be honest, could have gone any way when it came to some of those overtime fights.
Yeah, it really did feel like we expected upper bracket games of these teams to just sort of perform like this, right? Like, Chop, we expected to be a favorite outside of probably Navi in this tournament with just previous records, but this Kukulkai team has been doing that. It has been absolutely cooking, picking up good, strong individual players from rosters, but also rosters that built a lot of like discipline and set strategies, right? From Al Qadsiya from a little bit of thought, and certainly OG Seed. So this is a squad that has like a lot of just definition, I suppose, to them. But it is going to be Chopped bringing us to Central Park. There was a thing banned for them first, and that was kind of the pivot that I was expecting. Stop letting Kaya have the Venom.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? We talked about it. If you're going up against Cooking with Kaya's players, instant banning Venom is a very good strategy, because if you don't, they're just going to save it immediately. But that's the trade-off now, right? You previously instant banned the Thing, now you go for the instant ban on the Venom, Thing is going to be able to go through, Cooking with Kaya's players are immediately going to snap that one up, and that means that Chopped are going to retaliate with a save on Groot, which to this day remains Thing's strongest counter.
Yeah, even like Wolverine is not going to be too much of an aspect, I suppose, for the Thing in comparison, but I mean, the Wolverine was banned out last from Chopped. It might be something that they want to commit to. Outside of this, though, the bans have changed ever so slightly. There was a Protect onto Groot last game for Cooking with Kaya, but because now Chopped have made sure to get the Groot in against the Thing, it's like a swap of the Protects. Both teams are happy to have the Invisible Woman in here. Now it was a Protect over, I put Beetle on my notes, but it was the Captain America. That's how like synonymous he is with the character. But we didn't really get to see much Cap in that last game. It is going to be protected, however, to make sure that they still have a hold of it if needed.
Yeah, remember, Chop tried to run the Captain America with the Daredevil, and Cooking with Kaya's players just used so much counter strategy against it, where they all just stacked in one position and had things like the Bucky to be able to peel, as well as the Phoenix to just lay down so much damage in the neutral that it never really got to get its feet off the ground, and within the first fight, Chopped immediately pivoted away from it. However, Convergence does mean that there's a lot more map space to be able to play with, especially when it comes to stall strategies. Captain America is very, very good at making sure that even if you're losing the fight, you're still not allowing the other team to manage to push the objective to positions which benefit them in the long run.
Plus, the order might be a little bit different. The draft is effectively the same outside of, as we mentioned, Venom being banned out instead of the Thing. So they both basically, Cooking with Kaya is using the draft to their advantage, right? Of we want to make sure that we get a character that we feel strong at and good at, that the other team doesn't get as much use out of. And that, so far for Cooking with Kaya, has been going for the first Protect onto Venom, because Kaya has been absolutely farming on it, and a lot of teams are moving away from Venom as a main sort of Vanguard option. Now it's the Thing, and we sort of talked about it a little bit last week. Feels that one of the main reasons is just how quickly he can farm up the clobbering times and how good that is to stop the other strategists on the enemy team from using those big ultimates that can allow Thing to farm up more and more clobbering times, right? It's the perfect CC.
Well, let's see how Chopped are going to be able to play, as they decided to take us to this map, but they also decided to take this side first. They chose to attack instead of defending, which is something going to benefit them when it comes to being able to bunker up against a dive when the side swap. But now they have to be really, really careful that they don't lose someone on those rotations. As we can see that Isidore is already playing that high ground. Has the rocket boots as well, to make sure that he doesn't get punished, as the Thing is a little bit of a pincushion, dropping down, just utilizing that corner to be able to have some covers. He likes to be able to punish players, applying the vulnerability. Remember, if they're purple, they're taking 20% increased damage from all sources. If anyone gets cut off, Cooking with Kaya's players have the means to explode them.
Both teams actually moving away, certainly on the defenses, of going for like a triple Vanguard, triple strategist lineup. And I think some of it is going to be a case of, if you lose this first point, you can pivot very quickly to take a nice fight on second, because that's where these maps are typically lost from teams. Just how much they can let things snowball, or how they can stop their momentum in their tracks. But now Chopped to the invisible boundary with the wall, started to put their toes on the point, and it has bullied Cooking with Kaya away from him. They've lost Kaya just as he got the Strangling Prison over on the Groot, and now the invisible boundary that's going to be used on for Cooking with Kaya allows him to be able to touch, because it's starting to creep up for free for Chopped on this attacking side. As he does going for the swings, and it's a pretty late clobbering time that he's been able to farm up, because it's been a good job from Chopped to actually make sure that they keep their distance. Now you've got the Kraken's Impact that's going to be used. It's going to put a tie on this Crazy Kitty. Invisible boundary's being found out, but Vertigo has gone down in the process. They're holding on as much as the best that they can, but the point has already been taken, Moxie.
Yeah, no one was on point. We got Invisible Boundary invested in reaction to the the Kraken Impact coming on through just from Crazy Kitty, as Beetle actually withheld the Groot ultimate commitment. It does mean that Cooking with Kaya's players might get to take a fight in Castle, but They do have to be careful because even though the Winter Soldier utilizing his ultimate means that one combination with the Groot has been gone, we do still have that end song Inferno as Frost Mountain goes low and actually invests the Phoenix ultimate from their own side first. Stalemate currently coming on through from Chop's players as Frost Mountain finds a detonation, but there's just no follow-up damage. Invisible Boundary actually going to be invested on the side of Vertigo as they've been able to catch Frost Mountain entirely out of position from the rest of the team. And it's the Strangling Prison not getting utilized, but the Invisible Boundary that they're trying to find the eliminations for with the Kraken Impact. But Chop's players, they just have more damage and more sustainability right now.
Yeah, they're having to dedicate ultimate, so I feel that whilst it's an unorthodox fight for Cooking with Kaya with how this has gone on, fighting in this spot, they're going to go for a portal play to just get back into the fray sooner. They bought a good amount of time and forced out some good ultimates from Chop. There's still 3 available on the attacking side, and this isn't a portal play to stall a point. It is just to take this fight as quickly as they can, so they don't really get staggered out and Chop don't take all of the space for free. So if this works out for Cooking with Kaya, if they can start this engagement, this could be a really nice fight.
I mean, it's a really important fight for the defenders to be able to take. That corner is so impactful for the fight that comes afterwards, which is why we're seeing Cooking with Kaya's players invest everything to guarantee that they can send Chop's players back to that respawn, and Cooking with Kaya's players get the opportunity of taxing them as they now have to cross a really punishing corner. Leola's making sure that he doesn't overextend. And that Strange Shield is actually going to be going a very long way, both in terms of making sure that Chop don't find an exit trade, but also when we see DRP come on through with a Stone Extraction to potentially try and break around that corner, it's going to be able to block it off entirely as well. So we're actually going to see Crazy Kitty now go over to the Punisher just to have the means of melting it. Out comes the Strangling Prison into the Kraken Impact. Chop's players, they try and take cover inside Vertigo's ultimate, but there's just too much incoming damage, and that is going to be Chop's players going back to the respawn the hard way as we get to see the vulnerability that the Thing brings to the table fully come into swing.
Frost Mountain sent back to spawn on the Doctor Strange. It means that he can, even with the Eye Agamotto, he's going to go back to the Phoenix. Obviously, the portal play isn't going to be in use for another couple of minutes. But I'm impressed with Cooking with Kaya. Like, so many teams, when they make a mistake like that, over-dedicating ultimates, but get off the point, C9 essentially, and allow Chop to take it, just completely unravel and they start panicking. So Cooking with Kaya going for this play and actually stabilizing the way that they have is really good. The Invisible Bound is going to be used. It was forced out from Chop in the last fight. We have got a copy that's going to allow it on both sides. So the Venn diagram in place. You look at the ultimates that Chop are throwing in, it's pretty much everything that they have, and Cooking with Kaya don't have anything to really counter it. They lose out on the numbers, Moxie, but a lot was thrown in from Chop there to get things moving again.
A lot of time as well that Cooking with Kaya's players are able to make up for. Plus, they now get the opportunity of walking into space that Chop don't really fully control. Like, they have to be very careful how far they go to try and antagonize the defenders because of the openness of the space that is there for both the Phoenix and that Winter Soldier. But it goes both ways. Leolaz is going to be taking a lot of fire. However, that's going to be translated into sustainability charge coming in from Lindstrom and Nane, as we do have Clobbering Time ready to go for Isidore. And that could potentially be followed up by the Kraken Impact, and Song and Inferno is going to overlap instead as we get Phoenix, Winter Soldier, Clobbering Time, and Groot Ultimate. Everything but a kitchen sink invested from the defense, just the way we saw in the previous fight, where Cooking with Kaya's team invests so much to try and control the space when it goes down to the neutral. But Tuesday on that crossfire is going to be really dangerous for these players to have to deal with. That Phoenix is going to be able to absolutely farm damage from all of the squishies when they're out of the Vanguard's positions.
Yeah, this fight wasn't as cleanly won from Cooking with Kaya. In fact, this is stalled out, and Chop now have built up quite a lot in such a short space of time. It might be Cooking with Kaya just trying to force out ultimate, catch Chop by surprise, force out another fight, waste more time, and then when they have to lose it, they're going to have to go for the portal play. Beetle has found himself too in the process, but all of the ultimates swung through really nicely, and if more is needed, Crazy Kitty is not too far away from having that ultimate himself. That fight is essentially over, and Leolaz, the portal should be available now, but I don't know how many players are going to have to really touch it up. It's there to be able to throw the Thing onto the point, so Isidore has to stall it out, and Frost Mountain switched over towards the Iron Fist to just allow a little bit more fight. It's overtime that's being forced out, and everybody's got here. It's a good regeneration domain, and the Strangler Prison, Invisible Boundary, everything that Chop has had, they've thrown in order to try and clear this up. They don't want this to stall out in this position. They've done well to try to actually get past the second checkpoint. but so much time was afforded from Cooking with Kaya. It is going to be a battle on third that's going to decide where this stops for Chop.
Yeah, great ultimate coming on through from Crazy Kitty, taking full advantage of the CC immunity afforded by Final Judgment to dodge out of the Groot ultimate entirely. And that was the thing that Cooking with Kaya's players were really trying to rely on, being able to swing the fight for them. They do now have Frostmines and moving over to that Daredevil to try and force Chop's players to have to deal with that Daredevil, putting pressure on that backline, potentially forcing Crazy Kitty as well. Instead of looking for aggressive hooks onto Cooking with Kaya's players, into having to play a little bit more defensively. Hook is going to be stopped actually by that first Groot Wall coming on through as Cooking with Kaya's team to just try and get that space back, invest a Loki ultimate to get the invisible boundary off. Mash, however, holding on to their ultimate for a very long time, and it's only off of the CC immunity afforded to Isidore that he's able to get out before that slow can fully tunk him down.
Hook trying to come through. The thing is going to stomp his way across as Let the Devil Out is going to come in from the side from Frost Mountain. There's the dive. It's not quite the levels of the Venom synergy, but it is just holding W and going for these fights as Chops had a lot. Their Beetle was sat on that ultimate for quite some time because they've had a good chance to use it, but Frost Mountain managing to stall things out a little bit more. DRP having to switch over towards the Strange to go for a portal play themselves. You can see just how much Cookie Makaya trying to hunt them down, see where it's coming in from. If they can stun it and CC it out, they can't. So they have to try and bunker up onto the objective. 4 ultimates to sit here with, just waiting for where that portal is going to hit. I mean, actually, no. Something must have happened in the process. It was interrupted because Crazy Kitty's had to switch over towards the Spider-Man, and DRP is now on the Angela. This is more of a scrappy occasion, but with the ultimates afforded for Cookie Mukaya, it's a complete cleanup. Really nice play to stop Chop going from that play there, but Moxie, I've got to be honest, I don't know what it was that interrupted them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they didn't have the portal back. Maybe they got fully stunned out because, like, we could see from Cooking with Kaya, we were watching Frost Mountain's POV. They were trying to work out where the Strange was coming from with that passive. I didn't even see a Strange silhouette on the board. I decided of Chop's respawn. So I don't think they even got to the point of walking outside it unless they tried to take the left side and potentially got cancelled out by Isidore, potentially. But Cooking with Kaya's players, once they were able to stop that portal coming on through, however they were able to do it, they know there's a target point that is going to be anchored on that objective. So Groot ultimate overlap with Ensong Inferno to just puncture through any of the defenses coming on through from Chopped, and then the invisible boundary as well to make sure that no one is able to run out of the Groot ultimate, which is then followed up by the Phoenix as just the 1-2-3 slam dunk.
Yeah, it really, for one, the good news is, if you want to go and check it out yourself, you can go into Game and watch a replay to work out exactly what's happening. I think that's probably on the list of what Moxie's going to do, like, straight after today's game. Because it's an odd one. But I think Cooking with Kaya showing a lot of composure when stuff went wrong. If I think back to, like, some of these players that were on Al Qadsiya, there was a lot of really good set plays from that team, but if double stacking support ultimates, right? And then it would just unravel to be more and more mistakes that would just happen off the back of one. Cooking with Kaya did well of, like, when they made a mistake, they were able to easily rectify it and even able to dedicate some big resources to do it. But now they're on the attacking side. They're still going to go with the C-Dot on the Thing, Frost Mountain on the Daredevil. I imagine he's probably going to try and get around to see if he can go for a flank, catch these players out.
Yeah, I mean, we can see damage reduction being applied to that from Isidore onto the Loki. Both these teams are on Daredevil, so they do know the rotations, which is why Crazy Kitty is currently being fully gate-kept by Frost Mountain when it comes to being able to hit onto that Loki, try and force the regeneration domain, or even better, get the elimination onto the strategists themselves. One cooldown already going to be forced, and that Loki is now going to be very, very vulnerable. As we can see that DRP actually is having to deal with the Daredevil themselves because it's a backline trade that's currently going on through. 2D getting pressured, but Phoenix having the mobility and means to keep herself up and alive will be able to win out that 1 versus 1. And with Frost Mountain now removed, looks like 1 point is all that Cooking with Kaya's players are going to be able to pick up on this push. And they know it. It's going to be a full disengage. They don't allow Chop to the lead in terms of the ultimate economy, or worse, to push for more and burn even more time off of the bank by finding a late elimination.
Just one step at a time. have to be able to sort of finish out this map. Crazy Kitty's been able to get this information, and DRP and MASH were the ones that had an interesting trip booked to Atlanta like a couple of months ago to fill in for the grand finals for one of the Chinese teams. Jungle Present for Beetle is available. He's going to see if he can hold on to it, but with all of these walls, the Topping Time is going to be able to hit for it. It's a great bulwark on the vertical that allows him to not only survive, he's actually the one that gets the confirmation onto his seed as the push comes in. Big stuff hit in, and the Strangler Prison's going to be used, but Chop have just as much to offer themselves. They're going to go for a copy on the invisible boundary off the back of it, and Chopped hold on nicely. Kukulukaya dedicate a good amount in that fight, unable to find any more progression.
But not all of the strategist ultimates. That's the difference. Both players have the Daredevil ultimate, but only Cooking with Kaya's team have the Loki to be able to get the invisible boundary off. So for Chopped, they now have to work out whether they want to let Cooking with Kaya's players walk forward so that everyone can be on point and get hit by that Daredevil ultimate, or if they want to go early with Crazy Kitty and force the invisible boundary before it gets to this point. They haven't gone now though. They've allowed Cooking with Kaya's team to walk forward to use that invisible boundary to get the second tick. The Crazy Kitty's held on to let the Daredevil out, and it's going to come on through now. The question is, do they have enough damage to be able to find the eliminations? Once that Daredevil ultimate is over, Mash is able to pick up Frost Mountain, but Cooking with Kaya's players are so close to getting that last little bit of percentage needed to head into second, and Leolas has the ultimate that could do it. He's got the Kraken Impact, and at this point, Chop's players, they don't have a strategist ultimate, so it's going to have to be the range, the spam coming on through from Tuesday, and a little bit of damage taken so that Vertigo can board it up instead.
Yeah, just trickling through. There's so much actually that's about to come online for Chop. Beetle has got the Strangler Prison. Leolas holding on to the Kraken's impact, saving it for a rainy day, but it might be Chopped actually making this a bit more of a murky best of 5 series by making it 1-1 if they're able to hold out here. Frost Mountain going down. That spells trouble because we're getting towards under a minute now for Kukulukaya to push past this point. And these kind of like indifferent moments where they're not too sure whether they're dedicating or not has only allowed Chop to farm up even more.
I mean, it's the trade-off. They're waiting for Kaya to be able to build Strangling Prison, and then Isidor's going to be able to apply the vulnerability on top of it, so even if Chopped are able to get an invisible boundary off, the damage of Kraken Impact should be able to find the elimination through it, but that's going to require a lot of coordination, which is why we're seeing Crazy Kitty and Tuesday go first before Cooking with Kaya's players get in position to find the fight that they're looking for. And with Kraken Impact denied and invisible boundary gone, it comes down to Lindstrom to try and get the portal off in time, but it is not to be. And Chopped complete the full hold, tying us up 1-1 in the series.
I mean, that pick from Crazy Kitty right at the end was everything. He knew the win condition. He knew that what exactly I think the Cooking with Kaya were hoping to land on. He's able to get one of the invisible women to stop any ultimates coming through. Unfortunately, Loki was able to get the copy, but he goes down in the process because of the Strangler Prison and everything that Chopped had farmed up. Really good, like, fundamentals, holding out on hope, and even though it was a good hold from Cooking with Kaya on second and third especially, them just dropping the point on first at that time feels like it was a difference maker. It could have stopped there entirely, but it's sort of what we expected. Chop chose this map. They're a very tenured team, probably one of the more experienced outside of Navi that's still in this tournament, naturally, and they've gone for the pick, and so it's a 1-1 series in this, a full best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like the Fang was much more effective on the defense when you could much more reliably go from cover to cover. And then when we saw on the attack, Eastor just having to push through min and take so much damage from things like the Phoenix, the Magneto, the Groot as well. He never really got the openings that Cooking with Kaya's players were looking for. We never got the full vulnerability applied to be able to find just the full layup into being able to have the damage and means of converting even through invisible boundary heals per second into eliminations with things like that Groot ultimate. So Chopped players did a very good job of seeing the inclusion of that Vanguard and perfectly understanding how it was going to play and really how to be able to prevent that from coming through as well. Because if you can predict how something plays, at this level, you're going to be able to punish it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting, like, full series. There's a couple of moments that we definitely want to check out exactly what happened in them. But I also think it was a good game from, like, Tuesday in the end. Like, we highlighted a big moment from Crazy Kitty at the end. I think when Tuesday got the space to kind of go for the flanks and take the space, certainly on the Phoenix, the Jean Grey, the game just naturally opened up a lot more for Chop. They carved themselves away in a good opportunity. I'm pretty sure we should be able to go for a break, but I haven't heard production yet so far. But I mean, these are teams that we sort of expect, if this is a good showing, Moxie, for like season 5 for MRC, that we would see them in for season 6 and certainly for Ignite. If Chopped have decided at this point, like, hey, actually we want to keep this squad together, like we were this close to qualifying for the biggest event so far that we've seen in Marvel Rivals, it is kind of nice that they're like, we want to run it back and we think that we can do a lot of work next year. Because that was the difference maker for like Na'Vi, Citadel, and Virtus Pro. They just had more time together than Chopped.
Yeah, if you stay together, then you don't have to run through all of your fundamentals all over again whenever you pick up a new squad. And it makes a lot of sense as well for Chops players if they do decide to stay together, because all of the roles they have covered, like, they're all superstars in their own right. Just looking at the statistics here coming on through from Tuzi. In that match, 8,000 damage ahead of everybody else, pretty much on the side of Cookin with Kaya, other than actually Kaya, who actually dealt out 23,585 in comparison to Tuzi on the Phoenix, did 29,618 with a total of 31 eliminations, 9 of those being final hits. So as we talked about, when the side swaps and we got to see that Phoenix really pressure the Vanguards on the walk-up, that's what Tuzi was probably able to slow things down for Cookin with Kaya's team.
Yeah, it's one of the duelist like duos I think that's made a lot of difference. And I think like Tuesday, we knew that there was a lot of excitement around him in particular from previous MRCs and also Ignite Stage 1. But I also think that we have seen a lot shine from like Crazy Kitty. Him and Layla's, I think, were my like players to watch going into Stage 2. So the head-to-head is definitely exciting for me to see how much these guys have improved. But it's also a good chance of like, okay, MASH and DRP, they got international experience. They got to play at LAN. And they've obviously been like, we want to like see if we can continue on with our team instead of the sort of pickup squad that they were able to put together to fill in for some of the Chinese players not being able to attend the grand finals. So now like it's whether they can like build on, and they've shown that they're capable of doing a lot of work, but are they capable of showing that they are tier 1 players, right? That they belong at the mid-season finals and the grand finals for Ignite that we know is happening this year. We don't know where, we don't know any more details than that, just that it's happening. I'm pretty sure that like both these teams are going to take the forward momentum that they have to go, this is essentially like do or die for us. And you know the Virtus Pro aren't going to make changes. Na'Vi is still playing this tournament, picking up Terra. You have a lot to try to prove, and any effort and any time that you can put in now is going to prove dividends in the future.
Yeah, I think something that we have to talk about as well when we look at Chop's roster, because we highlight like the Vanguards, we highlight the duelists. Let's take a moment and just see MASH and Vertigo, or I guess not see Vertigo, and that's the thing about Vertigo. His survivability on the Invisible Woman was insane. He went down a total of 3 times that entire map, was able to output 36,992 heals total, but because he didn't get picked early, the invisible boundaries coming on through from both him and MASH was so instrumental in allowing Chop to being able to survive all of the coordinated damage coming on through from Cookin with Kaya's team. Because as we talked about, Cookin with Kaya's comp, that entire strategy revolving with the thing is so that you have the means of finding eliminations through invisible boundary that the other side just doesn't have. If they don't have that vulnerability, if they want to be able to hit the breakpoints past the Invisible Woman's output of the ultimate, they have to stack another ultimate on top, or potentially have more players focusing one specific player down. It requires a lot more coordination, and therefore means if you're putting resources into one specific area of a fight, you're not putting them into another, which means that you're going to be losing out on something that could potentially be even more important. So for MASH and Vertigo to be able to have as much value as they did throughout that entire Central Park goes to show what a standout pair of strategists they are. Yeah, it's certainly like a lot to break down and talk about, and I think for both these guys and both these teams, it's going to be where this action takes us next. Now that Cookin with Kaya have the map choice, but we're going to go for a break, and we'll see you very shortly to see who's going to be going to that upper bracket final to face off against a team that we're going to see a little bit later, no doubt. So we'll see you soon.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Adding up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Got some good information there about what Ignite is going to look like in 2026. And as we heard Cozy so eloquently say, like, MRC is going to have a big impact on it so far, but from March onwards with Season 6, Season 5, Moxie, this is just a great way to test your rosters and also be like, hey, I'm LFT, I did really good this event, sign me. Because orgs are going to be looking, because partnership programs are going to exist in the future. Essentially, this is a all eyes on me kind of tournament.
Yeah, this is very much an advertising opportunity for everyone involved. If you have an org, if you don't have an org, if you want to get picked up by teams who are looking to start building those rosters as we head into that Ignite preseason in April. But we can get ready to head into Spider Islands, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing a Venom ban come through immediately on the side of Chopped, who have definitely worked out one of the Achilles heels of Cooking with Kaya's composition, which is just that they're so reliant on the space that Kaya can provide the rest of the team with the soft dive shenanigans of that Venom alone. Lost on the attack.
The thing is going to be protected. It's something that they wanted to go for before. It feels that there is a little bit of a pick your poison kind of moment, that the Venom is being taken out, so you go for the protect on the thing. And there's a lot of good moments from Isidore. We're starting to really work out where this character sort of sits in the meta with some of the buffs that he's had, some of the character interactions, and how important some of those big strategist ultimates are. Feels that honestly would not surprise me in the slightest, Moxie, if this draft is exactly the same as what we've seen so far, because outside of Venom and the thing switching places, it has been identical in all the maps so far.
Well, Chop will be happy if that continues, but Cooking with Kaya will have to see whether or not taking us to a new map geographically is going to mean that this thing has an easier time, at least on the attack. Defense-wise, you're kind of home clean. We've already seen Thing get played in the 3-3 compositions, but that's a new one, actually, because previously the Wolverine's been banned out, as Cooking with Kaya's team are actually now going to save it. So we're going to have fastball specials coming on through from Thing, but we're also, with that Wolverine, now going to have a lot more pressure on the Groot in the side of Chopped, and it's also now going to mean as well that if they run something like a Magneto, they really have to be quite canny with how they utilize the bubble as well as the invis pull, because they now have to play reactionary to when the Wolverine shows up.
Angela's even going to be taken out too. Some mortar stall, there's a lot of environmental factors to be careful of. Nahela is going to be taken out, so we're seeing a couple more changes from certainly what we've seen so far with the draft. Some things staying the same, Nahela being the final ban for Chopped, but the ban's basically been the same, other than sort of protect onto Wolverine for Cooking with Kaya even. So it feels that they have to sort of enable some more options, because Chopped seen it as a response. Wolverine can't be last banned for them, so they're going to go for the Angela instead.
Yeah, just remove one of the things that can take away some of those resources, as well as, I mean, if you have Last Stand and Heaven's Retribution at the same time, that's bound to not be a fun time for your strategists to have to deal with. But Cooking with Kaya's team, they took us to this map, but not only that, they decided to start themselves off on the attack this time. So we'll immediately get to see whether or not putting the Wolverine in play is going to put more pressure onto Chop's team, so that they have less uptime being able to shoot Isidore on the walk-up, which means that the Thing is actually going to be able to find the distance to properly play the match.
In 5, 4,
Cross Mountain
3,
would have seen that he could be the one to sort of play the Wolverine, has the option, but Daredevil is going to be how this team starts off, trying to get as far as they possibly can, which on Spider Islands can often be not very far at all. And for Chopped, compositions looking pretty much identical to what we were seeing over on Central Park, trying to go in for the fight. And Tuesday, the amount of damage that he did last time, he's trying to do the same. He's not going for more of the flank play. He's grouped up with everybody else on the team, trying to get a bit more verticality to break some of these clones that are being put down from Name. Right now, it is Stump moving for free at a good pace of Cooking with Kaya whilst these ultimates have been built up.
Crazy Kitty has been able to find one isolated target. Sees the Phoenix. The peel is immediately there, however, in the form of the Guardian Shield coming through from the Invis, which unfortunately is not there for Kaya. The Groot going down means that Chop's players are going to have to be very, very aggressive now, as Cooking with Kaya's team just can't move forward, knowing that they have wall disadvantage. Mash untouchable too on the side lane. There's no Captain America, there's no Venom, there's no Angela to be able to disrupt his position. It's just going to be Groot walls to block out some of the LOS coming on through.
Your powers are mine!
There's the coffee going straight in from Name. It's the invisible boundaries that are going to come through first from both. Clobbering time stunning onto 2, and the Strangled Prison's going to actually be used as a bit more of a response from Beetle. He's managed to clean up house as Frost Mountain not really there yet with the Let the Devil Out. He's the first and only one to be eliminated so far this fight, as both teams have been trading in these engagements. Tuesday up on the high ground, trying to take Layla's down because he's pretty low, able to get the hit and the connections. There's some picks at least going in favor of Cooking with Kaya, but with everything that's been trickled out, especially after the ultimates, Chopped have done well to sustain this, and they're comfortable sitting on 3 more ultimates.
They're going to have to be careful that they don't get fully pushed away off of that corner. Great vulnerability actually coming through from East, or finding the connection onto both of the Vanguards, forcing Chop's entire team to have to back up and give the attackers space, which now means that they grind at that corner, and Chop's team lose position of being able to safely disengage all of those ultimates, and so they have to stand, hold their ground, and fight, which is going to play perfectly into Cooking with Kaya's plans. Groot ultimate, Endsong, Inferno, Invisible Boundary, all being put in the way we've seen in the previous series when Cooking with Kaya's squad have just a little bit of distance that they need to be able to pick on up. However, Vertigo is going to be able to keep the team topped fully up with the later Invisible Boundary, and Cooking with Kaya, the ultimates that they used denied the full fight win and denied getting to the pick up first. And Ryan, we're now in true dangerous territory of seeing another full hold on a map that they chose, as the Wolverine is going to finally come into play.
And they wanted to attack first too. The Wolverine starting to go in fastball, seeing if they can get the pick onto DRP, but he bulwarks himself, able to disengage. Wall's been broken by Isidore, and Frost Mountain now full on the rage, just trying to basically use a group walls in order to do it. Strangling Prison is the thing that's set up, and Chopped is going to have their main Vanguard taken out. Beetle goes down whilst he goes for the offensive. Mash, he was sat on the God of Mischief for quite some time. Vertigo was able to use that ultimate in the last fight, but the Invisible Boundary is going to keep things going because it is just that one elimination onto Beetle, who has switched over towards the Strange. The portal play is going to be handy. We've just got over 30 seconds left in this fight, but Cooking with Kaya are now starting to turn up the heat just a little bit more. The Peel instantly trying to dive onto Crazy Kitty, who has managed to be able to get out. 4 people turned around to try and deal with him. Fastball thrown in to see exactly what Frost Mountain can connect onto the back of, but Chopped are just sitting pretty right now. Clobbering time is going to be used. Invisible Boundary, everything that Cooking with Kaya have is in use, and they managed to find a pick onto DRP for all of the mitigation. They're trying to just stay on to the point. It's not going to be contested. Chopped holding on for as long as they possibly can as overtime is going to loom, but just as we're about to hit it, Moxie, it does look like Cooking with Kaya are going to get it across the line.
Yeah, I mean, just great reads of how aggressive they could be. When that Endsong Inferno came on through from Tuzi, overheld for the maximum amount of time as well to keep up the pressure and prevent the team from getting to walk forward, because they know it's going to be aimed purely at their strategist line, which meant that they had to be ready to peel. That was the moment that they had to play defensively and a little bit more passively, but the moment Endsong Inferno is dealt with, Lindstrom and Name are just fully unleashed, and the rest of the team get to push up alongside them as we head into second. Chops players do have both the Invisible Boundary and Mash's ultimate soon to be invested, so they do know they're up in terms of strategists, which is why Cooking with Kaya's team right now, they're looking for an opening, they're looking for a magic pick potentially coming in through from Leola's off of those stuns, as we get Crazy Kitty putting the pressure, already forcing out the regeneration domain, but he's going to get fully marked out now by that Phoenix as DRP comes on through with the Meteor M, thinking he can find Name. Guardian Shield though comes on through from the Invis and makes sure that the boundary remains standing.
That's what is all going on. Frost Mountain, the last stand. He pulls it right into the fray, into his own Invisible Boundary, and I guess most importantly, out of his opponents. Mash still has it handy if he wants to try and pull a bit more of a fight here from Chop, but the general consensus is keep these ultimates, consolidate them, and go for a fast reset. Try and get out if you can. Frost Mountain on the Wolverine. It wasn't protected. It was a late pivot over from the Daredevil beforehand. And it seems to have made a good amount of difference to just snowball things a little bit more. But Chopped happy to disengage. They're going for this fight next as we get towards the second checkpoint.
DRP is going to be able to put more pressure on that Wolverine as well, both with the Carbon Crush, but also the Diamond Form, where you're going to be CC immune. Out comes the vulnerability, but no one's been clearing Tuzi, which means that he's able to find an opening pick onto Leola's. Clobbering time comes on through in the front line, so that we get both of the boundaries, which now means that Lindstrom has no choice. He's got to commit into the boundary, which puts himself vulnerable against the rest of Chop's team, because Tuzi gets to force him into that position. That's what happens when you open up that flank, and off of the back of that one play from Tuzi, where he's able to take Leola's out at the very beginning, Chops are able to hold it steady and retain second control.
It was a good read too, because the clubbing time came through. Mash was hidden around the corner, gets the copy, gets the Invisible Boundary to keep everybody alive. It doesn't get CC'd, most importantly. All is in play. 3 seconds left now, so OT for Cooking with Kaya is going to be hit a second time just before the second checkpoint. A little bit further than last, but what ultimates are you going to be able to try and build up here? You're trying to contest, obviously, because you've just run out of time, but as soon as you get the God of Mischief copy, you're going to go, and it's a perfect time as the Strangler Prism was used. Crazy Kitty now is on the Wolverine himself in order to try and go for a last stand, which would be perfect to pull people off of this objective. There's still a lot of overtime to try and whittle down, and Kaya finds a pick onto the group, onto the other side. You've got a last stand for Frost Mountain if he wants to buy a bit more space himself, but yet again, it's chopped fight into overtime right before the end of the checkpoint, and Cooking with Kaya just turning up the heat slightly to get to third.
I have to feel for DRP because that Psionic Seduction should have been the nail in the coffin for Cooking with Kaya's team, but because they were on this range for the Portal recontest, they have the Seraphim Shield to be able to fully cover all of its impacts, and Chopta denied their opening just as they denied the second hold. Now Cooking with Kaya's team, they go into third with the ultimate advantage. So we're going to have to see something magical pulled out from a hat coming on through from Chopped, be it from Crazy Kitty or Vertigo with some of the CC coming on through. But DRP might have been able to pull something out of a hat now with the Diamond being able to melt down the thing. Lindstrom's going to use the Invisible Boundary. We're going to see Frost Mountain use it as a setup too, because Chop players were so deep inside it to set up that last stand. But there's just no further eliminations off of the back of it. Hero play by Crazy Kitty to intercept Leolaz's Ensong Inferno cast as well. And Cooking with Kaya, the ultimates they had, the openings, they've been denied.
They were a player down, and they pretty much threw whatever they could do. Frost Mountain switched over towards the Iron Fist to stall this out and fight this a bit more. But you're right, Crazy Kitty saying, sorry, bub, stop with the Ensong Inferno being in play. You got a clobbering time that was used, but instant delete from Isidore. That pressure and that space that's coming through is starting to work out very nicely for DRP, who's pretty much been at 100 charge the whole time this fight has been going on. There's no portal, there's no chance. It's just a couple of touches to try to trigger overtime for Cooking with Kaya. But with this Psionic Seduction, I think you're kind of closing the door in on this for any chance of Cooking with Kaya to finish out the map or even push this point a little bit further. Crazy Kitty's just slicing up whatever is on the point in order to get it. There's enough terrain and destroyables to actually keep things afloat. But Cooking with Kaya stalled out on midway, I suppose, on that third checkpoint. But I guess it looked a lot better than it did when overtime was first hit back on first.
I was going to say, for Cooking with Kaya, like, we already saw the problem with the composition on Central Park. It really does suffer more on the offensive than the defensive. And Spider Island is so defensively coded. They have so many opportunities of cutting Chopped off on first, on second, before we even go near third, especially because we can see Isidore right now. He's locking the Captain America. Which, if they decide to go for this commitment, it means that Cooking with Kaya, they don't have to take the fights in very specific locations. In fact, they don't want to take the fights on objective because they want the Captain America to be able to go on to the point by his lonesome and stall it out. So they're going to be playing in two separate positions entirely of each other.
Very Finsy coded, I'd say. He certainly caught a lot of potential with how just much he could stall out fights. Even if Chopped on the attack fully team like Cooking with Kaya, Isidore's still alive. He could stall out another 10-15 seconds easily. Might be able to go for...
Especially because they got the Adam and the Loki. Which means that it's not just Captain America still on the objective. It's also going to be, if the entire team goes down, 2 casts of Karmic Revival and 2 casts of Soul Bond.
Vertigo was on the Daredevil right till the end to just see if he can spot out some more information. Crazy Kitty went over towards Daredevil, and then Wolverine now actually just seeing with that information that they had, might need to make an educated guess on how they want to breach this bunker hold that's going to be set up from Cooking with Kaya with the triple strategist, triple vanguard. We've seen a lot of the protects from the Captain America in play. Same, not actually for this time. There hasn't really been contested that much, so we get to see exactly what the plan was for Cooking with Kaya. As this fight is just building up these ultimates, more of a neutral engagement, and with the amount of sustain available to both sides, it would be a shock to see an elimination come through. But now that's a great pickup, actually, just pulling Kaya into a precarious spot, able to find the elimination. And you can see the Cooking with Kaya losing anymore would be an absolute disaster, especially now that ultimates are available. But they have managed to trade out a little bit more, actually. It's Chopped to find a second.
Copy with Karmic is up if Name wants to go for it. Now it's not going to be. However, as we're going to see Kaya move over to that Doctor Strange, portal everybody back, probably onto the objective itself, though they do have to be pretty wary if they go for that direct drop, because Beetle is going to have the Strangling Prison and to use the Ensong Inferno to capitalize on that CC. So it's actually going to be portal onto the high ground, but that's intercepted too. Captain America is able to survive, but it costs a lot of those resources. Invisible Boundary is going to be coming out from Vertigo and Name. Lindstrom playing on the sidelines to make sure that he doesn't get affected by the Sonic seduction when Chop decide to recontest coming on out. This Frost Mountain's able to actually cover the most of it fully with the Emma's own personal shield. Now finds Mash on the Loki playing under rooftops as well, isolated purely away from the rest of this team. And cooking with Kaya's players, they're going to be able to pull that defense all the way back. Comic Revival not required from Leolaz. That's massive in terms of ability to just stall out Time Bank, because now if Chop get the combination off with Beetle's ultimate, Leolaz is not going to be anywhere near it and will just bring everybody back.
It was Chop finding a couple of picks, and Kaya doing a really good job to just stem the bleeding. There's been a lot of like discipline in these approaches. But there's still half the time bank for Chop to be working with, as well as big ultimates themselves. They are going to be certainly searching for the outer wall. They would expect that that Comet Revival is going to be available at this point in the game. Right now, it is just the search down. There's the pick, there's the find. They've actually managed to spot exactly where he is. And he's been taken down, and he doesn't have the cocoon at all, actually. So now this is going to be the fight on the point.
Yeah, that solo ultimate 100% worth from Crazy Kitty. Isado's going to try and get everybody on his team through this Invisible Boundary copy with the Freedom Charge and the sustainability that provides. This Frost Mountain is going to try and follow up with the Sonic Seduction, but there is just no control of the space currently. For the defensive side, they know they can't afford to stack up, because then they'll go directly into that Groot ultimate. And once again, Crazy Kitty's able to come on through with the win condition that Chop needed. We're still going to be seeing a fight come on through. In fact, Lindstrom actually is going to be investing the Comic Revival, but Tuesday invests the End Song Inferno, pinpoints the Adam's position. The regen cocoon still not going to be up in terms of cooldown. And again, Comic Revival cast denied. Chopped put themselves into second, and Cooking with Kaya's stall composition swapped to something a little bit more effective when it comes to dealing out that damage. Frost Mountain thought about going for the Star-Lord to be able to follow up with Isidore, but he knew he would be marked out too easily by Crazy Kitty and opts for the Daredevil instead.
Crazy Kitty switching away from the Wolverine, which provided so much for that attacking side. The cerebral nature of his play to pioneer to just know the win condition, make sure that there's no Comet Revival available, and it really started to send Cookie with Kaya into a little bit of a spin. Immediately, they want to keep this momentum going, or Cookie with Kaya want to stem it first with the God of Mischief copy. Silent Seduction from DRP is going to be used to maybe quench it, stop an Invisible Boundary potentially being used, or at least catch up players before the full healing can be done in these fights. With the walls and all of the barricades, Kaya has actually found a pick up to DRP just before the Invisible Boundary was used on the other side. Strangler Prison is going to be dedicated in the middle of this ultimate, hoping that there's just going to be enough damage and focus in these areas that it's going to be enough. You've got to let the devil out, and then the copy coming in from Mash to go for another Invisible Boundary to mean that this fight should be leaning more into favor in Chop, but nobody from Cookie with Kaya has actually been eliminated. Not until Kaya finds a little bit more than he bargained for with Tuesday. Ensog Inferno in hand, seeing if he can use the fact that he's not going to be the main focus in this fight in order to try and go for these little crossfires. Strangler Prison is going to be used from Chop to try and confirm this, but this fight starting to stem and quieten down a little bit more, but every ultimate that was available or become available in this fight has been used, and it's still somewhat of a neutral engagement, but Chop is starting to whittle it down bit by bit.
Yeah, but Cooking with Kaya's players are going to have much closer respawns, as well as better ult economy, because they've got the God of Mischief. Chop's players, however, because they're able to find that elimination on the Frost Mountain, don't fully have to give up all of that space and potentially lose someone even closer to the start of the next fight with the help of that Daredevil or Captain America. As we're going to be very, very close to the final fight for control of second. Vertigo just trying to get as much healing as possible to build up the Invisible Boundary before we hit the 30-second mark. Only then are Chopped fully going to be able to commit into that fight. So Cooking with Kaya's team, they do know, though, that they have that advantage. They've got both Cast of the Strategist ultimates ready to go. Beetle not playing super extended in a position to force the Invisible Boundary out first. Mash 9% away from the God of Mischief. Can Cooking with Kaya find the Loki to take him out before it comes on through? Crazy Kitty's been able to find Lindstrom, however, and that is the opposite elimination you want to do if you're the defense. Name still able to find a copy onto an enemy Invis woman, but Beetle starts to make all of that damage hurt as Cooking with Kaya's players, they're just not stacked up inside the Invisible Boundary in the same way that Chopped are, and all of the damage is consolidated onto each player individually dealt with. And Chopped managed managed to win out the ultimate exchange and head now into third.
These long slogs of fights, 90 seconds to still push, and it's not really too far. The Cooking with Kaya not really giving anything up. If anybody gets eliminated at this point, it would be a complete disaster. And Tuzi wanted to keep the momentum going, does get caught out with the stun, gets pulled in. So that could be a big pickup from Mountain, who switched over towards the Bucky. And you could already see that Chopped want to see if they can try to copy with throwing more ultimates into the favor to see if they can make up that difference. Let the Devil Out's being used, hoping to maybe pull Cooking with Kaya away, that they have to peel back, but a Freedom Charge is going to allow them all the space to sort of push in. Asidor is full steam ahead, ignoring all of these copies of Loki and focusing on the man himself, but he's overextended. Vertigo's managed to take this pick, and it's a back and forward, trying to use any player's advantages that they have, Moxie, but that might be an overextend.
Yeah, that is the hubris. Having a stalwart that probably meant you'd be able to find the elimination onto the Loki, but now you're down your Captain America and you have to rely on the clutch factor from your duelists. Strangling, Prism, Crack, and Impact, Ensong, Inferno, all invested on the side of Cooking with Kaya, just so they can find these eliminations. And then if they can find later eliminations, they're going to be able to disrupt Chop's regroup even further. This was where we get to see the benefit of the Captain America. Even though Chop had Tuzi pushed all the way up when Chop first controlled third, they didn't get the objective any closer to the checkpoint because Isidore stalled it out and kept it from moving any closer. Because of that, Cooking with Kaya's players now get to come on through with both strategist ultimates up, and Chop to only have the Lokis to rely on. This has to be such a big Meteor Ram and Ensong Inferno for Cooking with Kaya. They know the win condition and they target out the Magneto. No Meteor Ram, no Ensong Inferno confirmation, and Mash is forced to use the invisible boundary off of the objective just to make sure they don't lose anyone else.
They can't afford to. No, DRP has switched over towards the Captain America to try and touch. There was still a portal available for them, but they've opted against it. They had the time to set up and go for the engagement, but it's a clean fight up in the end. You got Beetle that switched across, but Cooking with Kaya, hold on at the depth. Probably one of the more exciting end-to-end Spider Islands that we've seen for a while, Moxie, because of just how these teams tried to play not only in advantages, but disadvantages at the same time, dedicating ultimates to try to make the difference.
I mean, it's the clutch. It's straight up the clutch. The stall factor coming on third, that they were able to stop the objective moving any closer, and they would have lost a team fight and just lost the map entirely. That is why we see things like the save come through on the Captain America. That's why as well, like the Atom, the Loki, it was also important about just staving Chop's attack, making sure that you drain away as much time as you possibly can from the attack, so that when you're 1 meter away from that checkpoint, you just don't have the time to be able to get a full regroup off. You have to overinvest your ultimates because you know you're not getting another opportunity, and it just allows the defensive side to save up those ultimates and cash them out in one fell swoop. Not only that, but like the ult tracking coming on through from Cooking with Kaya's side, where they understand perfectly, if we put pressure on the Phoenix, Tuzi's just gonna ult in reaction, and then that's gonna kick off the domino impact of Ensong and Meteor Ram, and then we have to make sure that our strategists are positioned in a manner that it's not going to be able to affect them, and they simply can't afford to do that. So they go after the Magneto instead to make sure that once the Meteor Ram is gone, even if Ensong Inferno manages to find its mark, there's no elimination conversion off of it.
It really was just both teams finding so many like good individual moments, good macro, and like you said, reading the ultimates well enough. It was just sort of what you would expect to see. And honestly, throughout no point in that map was it easy to be like, okay, this team has the advantage, has the disadvantage, because it just seemed to change on a dime. So this is going to 2-1 fashion for Cooking with Kai. We still have potentially 2 more maps in this best of 5 to go. They're on series point of whether they're going to continue up in the upper bracket. We'll have to see exactly where that's going to conclude and where Chopped want to take us next after a quick break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time keeping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
"2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the regional league and mid-season finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the grand finals. The final results from Stage 1, the mid-season finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the grand finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Season 5 EMEA Championship, where the momentum is currently with Cookin' with Kaya having won that Spider Islands round. So Ryan, they're 1 point away from being able to complete the series against Chopped, who now get the opportunity of choosing the map and choosing the side. And surprisingly, I think for both of us, something that we were talking about in the break is that Chop don't take us to a domination map type. A map that they were really known for all the way back in Stage 2 of Ignite with such a stellar win record on it.
Yeah, they were probably the best domination team outside of Virtus Pro once they sort of found that hope. But for Chop now, I guess the other question is, on a game mode like Convergence, which did go well for Chop last time with winning on Central Park, you've seen a little bit more stock as to why Cookin' with Kaya wanted to play a little bit more of the Captain America. Is that going to come back into your ban, knowing that there was some protects that went onto Cap in a couple of instances for Cookin' with Kaya who have sort of gone for the same start? Do they protect the Bing? That's like the thing and the Cap, I guess. They are going to protect the thing and go to play, despite us not really seeing it much outside of their attacking side on Spider Islands.
Yeah, there we go. We get that save onto the group once more, with Chop then leading into a ban on Rogue. So Cookin' with Kai and I get the opportunity of banning something else out on their side. Do they go for something which is going to be able to put more pressure on the thing from far range? No, once again, they're going to be removing the Mantis so that we don't get the team up of a Vibrant Vitality, as Loki has been getting through. So having both Mantis and Loki and Groot in play would be very detrimental to something like the Thing, who is so prone to getting chunked down, especially when you stack damage boosts on top of it. As we get the Wolverine save in reaction to the Groot, and the Invis Woman save in reaction to the Wolverine.
Wolverine is going to be protected again. I guess it's a case for Cookin' with Kai. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And honestly, whilst it did provide a lot of space and time and Frost Mountain on a character that he's very, very strong on, we did see some really good use out of it from Crazy Kid as well. Chopped are going to be more than happy to see it in play. The Invisible Woman is going to be protected. And then the Cap band right at the end, because the Wolverine, I mean, it was Angela they took out last time. Not going to be too much of an issue, Angela, on this part of the map.
Yeah, I mean, the Cap is very good in reacting to what Isidore was able to do. Because you take what Isidore did on the actual convoy itself on Spider Islands, and then you amplify that by 100 with the amount of pressure that he would be able to pull, going over, backcapping, point, pun fully intended, and forcing the defenders to have to turn around and split their attention between being able to deal with the team's core and dealing with the Captain America, where if they let the Captain America through, Cookin' with Kai's team get uncontested point control, and if they turn around to deal with the Cap, then they're exposing themselves to the rest of the team behind them. So better to just remove it from the mix entirely, because that's just, you know, looking at how the Cap can operate on first. You then have the same problems that you faced on Spider Islands on second and third. So just throw it out entirely and you don't have to worry about any of it.
Cooking with Kaya. Series, a point to go into the upper bracket finals. To face opponents that we're going to be seeing a little bit later on with the Lions and Final Dance, I believe. And then, of course, you've got the losers bracket where teams like Foot and Navi are still fighting. Of course, the main focus of today is to show just as much gameplay as we physically can from the esports scene. If this series goes a while, we might have to omit some of those as we get higher on and further on into the tournament. For Cooking with Kaya, it's their position to succeed. And this can be a scrappy map, to say the very least. And a map that teams like Insomnia back then were known for doing the fastball specials. It's not the Hulk in play. The Thing and the Wolverine is going to be the combination that Cooking with Kaya are looking to serve up with.
Yeah, Thing and Groot for the Vanguard line from the defense, which means that Frost is currently deprived of the Magneto. So he doesn't have the bubble to give himself protection when he goes in, and is very much at risk of being counterpulled by Vertigo on that invis. As Chops players have already been able to slice up a whole amount of point space. They've got a crossfire set up, they've got high ground, and the defenders having to react by just bunkering up and playing for a wolf grab, and then a Loki copy into the invis woman ultimate, all while the Vanguards trade off their positions on the objective to deny any point percentage picked up from the attack. What we have right now is an arms race towards the strategist ultimates, but Chops players have so much more room to be able to find a pickup before that can happen.
You got a copy now for Cooking with Kaya. They've lost the Thing. And actually, you've got one of the invisible boundaries in play. Lindstrom is going to sit ready with the other one. Isidore is the only elimination to come through, but he's the one that's actually going to go towards the strain. Might either run back or feel that he needs to go for the portal play for the rest of his team if they survive. And with the ultimates that Chopped have available, I'm kind of surprised that nobody else from Cooking with Kaya has actually gone down and been eliminated. It's taken everything, though. The other copy of the invisible boundary and the regen domain, and there's just enough steam for Chopped with everything, including the kitchen sink thrown in, that they do manage to whittle down the team. The portal play was in effect, but everybody went down in such quick succession that the point was taken in that time. Cooking with Kaya, same as Central Park, right? That first point hold, looking a little bit awry.
I mean, the invisible boundary was just so good to kick things off from the side of Chop because, and it broke the rule of thumb here that we normally see from strategists, it wasn't on the point. None of it was. It was directly on top of Cooking with Kaya's defensive composition. So when they returned with an invisible boundary of their own, it wasn't on the point as well for the defenders, which put even more pressure on them just bypassing Chop's players and walking onto the objective to stall it out a little bit longer. As Chop's players are not going to be stalled out. They're already all the way up on this high ground, which means that that convoy is going to be moving absolutely no problem. As Frost Mountain is going to go over to the Bucky. Did manage to hold on to 50% of the ult charge on the swap, so we'll be very, very close to the Kraken impact that Chop's team are going to have to be pretty aware of. Hook comes on through, but Max still got that bubble to be able to give himself all of the safety of recovery. And Chop just snowball. Once again, this defensive side just had zero space. The moment that they walk out of choke, they're into the crossfire setup between 2Z and Crazy Kitty.
And it's them that's really provided space, especially when Chopped actually have some forward momentum and these players can get into like really difficult spots. Cooking with Kaya, hoping to see if they can actually find a way through it. Layla's over on the Jean Grey. No ultimate yet. And that's an awful pick to lose if you're Cooking with Kaya. Like, yeah, you don't have the invisible boundary yet, but Lindstrom is the main proponent to this defense. This has completely fallen flat on its face, and that's one of the fastest second point takes that we've seen.
Yeah, they're just denied any opportunity once again of getting out of that choke because Chopped, by winning that last fight, then get to secure their positions for the fight that comes afterwards, which means that 2Z is set up in a position that Cooking with Kaya simply can't contest. Both Leolas and Frost Mountain had no way of being able to push the Phoenix off of that position, and they could just play first to take out Lindstrom and then to take out any of the win conditions afterwards. As we get early copy coming on through from Name. Vertigo actually is the one that invests the invisible boundary first, however. So Chops will fall a little bit earlier than the defense, which is why they've already disengaged all the impacts of Namis, but that did slow things down. Finally, Chops momentum has run a little bit of a pause, which allows now the Groot and that Winter Soldier an opportunity of looking for the coordination.
Yeah, the fact that these fights have been so cleanly won by Chopped means that Kukubikaya can build up the ultimates. Invisible Boundary and Meteor M is going to be thrown in, but you've already lost the Groots. So you're able to at least trade out some picks. At least everything that you had, you've used. And you've only forced out the Strangling Prison on the other side from Chopped and the Kraken's Impact. Obviously, the Endsong Inferno is going to be used from 2Z2. So actually, a good fight in the end. One from Kukubikaya. Despite them being like the first death in that engagement, the first elimination, they had a disadvantage. Yet they were able to throw a little bit more at the table than Chopped did and able to stem the bleeding. You would imagine, no, Chopped, they're happy to use these two ultimates that they have with a Meteor M and a Copy to keep this fight going and whittle down Kukubikaya again.
Yeah, Mash is going to go for that Copy. Invisible Boundary coming on through and just paired up with that slow. Leolas, however, does manage to pick up 2. Just managing to dive bomb on top of the Invisible Boundary, not having to worry about the slow, using the Endsong Inferno to essentially punish Chopped for trying to play inside their own strategist ultimate. And that was the fight that was going to be the most problematic for the defense to be able to win. They could not hold this close up because it was unmatched Invisible Boundary. Now they're the ones with an Invisible Boundary to come on through. Good pull comes out from Vertigo, but no elimination off of the back of it. Eastor still had access to that bulwark, and it's allowed Chop to move on to the objective itself and push the defense back before an elimination can come through early from Leolas of Frost Mountain.
Yeah, Name's been happy to actually go for these early sort of pickups first with the ultimates. I thought they might want to hold on to it a bit more and force Chop to make the first commitment and then use it as a reaction. But no, they were happy to throw it in, mostly because Lindstrom has his own. They have that in the back pocket in case this fight goes on. But losing Frost Mountain just as that comes in makes things a little bit more precarious. But Kukubikaya are sort of used to having to play a disadvantage and turning it around. Now the clutch play needs to come in with a Strangler Prison Meteor M combination to see if there's going to be a few more picks lighting up the elimination feed in favor of Kukubikaya. Leolas not with the ultimate this time, able to find the first pick, and he's actually built up another Endsong Inferno. Crazy Kitty, though, is going absolutely feral by taking out 2 of them in the end before he's traded. There's enough players down from Kukubikaya that they have to try to disengage, reset themselves, and they have some big stuff to be working with now. But Chopped win that fight, not really dedicating any ultimates outside of his visible boundary. That was just all Crazy Kitties.
Yeah, and because Mash still has the ultimate, all of the aggression from Chopped is 100% warranted. We're going to hear Mash now go for the God of Mischief copy. That was the thing that Kukubikaya got punished for last time. Because that window was about to run out, they had no choice but to invest it. However, Chopped, because that point is so close to the finish line, with the invisible boundary slow, they invest the ultimates on the top of it to make sure that they find these eliminations before Kukubikaya can play slow and build up an invisible boundary from the God of Mischief copy. And it's just clean up at this point. Chopped will be able to get the full push coming on through. What a read of the room to just be able to use that invisible boundary, put it down, pressure Kukubikaya, force them to have to walk directly into it to deny the checkpoint, and then just stacking all of their ultimates in the spaces, both on the invisible boundary and outsides of it.
Yeah, it's a lot of area denial, I think, that comes into play there. And Kukubikaya at least adjusting nicely onto third, but it was a rough time on the first checkpoint. And then the second point was a disaster for them, flat out. Like, they had one good fight, and then they just got stalled out one at a time. And at this level of play, those kind of, like, mistakes that could be seen as egregious become a vast difference against teams like Chopped. The only reason why I think the Kukubikaya brought it down to, like, a sub 1 minute time bank, if we do go for another attacking round, is just individual prowess in the right moments from players like Leolas and some of the big ultimates that came into play. So many of those fights, Kukubikaya was down a player and they were still able to win it. That's great, but in a sense, you also don't want to keep losing a player first, especially from just picks from DRP and 2Z with the left clicks and right clicks, right? It's just a nightmare scenario.
I mean, the nightmare scenario for me is how do you get Easter, if you want to play the thing, on the attack to be able to actually walk up? Symbiotic Surface does have a couple more options for you to be able to go around the point as opposed to directly down main. But you can see that Kukubikaya, they know the problems, they know how much damage that thing would take before you can get anywhere close to having impact in the fight. So Easter's not going to be starting out on the thing, it's going to be that Magneto instead, as Frost Mountain has actually committed to this Iron Fist. You should be able to melt through the Vanguards as well with all of the health percentage to damage that the Iron Fist is able to do. and is just going directly for them. He's been able to find that Magneto. He's going to try and burst out the bulwark as quickly as he can. And in the meantime, Isidore is able to both bubble and react to Crazy Kitty diving his strategists.
I think when it comes to the duelists, the hot commodities to be watching for 2026, it is these four. Vertigo has actually found a couple of big picks, though, as he takes out Frost Mountain. The Iron Fist is sent back to Kunlun for a second before he's going to be back into the server in this fight on Clintar. And now Cookie Mackay switch over towards Wolverine to see if they can not get fully stalled out on this attacking side, much like Central Park, as it is just a bit of a neutral hammering from Chopped. Mostly to just build up these ultimates, actually reset some of these players. Crazy Kitty, it's the second time that he's tried to go for these flanks to just buy some of the attention and focus. He's going to go down. It's not going to take too long for him to get back into the fight, but it's whether Cookie Mackay can use this as an advantage to actually try and push back in. Iron Fist is going to be back in the server. Actually, Frost Mountain has changed his mind again and found himself a pick onto Beetle. Invisible Boundary is going to be used just on the lisp of the point to give themselves a place to step in, and a Strangling Prison from Kaya is going to bring them out from the bunker into the fold. A quick take from Cookie Mackay that's going to match Chopped, but Chopped, I think they're in a better position to go for a fight onto second. Might be able to stall out a little bit more time if they can.
Oh, the late eliminations. That's going to now spiral into snowball potential for second, because they're going to have the opportunity of setting up for the high ground. Normally, they would actually, but Chopped are still trying to fight and look for some of these trades as they got stuck in some very awkward positions. But no, great Groot ultimate, like you said, coming on through, pulling everyone from the side of Chopped out of the bunker so they didn't have the opportunity of playing for an invisible boundary recontest. And it just meant that the attackers could take the momentum before the defenders were comfortable taking that fight. Now they can take the high ground. Chopped are going to have the same problem that Cooking with Kaya's team had when they tried to come out of those chokes, that they just didn't have space, which is why we're going to be seeing a split push come through from them. Some walking stairs to challenge the high ground angle, while the rest of the team goes to the low corner and tries to punish something like that Wolverine grab coming on out.
Oh, both invisible boundaries used together, but Beetle gets dunked on. It was an early regeneration domain from Chop too, so a lot of those big cooldowns have been spotted, and elimination in favor of Cookie with Kaya means that it's full steam ahead. Tuzi's honored the difference, though. It's going to be 1-1 when it comes to the eliminations that have been found. There's another invisible boundary is going to be hit, and the checkpoint is still gone through from Cooking with Kaya. Both these teams have had a horrendous time on second, but in a completely different way. Chopped was still fighting that one. They were engaging, but they got off in a second, and there's 5 minutes now, Moxie, for Cooking with Kaya to finish out the map.
Yeah, Chop just didn't have anyone who could go onto Convoy and stall the approach, which meant that they got essentially fully snowballed through second. That Convoy did not slow down once because it never came into control of the defense. And that, like you said, it's resulted in this huge time bank that Cook and Kaya now have available for them. They do have to pay respect, however, to the ultimates that Chopped currently have. As Kaya does have Strangling Prison ready to go, but there is so much in the way that can prevent that from being able to find a footing. Looks like it's just going to be building up for Nami to hit the invisible boundary copy to take the fight aggressively against Chop, but Mash is going to have copy as well. And then it's going to come down to Crazy Kitty to be able to be the clutch factor that Chopped are looking for. Mash is going to go for the copy, invisible boundary to Cooking with Kaya walk into it, gets slowed into the Kraken impact. We get the Meteor M sending everybody low, which means that reset after reset after reset comes on through from Crazy Kitty. And that was the turn of the tide that Chopped needed. These duelists have been so clutch when the team calls for it.
Yeah, they were doing so well, and under so much pressure, I think, from Cooking with Kaya. I've seen Tuzi just up on the high ground actually just been pushed back and pressured out. The big ultimates. Nice to see a bit of the perspective as well. I think from Mash just in the backline, goes for the copy, goes for the ultimate. You can see just how stressful it can be in these engagements. And whether it's a case of Cooking with Kaya to change up anything else now, like there's a lot of ultimates to go on their attacking side. That's the good thing about this engagement being so clean in favor of Chopped, is they didn't over-dedicate. You've got the Living Chi now going to be thrown in from Frost Mountain. The ultimate is going to start slamming down from an Iron Fist, and it's a wall of iron that's actually going to slam down on Beetle yet again. Second time that Meteor M has been dropped at point blank range and you've thrown in 3 ults now on this attacking side. Got the 1 elimination. You forced out the End Song Inferno too and managed to get the pick in the end. So this is good progress now, and Chopped are trying to consolidate themselves as much as possible. They take out the Iron Fist, but now the Kraken's impact is going to be thrown down onto Beetle and the rest of the team. You see how many people from Cooking with Kaya are just behind this payload trying to shove it along, but there's no more eliminations coming through, and it seems that Chopped, with the spawn right behind them, they've managed to regroup.
Yeah, Frost going down meant that there just wasn't the damage and chase down to be able to find the elimination against Beetle. Mash is going to go for a later copy, much later, by full 2 seconds in terms of the invisible boundary cast. So it comes to Kaya to grab them all out of it, because Crazy Kitty has got another Kraken impact ready to go. He's been able to find it in on the back line as well, and that means that Cooking with Kaya's team, they're just denied any stability on the front line. Their strategist's too much under pressure to be able to have the Vanguards hold up, and DFE actually even came back on the fort for a little bit just to be able to disrupt and put more pressure instead of just walking straight away from that front line. As Cooking with Kaya's team, they started off third with so much time, but it's been drained away fight by fight until we now see Kaya go over to the Emma and Isidore the thing.
As the Protector went onto it, Chopped win this map, they're going to feel like they've had the drafts worked out by taking out the Venom and the Captain America together. Tuesday finding Layla's, though, is such a good pick for this defense to hold on, and it is going to force out the invisible boundary on the end. Another pick means that Cooking with Kaya in a 5 versus 6 aren't going to have the same success that they've had throughout this series, full stop. But it's still not like a clean disengage with the amount of time. They still have more than what Chopped have available on their second go of an attack. But it really has to be just disengage. It's stalled out a lot as the Emma. Yeah, Emma's not really going to go anywhere.
Oh, the Great Walls are going to be able to find such a late elimination on Kaya. That was a full 30 seconds coming on through. That Cooking with Kaya have now lost. Layla's actually thought about going for that bucket. It looked like the plan for Cooking with Kaya, the ultimates that they were wanting to line up, was Clobbering Time and Kraken Impact, but that's simply not allowed that opportunity because, like you said, Leolaz gets picked. So now that plan's out of the window, and we go over to Magneto to be able to bubble and try and prevent an elimination coming on through from Crazy Kitty with the Kraken Impact, which would allow this team to fully snowball through that attacker's side. Leolaz is over onto the Phoenix as well, has more mobility, trying to just put pressure onto Tuesday so that he doesn't pick anyone else up on the walk-up that Cooking with Kaya's players have always lost in these rotations. DRP, with the Surrender Seduction, is going to guarantee almost that by the time the attackers can actually commit to a fight, it's going to be overtime, and they have to still go up against 5 full ultimates.
Yeah, it's 6 ultimates that Chopped had before Cooking with Kaya were able to get any now that overtime is being hit, so it's more of a last dash attempt. But the eliminations, at least going on to DRP first. He's already used the ultimate. He's not going to get much out of it, but you would imagine that with the I Am Groot, the combination of all of these ultimates to group everybody up into a spot, it was a perfect save in the end from Cooking with Kaya's. It's not even their invincible boundary that's used. It was just enough healing that came through over from Name, and then also from Lindstrom that now has that invisible boundary available. They might be able to push this over the line now as Cooking with Kaya have the numbers to be able to fight this, and those 6 ultimates that Chopped had banked up from how late that negotiation was. They don't have anything. They don't have any players left. Cooking with Kaya get it over the line against all odds, but they're just behind ever so slightly in the time bank.
Oh, that's a big sigh of relief breathed on the side of Cooking with Kaya. They must have been so nervous on that walk up to the actual fight itself because they know they're cooked if one of them gets picked early. If they lose Frost Mountain, they don't have the damage to be able to burst through the sustainability that Vertigo and Mash brings to the table when you stack the amount of healing that Invis and Loki can do with the walls and space that Beetle on the Groot is able to provide. Like, the walk-up was so much cleaner for them, and you can see as well, it took them a little bit longer because they took a much safer passage, making sure they had more natural terrain to be able to rely on and cover themselves. But finally, by keeping the Iron Fist and the Phoenix intact in that fight, they were able to win out the brawl situation and still have the damage to beat out the faster respawns that Chopped had access to. Because remember, if you don't find the full team wipe, when that checkpoint is so close, you're not going to be able to finish the map. That is the punishment that comes from attacking these convergence maps.
Iron Fist with an Iron Will from Frost Mountain, which sounds exactly where Iron Fist is fraught with Kung Lung. It is pretty much a Frosty Mountain. But it's the fact that he didn't switch off at any point, that he felt that that was still the play to go when everything else was going wrong. And I really have to look back and see when you've got Chopped going for a Strangling Prison, End Song, and Kraken's Impact against zero Invisible Boundary on the other side, how on earth Cooking with Kaya was able to survive like that onslaught of ultimates right at the end. But there's still a bit more time to be working with. Frost Mountain on this Iron Fist is certainly impressed. You should have raised a few eyebrows. And a lot of copycats, I would assume, but they're trying to go for more of this rank, like flank play to see if they can go across. Crazy Kitty was on the Daredevil last time on the defense and he got found out. Now he's over on this Bucky, which provided a lot on this defense to just bunker down and make sure that they could deal with this constant threat that is Frost Mountain.
Yeah, I mean, you have elimination potential as well. If you can find a hook, it puts a lot more pressure on the group to be able to block it off. But Ishido's already been able to take out Tuzi, who was a little bit late to the rotation with the rest of the team coming through from Chop, got caught on the cross. But potentially Chop wanted to have him there on the high ground to hold that crossfire and keep up the pressure on Cooking with Kaya so they couldn't further intrude players into that bunker. Had to keep a shield turned the Phoenix's way, but that's just resulted now in Phoenix being gone, the stun value being removed, and Cooking with Kaya's team being able to actually control how Chop managed to push back from that bunker as they just fully give up first, so that they can try and prevent this convoy from moving any further through second. With the Strange Portal, Mash is going to have first cast of God of Mischief, but Leolas on that Winter Soldier has the Kraken Impact to be able to find this team wipe.
A little bit slippy, I suppose, to try and like mind the step when you're going through the portal to go and fight this a little bit. But Cooking with Kaya only getting that forward trajectory, but ultimates. You've got the copy going through, Strangling Prison. This was the combination that Chop went to try and work last time. But the Kraken's Impact is actually on the other side from Leolas. Finds the one pick, able to go for the reset. There's the second Invincible Boundary. So Cooking with Kaya outside of this don't have much else. The RP that switched over towards the Strange did get the Eye of Agamotto, got the stuns, but it was right in the middle of all of this healing. Living Chi is going to be used from Frost Mountain, and then Isidro slamming down with the Meteor M. This was Chop throwing everything that they had to try and stall it, and it's backfired tremendously. The second is just really hitting both teams hard on this defense, and it keeps on going for Cooking with Kaya.
And it will continue too, because Frost committed that Living Chi, caught 2 players before they could disengage, which means that Chop have to wait for the regroup, don't have Strange Portal. So that convoy is going to be pushing pretty much all the way to end point of second by the time Chopped get the full regroup to be able to take this attack. In fact, they're having to go 5 players currently if they want to commit past this choke. Nope, the 6th will be able to arrive, but here comes Frost Mountain, looking to put up the pressure. Good damage forming to Carbon Crush, but the ball comes on through from Magneto, and Leolas is able to come on through with a Kraken Impact, putting the pressure on to Mash to hold the Invisible Boundary. Tuzi's able to find the elimination that his team required to shut that one down before the Invis Boundary falls earlier, and this should be Chopped. Finding the eliminations, just having to deal with that second recast of the Invisible Boundary off of Lindstrom. Do they find the eliminations? Because Vertigo just didn't have the Invisible Boundary up to be able to match it. And Cooking with Kaya against all odds with that Invis Woman one-sided ultimate will be able to finish out the fight and continue.
They managed to hit second. Hey, anybody gets off of the objective at this point, it's going to stop. But I think here, Cooking with Kaya are almost taking a victory lap, because Chopped would have to do a hell of a lot of work to be able to match this. It would have to be an overtime push from them, but everything that Chopped is trying isn't working. You've got 2 big duelist ultimates and an Invisible Boundary, though. Every inch is going to matter, but you don't want to keep throwing yourself into these engagements and losing. You want to give yourself the best chance possible, because this is a tall order when you get to that attack. And it is a common map that we see even finished out in overtime in these second pushes, as we saw in Ignite Stage 1 for EMEA. You've got Beetle that switched over towards the thing, has the clobber in time. He's in the middle of this Invisible Boundary that's been thrown in, first of all, from Lindstrom. Meteor M, these have been so good from Isidore. I don't think it's connected onto any eliminations, but Frost Mountain does get caught. He doesn't have the bulwark this time because of Isidore focusing on using his ultimate. He goes down. You've got the Heaven's Retribution now from Kaya, but it's really just a case of being picked off one at a time. Chopped managed to draw a line in the sand on this second attacking side for Cooking with Kaya, but it's a fair distance further than Chopped would have definitely wanted.
Yeah, I don't know about that line in the sand, Ryan. It feels like the tide might be able to wash it away. If you think about the amount of time that Cooking with Kaya's team had access to, they were able to get halfway through third, which is insane. Chopped have to pull off an absolutely perfect symbiotic surface. They can't afford to lose anyone early before they walk onto first. Then they have to snowball second, and then they have to make sure that if Cooking with Kaya's team decide to play for slow, like for dry fights, and build up an ultimate economy when we hit overtime, because in overtime, the defense, they have an advantage because you only need to win one fight. So all you have to do, if you lose in the 1 minute 47 that Chopped have time to, is literally just play for one overtime fight to go your favor. Chopped, they're playing on a budget. They have to make sure each of their ultimates stretches as far as they possibly can push them.
It has been a terrific best of 5 so far with these two teams. It's gone the distance and might even continue that if Chopped managed to go for a miracle attacking side to beat what Cooking with Kaya has drafted up. But this probably is the longest map on average that we tend to see Symbiotic Showdown because of moments like this, these overtime pushes that tend to go the full 9 yards. And now Frost Mountain on the Moon Knight this time, looking to go and change up to another one of these like unorthodox picks, but he has been so good on them. It's really starting to shine on this defense. Minute and a half to go for Chop to try and make something work. And they're going for the Storm.
Chopped are just playing full aggression. They've gone Storm Punisher, so they can find these eliminations with the Storm damage boost, as well as force Cooking with Kaya's players into having to respect the one-sided damage boost potential and give up space. And just that has happened. Although Cooking with Kaya, they're more than happy to give up the high ground because they've still got Frost Mountain to be able to pressure with the Onk bounces. Oh my goodness, there goes Crazy Kitty. 9 lives strips away in an instance, and 47 seconds stripped off of the time bank for Chopped. They want to make a move, they're going to have to do it soon, but that's where the defenders are going to make these late eliminations really hurt. Time bank, and because these fights aren't going to trade damages against the defense, one-sided ultimate economy as well.
They have to be looking at the Loki and the Invisible Woman, I think, on this defense, because Frost Mountain's not going to struggle at all farming up the Hand of Khonshu. And this seems comfortable so far with this defensive setup from Cooking with Kaya. You've even got Beetle switched over towards the Angela, and then the Crazy Kitty on the Daredevil to try and be a little bit more flexible with the dive to take out specific characters. Immediately once that's spotted, Cooking with Kaya want to try to slip into the shades a little bit. Holding Simpson like into the hedge meme to just go into the cover and fight from this spot. There is going to be a Strangling Prison that's going to pull you out of it from Chop, but you have got Invisible Boundary that's going to allow this fight to push up a little bit more. And an end song from Tuzi. He's trying to get up to a higher position. He manages to avoid the Strangling Prison from Kaya on this defense. And the Meteor M from DRP catches 2 in the air. Moon Knight, the Sun and the Moon, shot down into the shade from DRP. And he's able to maybe find a chance for Chop to take this first point, but it's in overtime already. Cooking with Kaya have so many ultimates to still sit back with, but they're 2 players down in this engagement. It's just whether they want to throw everything now or whether they want to have a better second hold if it gets to that point. And Crazy Kitty now let the devil out. If it's an ultimate available for Chop, you want to be using it. And they're able to actually take the point, start the payload moving, but they have to win every single fight going into third now.
Cooking with Kaya, note as well, did not use the Strange Portal because, as we talked about, it's not worth using the Strange Portal and losing it when you've already lost control of first, because if you used it then, you don't get to use it for the rest of this map. Better to use it when we go to the down to the wire part of these fights. Out comes Ensong Inferno coming on through from Leolaz. Regeneration Domain just comes on through at the same time as well, making sure to be able to keep the Vanguards fully topped up on that convoy. Big Heaven's Retribution from Beetle, catching on to 2, but he does go down. And Isidore might be able to pull a little bit more pressure back onto that front line now that Chopped are missing one of those Vanguards. The DRP Dunkmaster again finds 2 eliminations with the Meteor M. Doesn't even need the Ensong Inferno to be able to set them up. And now Cooking with Kaya, they know that this fight is spent for them. It is just a matter of throwing yourself onto the objective, stalling out the distance they can pick up, and making sure that you regroup as quickly as possible. Because Chopped will have high ground control, and we've already seen what this attacking side can do when Cooking with Kaya have no space to be able to contest the walkout.
Itzido's back on the thing. Wants to farm up this clobbering time and just put this one to bed here because Chops don't have any group, any leeway at all if they get off this objective. They don't want to C9, they don't want to lose off of these points. Headsong slips all the way through the terrain, but it doesn't get an elimination, just able to break some of the Loki clones from Name. But now this invisible boundary with this wall is just allowing the absolutely slammed down potential for Crazy Kitty. With the Let the Devil Out, he's managed to find his pick onto the Groot. Now, is there a chance to actually stall this at all? Or no, it's Kukumikaya giving this a complete disengagement. It has pushed all the way to third. And whilst Kukumikaya might have been happy with how far things went last time, they might be panicking a little bit. They set such a good line in the sand. Chopped might be able to be a cut above and match it.
Lindstrom is so close to that invisible boundary, though. We'll have it up before Chop's players are able to build one to match. Beetle's going to be able to shield. Does get dropped to the ground by help coming on through from that Invis woman shift. No fight currently committed on the side of the attack, but Cooking with Kaya's players haven't been able to push up to be able to use that one-sided invisible boundary, which means that Mash is going to have one to be able to echo it. DRP's got another meteor ambled up, and these have been so devastating in the past. Will it be able to find an elimination right here, right now? Frost isn't even getting the opportunity of hooking players from the attack into the invisible boundary because he's having his gatekeep Crazy Kitty on that side lane. Will be able to take out the duelist, but now he's been removed from the fight. Heaven's Retribution, Tevith, everyone from Cooking with Kaya off of the objective. They're desperately trying to shoot the pillar down, but because of that, Chop's players were able to get the objective so much closer. Dealing with the Vanguards, they've been able to take out the thing. It comes down to a God of Mischief copy with the invisible boundary, but Chops have the reinforcements. They've got the Strange Portal. Will they be able to find the eliminations through the Invis-Woman ultimate?
Well, Frost Mountain has found himself a lot more, and he's got the Kraken's impact. He can't quite get the connection with the culling to actually get the resets here. Isidor's actually gone for a portal play himself. This has gone to the absolute ends of the universe with this pick, but Tuzi into the fight has actually taken out Name. He's now found Frost Mountain to try to disengage out of the back of his own portal, and somehow, some way, Kokiwakai still has the numbers. Lindstrom on 1 HP, able to actually use the invisible boundary, then another Heaven's Retribution from Kaya. It's just a mad scramble now, as it's going to be a Wolverine that was thrown into the mix here. You've got a copy from Mash, which means the invisible boundary is going to be available onto the attacking side. Frost Mountain's returned onto the Iron Fist. Isidor's on the 4. It's whatever characters can just make use of being in a close quarters battle. And right now, it's looking like Cooking with Kaya are starting to run out of gas. The backup, they have to disengage. The copies used to try to get Name out of position, but it's all cleared up from Tuzi. It's all gone down, and somehow, some way, Chopped have managed to push all the way to Symbiotic Showdown's end twice and bring us to a full best of 5.
Oh my goodness, what a series. That's insane. The communication line between those two teams in that overtime fight would have been going absolutely wild. Mash really rightfully taking MVP, in my opinion as well. Being able to just stay alive through so many ultimate trades, making sure that he's just keeping the team up alongside Vertigo, that with Guardian shielding as well to prevent some ultimates connecting on the side of Cooking with Kaya. 59,000 healing coming on through from Vertigo, eclipsed by Mash, who did 63,000, but then you take a look at all of the incoming damage that Chop's team were able to output, which is put in perspective by the healing statistics coming on through from Cooking with Kaya's backline, the likes we've never seen. That is the first time in MLC that we've actually seen 140,000 healing done by one side. 74,000 coming on through from Nami, 77,000 coming on through from Lindstrom, which then goes to around about 90,000 when you factor in the damage blocked by Guardian Shield coming to 26,000. Insane amounts of damage coming on through from Chop's team there on that final push.
And it was a long one. It was a 26-minute game, so there was plenty of damage to be thrown in, but these teams have other games to play today, so the fact that it's gone to a full best of 5 and gone this far, like, it's going to be exhausting, but maybe it's going to be a bit of a second win to see who's going to be continuing up in the upper bracket in this full best of 5. We'll see where Cooking with Kyra are going to conclude this series after a quick break.
grasping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
First series that we're watching today, and hopefully the first of many, is turning into an absolute must-watch as Chopped and Cooking with Kaya, 2 teams with a lot of experience at the Tier 1 level in the EMEA, are absolutely taking chunks out of each other. We're headed to Yggdrasil's Path as the final map in this best of 5, Moxie, and I gotta think, Chopped found the answer with getting rid of not only the Venom, but the Captain America in the last draft. Kakumikaya, I think they need to protect the Cap because it's so good on this type of game mode, and Isido was so good on it too.
Yeah, especially because like Cap can work for both of these teams. So if you're Chopped, I would imagine you're kind of okay letting the Cap through because when it's your side of the defense, you can play the stall shenanigans too. Like you can force the attackers to have to fight in one space and then have the Cap pressure. Hold on a minute. Wait a moment. We're not going for the instant ban on the Venom. We're going for the instant ban on the Thing instead. Does this mean that Chopped are going to be playing Venom themselves if they're happy to let it through?
Oh, they're just happy to have to deal with it. And they're actually going to go for the Protect onto the Mantis, which has been the second ban out every single time for Kakumikaya. This feels like, yeah, you're going to protect the Venom here, I'd imagine. But there is also the question of like, okay, then maybe this second ban that comes in from Chopped, they get rid of the Cap, so you don't get both of them together. And Loki has now been banned out. This draft is exceedingly different than what we've seen so far. Yeah. It's all played out the same way.
The Mantis should be able to sleep the Venom, is also going to be able to provide damage boost for Feast of the Abyss. The Loki then has to be banned out as a reaction so that regeneration domain isn't one, wider, and two, provide damage boost as an effect with it. So now we're not going to be seeing double casts of Invis boundary coming on out. It also means that we don't have Loki to be able to copy Adam stall shenanigans if we saw a approach of stall strategy in the way of Spider Islands, but we are going to be getting an Invis woman save. However, Invis and Mantis, when you play them in a double strategist lineup, it's not sufficient healing normally, right? Normally when we see a double strategist setup, it's like Invis Loki or Invis Luna in the past would be the go-to. So does this mean that we're going to be seeing, I was going to say potentially Ultron, so that it's undivable in terms of the Vanguards committing, but it's actually going to be Rocket instead that we're going to have, so Cosmic Gun Amplifier as well as BRB.
Wolverine has been protected a couple of times now for Kakumikaya. Happy to, not really expecting that this could be the final ban. It has been the choice for Chopped in the past when it hasn't been protected, but they're going to make sure that Daredevil isn't going to be in the mix. So stuff like Captain America is still available for Seador. You've still got a lot of options for the backline with the Invisible Woman now, the Mantis. And Chopped, we've seen so much of the games today, the team choosing the map, like going for the attacking side. And that's what Kakumikaya are going to try and do here too. Just try to draw that line in the sand and hope the Chopped don't pull out the unthinkable and they're able to match it.
What's surprising for me is that, like, Chopped were fine with letting the Venom through. And then when they're defending, we're seeing no Captain America and no Venom. And in fact, they're not even going for the free stall strategy. As Ryan and I can currently see the heroes that the defense has logged, and we can read them out to you right now. It's actually going to be Magneto and Groot, and then triple strategist lineup with, as we talked about, Invis and Mantis just not doing sufficient enough healing on their own, alongside Tuzi on that Phoenix. And a damage boosted Tuzi is a terrifying prospect indeed. It also means as well that when you sort of look at what the attackers will play traditionally on these convoy maps to be able to spawn break, things like that Moon Knight is going to find a lot less value because Chopp's team, they're going to be fairly spread out. As we can see from their positioning right now, this is all in anticipation of what the Moon Knight can do to them. And indeed, cooking with Kaya, they read the positions and Leolez is off the Moon Knight immediately over to the Phoenix.
The secret battle that might be going on is just how much space Tuzi's able to get on the high ground, because when he gets that space, he puts out a good chunk of damage, but if he gets under pressure too much, he can just be snuffed out as a flame. Chopped on this defense first, trying to engage this and start these fights as much as they possibly can, but Kakumikaya have had a really good wall, able to try to isolate where Beetle's playing from. He did well to survive that long, certainly gave the strategists a lot more ult charge, but there's a lot of damage being thrown in with this composition that Kakumikaya is rolling with. Frost Mountain is on the Star-Lord, first that we've seen of it today, and you got Leia that's going to be on the Jean Grey on the other side. Good progression on this so far. This hasn't been a clean disengage or a fight lost from Chopped, but it has allowed Kakumikaya to just kind of snowball this first point and bring us right to the checkpoint.
Yeah, Yeah, Chopped had, like we said, no dive vanguards to be able to go onto that convoy, so when the fight breaks out, it's going to be on checkpoint, which means that Cooking with Kaya's players have no problem investing the invisible boundary, cutting off Chopped's disengagement and control of the side alley, and investing everything. And once Vertigo's ultimate is out, they're going to know exactly where to put Frost Mountains, Galactic Legend coming on through to try and find some of these last-minute eliminations. DRP, though, has been able to anchor, utilizing both the heals coming on through from his strategy setup, but also the cover provided by the convoy itself. And so Cooking with Kaya, ultimates invested, but no checkpoint actually picked up. And now they're the ones that have to give respect to what the defensive side has with the damage boost and Tuzi's ultimate in play.
Yeah, Chops holding on for dear life there. You've got the Meteor M that was used from DRP. Frost Mountain comes out with the Galactic Legend, and so much damage was done from DRP on the controller, by the way. It was able to actually make sure the Frost Mountain couldn't get anything off the back of a big ultimate. They didn't have the Meteor M to mitigate it. You've got now the Invisible Boundary. That's a big connection, though, from the Eye of Agamotto from Beetle. He finds Free with the Maelstrom at the same time. He comes in with the portal, and it's a complete clean-up from Cooking with Kaya. It looked like that was going to be a super fast first point taken. Chopped with nothing to their name, able to hold on and switch the fight back into their hands.
Yeah, Tuzi's able to come on through with the early cancel onto the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier with the End Song Inferno detonation, and then huge Eye of Agamotto coming on out from Beetle, as Crazy Kitty was able to keep everyone alive through the one-sided invisible boundary from Lindstrom with the Soul Resurgence of that Mantis. Vertigo now is going to have one-sided invisible boundary, but DRP is going to go first, utilizing that Meteor M and finding an elimination onto Easter as the Magneto just gets to float above the Great Walls. That means that BRB is already invested. MASH is still going to have theirs up, which gives the numbers advantage now to Chopped side. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier comes on through potentially as well after End Song Inferno is Cooking with Kaya prioritize getting eliminations with it instead of taking down Mashes, Feast of the Abyss, and Phoenix Ultimate overlapping, but they still haven't been able to find these eliminations needed to fully wipe Chopped off the board, and the defenders hold strong.
DRP has absolutely ascended these last couple of maps with the impact there, but he's dealing with Frost Mountain so well as an aerial threat that Frost Mountain has actually switched back over to the Wolverine. Strangled Prison blocked by the Doctor Strange. Beetle has another Eye of Agamotto. You've got the End Song being used to more of a disengage than anything, and now Cooking with Kai managed to farm up this fight a little bit more. They've got some steam behind them, but only 20 seconds. They don't want to get full held here. That would be a disaster to deal with. The Eye of Agamotto shoved away, doesn't stun onto anybody from Cooking with Kaya. A great hit back from Lindstrom, I think it was, to make sure that there was no follow-up like Beetle had last time. Now the dive is allowed. You've got the Soul Resurgence used and a dive in with the last stand from Frost Mountain. It doesn't lead to any eliminations off of the back of the sustain that Chopped have. There's no portal available for Beetle at the moment. It's just all these players coming in bit by bit, but somehow they're managing to find the eliminations. Abira back's going to bring Laylis back into a clutch situation, and the End Song is going to yeet itself right onto the point whilst that invisible boundary is being invested from Vertigo. It's thrown in. No eliminations, though. These players from Chopped have actually managed to hold on as DRP finds another two. The overtime is starting to whittle down now completely, and Cooking with Kaya get held on first for about 3 minutes. That's crazy from Chopped.
Okay, we need to see these statistics from DRP. How much damage, one, has this Magneto done, and two, blocked? Because DRP just, he never went down. That's the thing, right? When you have the Rocket, the Mantis, and the Invis, even if the Venom goes in and tries to play just distraction, the Mantis doesn't require line of sight for 24/7 if you've got the heal stacked on top of whoever you want to sustain. The Invis is never going to go down to the Venom alone, and the Rocket can just place the BRB super deep on the side of Chopped to make sure that it's never broken. And that's the trade-off for Cooking with Kai. If they want to be able to actually bait out the BRB, they first have to commit so heavily to get that first elimination, and all of their positions, their physical positions, are traded for the cooldown kicking in which case the punishment is there in spades, as now we get the defensive structure yet again different from the Adam composition. It's going to be the Ultron. Leolas is trying to go over to the strategist that is one of the most undiveable in the lineup, given that he floats above the sky, but that's going to come at a major cost if you're forced away from these corners and out in the open where you lose all sorts of cover.
5, 4,
Question now remains, is it chopped or is it cooked? As Cooking with Kaya have to hold on for this first point defense, and Kaya, a hero on this Venom, has the freedom to make it work, and it was left out in play beforehand. Crazy Kitty going for the fastball special, got the bulwark. Actually, no, just yeeted himself into the fray, didn't have anybody throwing him. He was just able to get the
fastball. Mash was on the Hulk.
Oh, so he just sent him out and it went to Rocket.
And it's meant that Cooking with Kaya, they've lost control of the corner that they were looking for. The Wolverine was able to get quite literally the cat amongst the pigeons, pushing the defenders away. Leolaz has lost all control of the cover of corner to be able to hide himself away from Tuzi's focus. It now falls to Kaya and Isidore to just trade their positions and stall out the convoy from getting as much distance as it possibly can. But Chopped is starting to gain momentum, Ryan, and Leolaz is going to have to be the turning factor coming on through with an early build of Rage of Ultron, but Mash gets the ultimate first! Cosmic Gun Amplify comes on through. They have the means of melting through the Ultra mid-ultimate, and this is just looking like Chopped are fully in control of the situation.
Oh, Strangler Prison used from Beetle to just get this worse and worse on the side of Cooking with Kaya. There's any portal, it's not looking like anybody's going to be able to switch. They're just going to have to sort of do it by feet. I think they're so scared of actually being taken out and CC'd when you've got some of this pressure that's been built in. Cooking with Kaya now, sorry, there's the portal play. But Chopped are going to try and preemptively shut it down, and it's just a case of waiting for it, clearing it up, because Crazy Kitty has found absolutely everything. Yam amplifying now for the defenders to hold on, but Free gets stunned up by the last stand. Did they get pulled up the objective? No, because I think it was CC'd out in that moment. Tuzi now has actually got this little lip on the high ground, and he's found himself too. Now it's just a case of Cooking with Kaya being whittled away one at a time. It looked like the series was in their hands, but Chopped have just taken it cleanly off. It's now just up to Kaya to try to hold this spot, but nobody can touch. Measure twice, cut once. Chopped have pulled themselves into the upper bracket finals.
I don't know if Cooking with Kaya were expecting the fastball. I think with the thing banned out, they thought that they didn't have to worry about it, and all of a sudden, you just see Mash on Hulk yeeting that Wolverine in, but it's Tuzi who comes on through with the MVP, and it's Tuzi actually who's able to prevent the defenders from stalling out that point fight to eternity, because he comes on through. He's so clutch. Like Phoenix, the mobility that is afforded to that duelist with the dashes on your shift, Tuzi distances himself from the fight going on the point itself, because he knows that a much more valuable target is Lindstrom, who was trying to play the same positions that Vertigo was, which you can see the value of, by the way. Vertigo, Mash, Tuzi, none of them went down once in both the defensive half and the attack. The Infamous Woman did not get picked because of how he got to play super deep onto the side lane with no opportunity for Kaya's team to get on top and pressure that Infamous Woman out. And since you didn't find those early eliminations onto the strategists, that's why DRP was able to remain standing as often as he did when he was anchoring onto that point. Something that Tuzi knows, if it's a strategy that Chopped are using, you better believe they're going to make sure that they go out of their way to deny Cooking with Kaya that same opportunity. No Invis Woman, no opportunity to posture up and build an Invis boundary, and no opportunity to stall out the fight for Cooking with Kaya's team to hit a win condition.
It is crazy at this stage in the tournament in the upper bracket that final map had 4 players that didn't get eliminated once. Like,
yeah.
That's crazy. That's ridiculous that Chopped were able to sort of play with that much like restraint to work with. But we are going to be looking to follow some of the action, I think, in the losers bracket now, as Cooking with Kaya still got life on the line, looking to see if they can not run into Na'Vi, let's be honest. So we'll see exactly what game we're going to be following next as we continue on with MRC after a very quick break. We'll see you few.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing out for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Welcome back, everybody, to what has been proving to be a very memorable Marvel Rivals Championship, as these EMEA matches are not slowing down for a moment. And Ryan, we have another amazing series coming right at us as we head from the upper bracket down into that lower bracket. It's going to be Dawncore versus Cookin' with Kaya, the team that we just saw. And now the question is, did Dawncore see the strategy? Are they going to try and cut out the venom immediately from Kaya's side too?
And on another Celestial Husk to start us off, I feel like it's just weighted here, but it might be a good chance for Cooking with Kaya. It was the map that they won, the first map of that best of 5 that we just saw. But I can't help but think that, yeah, maybe they get a good glimpse of like making sure that the Venom isn't available. They are going to bat it out first. I wonder if Cooking with Kaya, because there has been some time for them at least to adjust, whether they sort of know what they want to do with the draft, whether they want to prioritize getting the cap, the thing a little bit more, or whether they want to try and do something else entirely.
I mean, that's the problem for Cooking with Kai's team, right? Because normally, if you get one of your Vanguard players banned out of Venom, they would just flex onto something like the Captain America. But Isidore is the main Captain America player for their side, as we're going to be seeing the thing save even into the Groot save coming on through on the side of Dawncore, as we get, yet again, the Mantis getting banned not only for the synergy with the Groot, but also because we just saw what happens when you let Mantis through, and she can perma-damage boost a DRP on Magneto. No surprises that Cooking with Kai are removing that one almost immediately.
You're getting dunked on as a Star-Lord by a controller Magneto because of the amount of damage that he just does, right? Like, it's just complete anti-aerial machinery to just take people out of the sky. But also just like a good warm-up, I think, in the end, from Chop to be able to work with this. But the Captain America being the second ban means that Dawncore very well in tune of what happened to Cooking with Kyra in that last series, and really don't want to give that as an opportunity to come through. But their draft almost feels identical to what we were seeing from Chop.
Yeah, I mean, do they make it free for free and ban out the Angela next as well, which could be the other pivot that Cooking with Kaya's team go if they still want to have some semblance of that dive. But no, we're going to be seeing the Hela getting removed, so Hela Namor team up now going to be divorced. We get the Bucky save coming on through from Kaya's own side, because this is universal bans with the MLC draft. If one team gets screwed, both teams get Groot, so it makes sense that we're going to be playing for Kraken Impact combined with the Strangling Prison, plus you don't have to worry about one of your other Vanguards getting hooked out of position because you're going to be running the Thing. So it does put more pressure on Dawncore's Vanguard line to hold those resources if we do see the Bucky come into play. But no Wolverine ban, like you said, Ryan, now puts even more pressure on those Groots.
I was going to say too, like, yeah, I mean, you're going up against Frostman. He's a very good Wolverine. And then I notice he's playing a Wolverine on the side of Dawncore.
Side.
Good old Shabagoob. Like, maybe it seems to be like the player to watch, like the player to highlight so far this tournament that we didn't really know too much about in the past. Really just starting to come alive in this tournament. And like, he was a sub in the first matchup, I think, of their last game. And then they subbed him in and they were able to get a reverse sweep in the end. And you can't ban him out because he's going to pull out the Iron Fist of all things as well. Like, you can't even single target. Like, yeah, like magic as well.
If you ban him out of Daredevil and Wolverine, and teams have tried, he just pivots to magic and still is able to win. Dawncore literally had a magic meta viable composition against, of all things, Invisible Boundary, where they would combine Ensong Inferno and Darkchild coming on through from those magic players. But that also puts more context onto why they went for the late Daredevil ban, right? Because they're taking it out of Frost Mountain's wheelhouse, but still allowing Shabagoob to get to play a melee character. And he is going to be looking, as his POV we're going to be starting off on, and very fitting because that is going to be what Dawncore's entire fight starts off with. Shabagoob should be able to receive bubble coming on through from Kizaru, and then look for a grab onto Cooking with Kaya's team. Primarily Kaya on that group.
The Thing's swinging as Cedar. Didn't want to try and prioritize it, as we've been seeing. The scrappy so far. Shabagoob has to be very careful, able to just blink out into safety. But it's mostly Dawncore that have found themselves a good perching spot on the objective. Haven't taken it themselves, but they're certainly leveraging the progression that they've made and the amount of bodies that they have on it at the same time. Whilst Cooking with Kaya are quite happy to let these ultimates build up slowly but surely. Very close to having an invisible boundaries. Nobody's been eliminated for either side. It's going to have to be the ultimates that make the difference. Or actually, Isido's going to just get cut up from Shabagoob to able to sharpen up those blades, find an elimination, and that first invisible boundary that should maybe put this one to bed.
Leolaz, though, finds the elimination onto Groot even before the invisible boundary can come on through, but it does still allow Dawncore to get to come out with that first point cap. Cooking with Kaya's team, though, both teams lost the Groots. Both of them really don't want to have to disengage because they know it will lead into further eliminations, so Leolaz is going to be able to put pressure up onto that Wolverine. Now Kaya's squad are going to be trying to pull a little bit back temporarily behind those grit walls as cover before Sapatek's able to find an elimination onto Frost Mountain. Invisible boundary comes on through from Tim. Gonna be echoed now by Name as we get Strangling Prison combined with Plobbering Time and Kraken Impact. Dawncore's players, though, some of them get out of it. Meteor M and Ensong Inferno both allowing Kazara and Sapatek to play above the ultimate combo, and still Cooking with Kaya denied the point flip, which means that Dawncore might be able to not only keep winning this fight, but they're getting so much point percentage off of it too.
Nobody got eliminated at all. Even Treeman holding on to the Strangling Prison to use it like as Cookie and Kaya were looking to disengage because of how little they gained from that fight. Full stop. Leolus, though, finds that pick onto Sapatek. That should be enough, and he's just going for fishing for the invisible boundary, and he catches himself a Gru. That's a hell of a fish to be catching, and now the swinging from the thing is going to try and pull these picks into their favor. That was just a shot in the dark for Leolus. He was able to pull something out majorly, but Dawncore not giving this one up yet. The eliminations are very, very, very much going in favor of Dawncore, but now Name's pulled himself back too. They've managed to get themselves into the point, but not before Dawncore get, what, 30-40% extra progression? That's mad.
Yeah. The good news for Cooking with Kaya's team is that Shabagoob on this Wolverine is going to be much easier to deal with because now you can literally just poke him on the walk up. So he shouldn't have the distance to be able to find the grabs onto the group. Plus Kaya can put that big wall so far away from Dawncore's players. He should be immovable when the Wolverine decides to go for that commitment and try and look for the grab, as we can see now. Name trying to just play out in the middle of nowhere, not wanting to get picked, not wanting to get pressed into using God of Mischief copy early because Dawncore would just be able to disengage it and wait for the duration window from the Loki cast to force it into a really awkward position for Cooking with Kaya's team to capitalize. Tim, however, was able to get the rest of the team walk so close onto the point that they now get the opportunity to utilize one of their own, and Kaya goes down before Name's ultimate can heal the group through. Kraken Impact has to be relied on from Leolaz, but what a Strangling Prison from Treeman! Waits for the Buckies out of that CC immunity from the recast of the jump and catches him with the Strangling Prison to put it to bed immediately.
Able to actually claim back the objective for Dawncore. And Cooking with Kaya now looking for the soft reset. Dawncore not afraid to take some of the damage here as well to just farm up these ultimates. Certainly the strategist ones in the late teens with progression isn't much more to rely on. And if you're Cooking with Kaya, you're looking at the Strangling Prison, see if you can find some space, and also the security of having your own invisible boundary for Lindstrom. Shabagoo might be able to beat them to the punch though, find a pick whilst this transit, this commitment is starting to come in. There's the Strangling Prison, however, and with the walls, the regeneration domain, nobody from Dawncore is looking to go down. Nobody even gets close to going down on the defensive side. So now Shabagoo, if he can pull off multiple people, as he's at 93% of having that Wolverine ultimate, as you mentioned, Moxie, it is just the swinging and the praying and the hoping for Cooking with Kaya to see if they don't completely lose out on all of this. The slam down is good onto 2, and it gets Shabagoo just before he gets that last stand. This might be a pullback for Cooking with Kaya, but those eliminations are not starting to follow suit, which gives Dawncore a potential chance to go for a portal and keep engaging it. They're also at 60% progression, so they might be happy to flip this over, knowing what they have available. But that's a weird fight.
I mean, for Dawncore there, you keep fighting that for as long as you can, since one, Cooking with Kaya not in control of the point, so it's not going to actually translate into point percentage, and 2, you can pressure your opponent in having to burn ultimates to guarantee that they get that flip. Cooking with Kaya, though, they win it on a budget. They were able to hold off of using Invisible Boundary, which is massive, but as we talked about, Shabagoo is now going to have the last stand, and if that doesn't work, Sapatek and Treeman have the means of being able to find eliminations through it with the Strangling Prison and Ensong Inferno combined. As Cooking with Kaya's team gonna be coming on for a God of Mischief copy to slow everything down, and they find the elimination that they were looking for. No Strangling Prison, no opportunity to set up for a Meteor N or an Ensong Inferno slam down, and you're still getting to retain a combination of your own. This is huge. In the overtime fight, now we get the last stand invested trying to push these players out of Lindstrom's ultimate, but it only catches Kaya, and the Groot is still fully healed by both the Loki and the Invis, which means no eliminations. Treeman's coming back on the straight range. But even if Dawncore are able to get players back onto this point, there's nothing that's actually going to allow them to win the fight. This is just trying to keep your head above the water until you can hit a win condition of an Agamotto. But Kaya is an absolute monster right now, walling up players, allowing Isidore to get on top of them with the haymakers, and cooking with Kaya. Hold on to the point and go up 1-0.
At least on the point, but it's Groundhog Day, isn't it, Moxie? Like, it feels like I'm just watching the last series again of just Dawncore look to have that in their hands, right? That they had so much to bank on and use as security. Happy to let Cooking with Kaya take the point because they're at 68%, but it just, the fights are not clean enough, or the disengages aren't clean enough, that it's just been a battery for the other team to build up these ultimates. Cooking with Kaya did exactly what they did up against Chopped in that last series that we just saw, seemingly pulling it out of their backside and able to swing this around. The difference is Dawncore don't have the experience that Chopped do. Teams that have the kind of level, they can be amazing, talented, but if they don't have that composure, they can let points like this flounder because it's tilting to lose in those scenarios. Now they have to bounce back and go themselves. Doesn't look like there's any real like change up with their compositions that they're looking to work for. It is just run it back and hope that you can do a little bit better this time.
Yeah, I mean, it was the target focus from Cooking with Kaya's team. Frost Mountain being able to find the elimination onto Tree Man meant that the invisible boundary was so much safer in comparison to the danger it would have been under if the Grid Ultimate had been able to pair alongside the Meteor M or that Ensong Inferno. Both these teams going to be playing Jeff temporarily with a speed bubble to get into a better position to posture up for both the Bucky and the Phoenix on the off angle for Cooking with Kaya, and to get Shabagoob a little bit closer to put pressure on the Groot, as we can already see the immovable form coming out from Kaya, which means he doesn't have to worry about the grab, and we get a clobbering set from Isidore as Cooking with Kaya come through with the first eliminations. Dawncore's players trying to run away from it, get caught on the runaway by the Fing Ultimate, and there's just so much incoming damage they don't get the opportunity to sustain into a second stage of the fight.
Isidore finding two with a clobbering time, and Leolus is the one that sort of clears up the picks as Isidore was traded out. You got a Strangling Prison at least for Tree Man, and now you've built up the Strategist Ultimates, which have to be pretty much from the get-go for Dawncore. You're going to have both ready and handy, but Cooking with Kaya are looking to see if they can jump in at the same time. Trying to get El Chabagoob on the way out, even trying to dive and sort of punish it with some very aggressive peel from Isidore. Pulling this fight out, so Dawncore aren't sure if they want to go through the left, right, or center doorway, but they want to try and stay together as much as they possibly can. They're going to opt for the high ground in this favor, and Cooking with Kaya trying to adjust in this position. The first thing that's going to be used up in this fight is going to be that Ensong Inferno from Frost Mountain, able to disengage, and Layla's plans to pick up the Saptic just as both of the Lokis bring out these Gods of Mischiefs. The invisible boundary is going to allow the point to open up now that you've got this like pillar to fight in and around. But a last stand Strangling Prison used together, so everybody's going to be pulled up, put down, and nobody has gone down from Cooking with Kaya off the back of both of these Strategist Ultimates being used in quick succession.
Meteor M is that Sapatic back now, can use the Ensong Inferno to try and pair around it. That should be Dawncore finding the eliminations finally that they're looking for, but still no point flip coming on through. Isidore now throws themselves onto the point. Not going to invest the clobbering time, as it does look like Cooking with Kaya, they've acknowledged that they're going to lose this fight. They don't want to burn ultimates. They want to still have those threats to prevent Dawncore from holding close around this choke. The closer that you are, the more players that are going to be within the range to get hit by the clobbering time, followed up by the Kraken Impact, which means that Cooking with Kaya are going to have a lot more breathing room in comparison to Dawncore, who were continuously taxed, shall we say, into every step that they could take to get closer to that point. As you can see, looking from Legends POV, how passive Dawncore have to be in regards of holding their ground against Cooking with Kaya, and that just allows Frost Mountain so much more room to find the first elimination. Now Cooking with Kaya's team, they're on the point. They get to use the Fing Ultimate to put the pressure and split the Vanguards from the back line, which means that we get a Groot set up into the Kraken Impact, and even with an Invis boundary up for Legend, the eliminations are still coming through.
It's just a staggered enough to go with it. Chabagoob's even dedicated the last stand, but you lose not only one of your vanguards, but the strategist line and also your own life. as Dawncore have to give this one up. It's only 55% that they've managed to grab onto here. So now things are going to be a little bit more unstable. At least you do have that copy for the Loki and a Meteor M, but that's pretty much about it. Kokumakai deal with that fight well. Even off the back of like the clobbering time coming through, a good bulwark. Chebaku doesn't get taken down in that fight either. But now it's Kokumakai looking a little bit more comfortable as they have their own invisible boundary. The wall is perfect, though. He manages to actually catch Sapatic that goes for this flank. He's completely isolated as Kaya's been absurdly good on this group so far, this map. Overtime is going to hit. This is match point, even at the very least. For cooking with Kaya's the invisible boundary, Ensong Inferno is going to be used. Meteor M has come through. No success at all from Dawncore as Leolis has found himself all of the eliminations off the back of these ultimates have been thrown in. All of this sort of security and support from Dawncore is going to head into the dusk as cooking with Kaya, much like they did earlier, make it 2 for 2 on Celestial Husk.
I think for Dawncore, it's going to be worthwhile banning the Thing. I think it should honestly be Venom and then Thing ban. The problem is whichever one they don't instant ban is going to be the instant save coming on through from Kaya's side, because so much of their strategy is just based around, we don't care if you have Invis Boundary itself or Loki copy of Invis Boundary. If we get that just vulnerability attached onto you with the 20% increased damage coming on through from the Thing with the F, there's no amount of healing that Invis Boundary can do. And remember, you can't actually stack Invis Boundary ultimates. It does not physically allow you. You can be in the copied state of the Invis Woman, but you're not allowed to cast a second Invis Boundary until your teammate's Invisible Boundary has ended, and it's leaving these players vulnerable. If they get hit by the Groot ultimate, it leads into the vulnerability coming on through from the Thing. And even for the strategist heal potential, there's still eliminations going up against Dawncore the same way we're not seeing coming on through when Dawncore trade invisible boundaries against cooking with Kaya, because there's no Thing, there's no 20% vulnerability stacked on top of it, and the 180 heals per second that Invis Boundary does is more than enough to sustain against something like an Ensong Inferno.
Most damage in the server as well, by the way. The Thing just full on sending it, and like when you're playing up against like the Loki and Invis, like yeah, your force physics, it can give you some space, but not going to work against the Thing. He's not going to be going anywhere at any point. But Cookie Makaya at least bouncing back after they were knocked down to the elimination bracket. Fight is like lives are on the line here, and so it's a case of whether we're going to see Dawncore be able to bounce back with their map choice, which we'll see exactly where that's going to be after a quick break. See you in a few.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way. Come
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Seems that we're looking at Cooking with Kaya, hopefully serving up the main course, at least for them, after a disappointing upper bracket loss against Chopped. They start off on the right foot against Dawncore, who have been grueling their way through the losers bracket pretty much for every game I think that we've seen them play, Moxie. And it's their choice of Central Park, hoping to copy a little bit of the success that Chopped had by going here as the second map.
I mean, it feels like this is Dawncore's comfort map, especially when we've seen them in the past. Like Treeman on the Angela and Chabagoob on that Daredevil have been absolutely deadly. The problem for them is if they let the Daredevil through, Frost Mountain gets it too. So it will be definitely a statement if they decide to pivot away from this Daredevil ban, as they're going to continue replacing Kaya with that Venom being the instant ban, which means that this is probably going to be a thing save coming on through from the side of Cooking with Kaya. Everyone acts surprised in 3, 2, there it is, and we move on to see if anything else is actually going to change.
So far, it's not really looking like the case. The group protect, which is again similar to what we saw from Chopped, but it also makes sense when you got Treeman that is able to sort of get that for free. In fact, I'd say most of the picks for Dawncore, the teams have tried to like be very strategic and personal, intimate with how they take them out. It has been so difficult to do against Dawncore. As we mentioned, El Chabagoo being forced onto Magic of all things and still able to make it succeed. The Jean Grey ban, though, is surprising, not only because it's like a new change-up from the teams that we've seen, but also the first ban that we've seen today. She's pretty much had free reign of the skies in all of the matches that we've seen in rounds 13 and 14.
I mean, Cooking with Kaya, when it was the trades of the end songs, they were getting so much more value with the thing being able to cleave through and stack that vulnerability onto as many players when they were stacked up. So they were getting much more value and pick potential with the Phoenix Ultimate. Plus, it also now means that with the group, you don't have to worry about the Strangling Prison and Song Inferno or the Magneto with Meteor M combining with the Phoenix and stacking your players accordingly. Since we're getting the save on Wolverine, I would imagine this is going to be a Daredevil ban coming on through from Dawncore to remove that from Frost Mountain's pool. Maybe they leave the door open if they're worried about the Wolverine getting counted out. As it's not an immediate thing, so there is some discussion and debate currently going on through from Dawncore's side. As long as they don't take it out, and yeah, they're actually going to let the Daredevil through this time. It's going to be a Hela ban instead.
Which is what Cooking with Kaya did last time. They're going to take out the Punisher. So a lot more like offensive actions taken out on both sides. Because you could almost argue, like, if you're Cooking with Kaya, they've banned out the Jean Grey. You would want to be able to maybe get the Hela because you can make use of Hela Namor a little bit more with Frostmount and Layalist. And Chabagoob, does he have a Namor, for example? Is that something that they want to play around? Is that something that you're going to worry about in those cases? I mean, Star-Lord also is still an option available in the service. So the pivot is more towards the duelists, which haven't really taken as much of a focus today. But I do like Dawncore, the second ban onto the Jean Grey, just really forces Cooking with Kaya to do something a little bit differently than what they've done today.
Yeah, and the Punisher ban as well coming through from Cooking with Kaya is very much in a consequence, shall we say, of their matchup earlier on this map against Chopped, where Chopped did play Punisher to be able to melt through Isidore as quickly as possible. As Cooking with Kaya's team have done everything that they can to try and remove all of that pressure on Eastor, who's still going to be coming under a lot of pressure, but will be able to move from cover to cover and still make sure as well that the high ground is, for the most part, protected on the side of the defense. As Dawncore, they're going to be starting off on this Moon Knight. It's likely not going to be sticking around. That's probably just like the scout position to see whether or not it's going to be a triple hold, and you need the damage burst to be able to absolutely melt through it in time as we get the actual compositions. Wolverine, no surprises there, going to be looking for a pickup onto Kaya, and Kizaru actually going to be the only Magneto in play, given that Easter is on the Thing and Kaya the Groot, so they don't have to worry about whoever Chabagoop picks up getting bubbled. What they do have to worry about is Chabagoop getting melted by Leolas from a good hook placement though.
And the Punisher ban is good when you've just got, like, not really that many barriers or shields, but Chabagoob is actually able to take out Kaya just in this space. A really good counter to just shredding one of those brawlier vanguards. The Thing is meant to sort of keep him in check, but Kizaru and the rest of the team makes quick work of it. And this is like 2 for 2 of a rough defensive hold from Cooking with Kaya on this first point of Central Park. Kaya is going to go for the portal play himself. There is going to be a recontest, so they just need to make sure that what doesn't happen last time where they jump off the point is in play here. At least a copy and more ultimates forced out from Dawncore, and they're very early, like, God of Mischief into the invisible boundary. Leolas, though, has found himself a lovely pick onto Chabagoob, while Frost Mountain has pulled out the Iron Fist yet again. Trying to hold on, it gets taken out from just the amount of damage just being thrown and concentrated onto the point from Dawncore. But this actual, like, hold and stall out seems to be working for Cooking with Kaya. They've formed up quite a lot. The Vanguards are good to go. Ayabagamoto only connecting onto Chabagoob, but it's forced 3 ultimates out on the side of Dawncore in response. There's the second and final, like, invisible boundary in the hands of Cooking with Kaya that they can hold on to, but it's not enough. Everything that Dawncore used as a response from the Ayabagamoto has forced out pretty much all of the major ultimates from Dawncore. They're able to take the point first, but a good hold in the end from Cooking with Kaya, considering that they were able to contest a bit longer.
Yeah, great crack and impact coming on through from Sapatic, taking advantage of the CC immunity to dodge out of the Eye of Agamotto coming through from the Doctor Strange. But it did significantly burn through a lot of the ultimate economy that Dawncore had. And Cooking with Kaya's players, they want to go aggressively, they want to go fast with that Iron Fist ultimate before Dawncore get a Strategist ultimate to heal through it. Closing up the distance is also giving them the benefit of having the clobbering time connect onto so many players, but Dawncore counter-rotated around the corner and are safely away from it. And the stack of their vanguards, one in front of the other, is perfect for Legend to be able to get the heal. Sim's going to be able to get a huge invisible boundary off, which is then going to pair into that last stand coming on through from Chabagoob. Everybody in it getting fully slowed out and then caught by the Wolverine. And Dawncore are able to see through the map flip attempt and continue steamrolling their way through second.
Need to be careful here. Kukumikaya put a lot of stock into trying to play aggressively, and they used a lot of ultimates to boot. You've got Frostmountain switched over towards the Storm, and he's found the pick onto Sapatic up into the sky. Does have the option of Jean Grey, so this has to be a good follow-up, and he's known for the damage he's able to put out onto this duelist. He's able to just sit back, have the damage boost applied to the rest of his team in the process. And right now, it's just being able to, like, hold on. The thing is just providing enough, and the clobbering time is going to force out the invisible boundary. The force physics is going to knock out a lot of plays from Dawncore, but the Strangler Prison is going to pull them as they try to go offensive on the counterattack. Frost Mountain's taken out of the sky by Chabagoob on this Wolverine, and it's just a bit of a hokey-pokey of whether they want to go in for this fight past these invisible women ultimates, and if they can go and slash their way through a chance here. Cooking with Kaido, having some attrition to be able to keep this fight going, but it seems to run out. Everybody's taking too much damage in the end, but it's forcing out a lot of ultimates from this attacking squad, as well as the Omega Hurricane that's been farmed up in no time from Frost Mountain. He's found himself too, alongside Isidore getting the rest. It's a full team wipe.
Yeah, I mean, that late Hurricane was able to come on through after Regeneration Domain had already been used earlier in the fight. So there was nothing, there was really no shield other than the Magneto. It's not the same stability, though, to be able to block the storm damage as something like the Doctor Strange. And Dawncore are seen off. Now as well, they have to worry about the Vanguard ultimates that Cooking with Kaya's team are going to have in play. Kai with that Psionic Seduction is going to be starting things off from the high ground too, which means that Dawncore don't use the Groot walls to be able to block it with the line of sight, because the Evan ultimate, it's above them rather than in front. What a read from Kaya's team! And Dawncore lose the fight quickly. This just has to be a fast reset. And they want to be able to go into this next one, still having ultimates and not allowing Cooking with Kaya's team anything further off of the back of that win. But even though there's no eliminations, Ryan, look at the amount of space now that Dawncore just do not have to play with. They might just get pressed into using Invisible Boundary just across corner if they're not careful.
Cooking with Kaya found themselves a good spot to actually kind of keep this fight going. Very handy. And now, with a Kraken's Impact Laylas, he can just sit back with its own 5, but the lines of sight trying to be broken up by the Groot as much as it possibly can. Laylas found that pick onto Sapatic with the 4 ultimates in hand for Dawncore 5. Now that Sapatic actually has the Kraken's Impact himself, this is just buying more time and wasting it. The last stand is going to be used from Chabagoob. He stuns onto 2, almost goes down in the process, but it forces out the Omega Hurricane and the Invisible Boundary on this defense. There's a copy. Copy's going to go into both sides as Lindstrom's ultimate ends. Another one begins. Clobbering time for Isidore, and that sets up Laylas to find himself free in the middle of all of this. Just cuts his way through Dawncore. They're forced to reset. Just over 30 seconds left. They're even going to go for the Storm themselves for Chabagoob. He's certainly got the eclectic hero choices, but there's also 3 ultimates to hang with the side. Great poke from Laylas. He has been storming through this attacking side of Dawncore. There's no strategist ults to survive, and everything that Dawncore have offensively doesn't have a chance to be used. This is a complete stamp down onto Dawncore, and they're pretty much forced to go for any other play if they could touch.
The opening that was there is now gone. That hook from Leolas was so clutch. Treeman does have the Gerd ultimate. Sapatic can pair the Kraken impacts off of it. But, I mean, you don't have anything really to deal with the Stone Seduction coming through from Kai, which is going to control so much space that Dawncore have available to them in the overtime. There's the Grid ultimate that they were waiting for, but the Inner Shield and the Aura only connects onto Laylas and Kaya. The elimination is there for 1 reset, but Lindstrom's also got the Invisible Boundary present now, so that it doesn't find anything afterwards. Sapatic's been able to find the actual Invis Woman's placement. The Trooper's Fist carries him close enough to be able to find the elimination. And with both the Loki and the Invis going down, Dawncore win 1 stage of the fight, but there's still a contest to come before they're cleanly into 3rd with a fresh reset of the time bank, and they have to win it against the God of Mischief, and the clobbering time that's surely going to come on through. Chabagoob is waiting. He's trying to grapple out of position in case it comes directly through from the portal. There's the God of Mischief cast. Tim still holding on to his to have the later Invis boundary. They have to outlast. Clobbering time comes on through. The vulnerability applied on top too. And Dawncore don't even get to utilize the actual Loki in the invis state to heal everyone inside his ultimate because he's just being fully pressured out by Isidore. Cooking with Kaya, defend fully holding on to second. And Dawncore's comfort map, the thing that they always turn to if they lose the first map of MRC, is denied the full push.
Top-notch team to win this one.
And it's sort of in the middle of the second checkpoint too, so it does feel a little bit like it's doable for sure. Cookie Mackay got full held on Central Pack beforehand, so Dawncore need to hope that they're able to put in some of that success. But Frost Mountain, the way that the draft has gone to just allow a genuine comfort pick of Storm, certainly with the Jingray being taken out on the other side as well, it wasn't even their idea to an extent, really did allow them that space to work with, and you really got to see full steam ahead with Isidore on the thing, which continues to really show the strength of this character and what he could do. But also Leolus, he's just putting out that kind of damage and getting those connections onto the Winter Soldier. He's going to be starting this attack off as the Moon Knight. Moon Knight Iron Fist duelist line is certainly a choice in the end. And for Dawncore, not going for the triple strategist, triple Vanguard setup. A lot of teams are just moving away from it flat out. It's more just a 2-2-2.
Yeah, I mean, the Moon Knight is purely, like you said, to see if it's a free, and then if you scout it, and you work out, okay, we don't need the damage burst composition, then you'll swap off of it, because that Bucky has been so impactful with the hook lineups that he's been able to find. We'll see if Leolus does decide to stick, because there is a Loki in play, which does mean that you're going to be getting a lot of value coming through from those Anchor Bounces to be able to build up immediately to a Hand of Khonshu. And it looks like they are actually going to retain that pick, as Frost Mountain's going to be meditating, getting as much health as he possibly can before he decides to go in and pressure out those Vanguards. He's already been able to wrap all the way around the side of one of these points. Hasn't committed just yet, waits until he's been able to lock down the Groot. Kizaru's now actually got to be called in to peel the Iron Fist, and they're able to deal with him. But that does mean that the Magneto is now not on the main route. But Cooking with Kaya's team, they haven't actually gone for a main route themselves. They're still trying to play inside tower as close as possible, because what a stack of vulnerability Isidore can apply if he's able to get on top of multiple bodies at once.
Yeah, it feels like the optimal route for both teams have kind of gone into the fray, so if Dawncore can keep that composure, they might be able to hold on and waste a lot of time. Lindstrom, as soon as he gets the invisible boundary, is just going to use it off of the rip, and there is going to be a copy somewhat soon for Name that's in the backside of this play, as the rest of Cooking with Kaya is sort of bunkering up to where you typically see the defenders. The spawns have been flipped to try and reset here, as Dawncore going for a copy first. Tim is going to use the invisible boundary, sort of go off and shimmy his way across, and now there's going to be the second invisible boundary to come in for Cooking with Kaya. They still haven't managed to get any progression onto the point in the end, as picks have been traded. Lindstrom's actually been taken out, but Isidore has been given so much freedom to go in and go fight. You got to let the devil out, but I don't think the thing is going to worry about him all too much. In fact, Isidore sends him straight back to spawn with how this attacking side is going. But it's like nothing else has been done. It's just Cooking with Kaya having the numbers advantage, but now starting to make headway to taking this first point. Dawncore going for the portal play. It was Chabagub that switched over towards him. You see some players ready to try and engage and go on top of this. They have to try and touch. The wall was there to try to deny Treeman from going in, but the Hand of Khonshu is going to be used straight up. You've got the Kraken's Impact, the Strangling Prison in the hands of Treeman, not allowed to be used at all as he gets taken out into the Hand of Khonshu, and I think CC'd in the process by something that stopped him from coming in. Living Chi is now going to come through from Frost Mountain, as the point is just teetering on going into the payload stage for Cooking with Kaya. 4 minutes to just push it to the end of the second checkpoint, and Dawncore need to regroup fast.
Late eliminations too, onto a crucial aspect of Dawncore's composition. Potentially even later eliminations if they can just take down Legend, who's so close. The Onks take the invis out. It looked for a moment like Kizaru was going to be able to apply the bulwark and get Legend back to the team fold, but now, just with a Loki, Dawncore in a very rough position. If they use the doppelgangers, then they're going to go directly into setup for that Winter Soldier to find resets when Kraken Impact comes into play. And if they don't commit to this fight, then they lose full control of corner. something that Name is going to take full advantage of. One-sided invisible boundary invested, not slowing down. Great timing though of the exact drop of the invis boundary coming in from the strangling prison. No Kraken impact invested just yet. Zapatic waiting until some of these vanguards get low enough to be able to get a reset, to be able to get that one elimination, and Domino all the way into a full team wipe as Dawncore drained the momentum away. And this is where the defenders could really slow things down for the attack. They've got so much room to be able to play with, but they have to be so cautious because, again, if they play up super close, Invis Boundary is going to punish the overextension. They're getting caught out by clobbering time, and it's going to finish up with a Kraken impact. And that's giving Cooking with Kaya outplay potential.
May be able to hold on here though. Treeman finds himself a pick as Cooking with Kaya playing with a player disadvantage, but they're quite good at making the numbers match up into their favor. Isidore has got the clobbering time if he can close in and keep the quarters relatively close, but Donkor trying to keep him as distant as possible. Akaya's seen if he can isolate some of these targets with these walls. He's got too many bodies. The Iron Curtain's going to block some of the damage coming through, and Frost Mountain is just sending it full straight in onto the Vanguard line. You got the Kraken's impact that was used from Laylis that finds himself a pick, and Frost Mountain, Living Chi, going to hold on to it. Doesn't need to keep this ongoing. Hold W and left click attitude going when the rest of your team is dedicating to some of these big fights. Zapatic, we saw him use that Kraken's impact a little bit earlier on before, but now it's going to match up with Treeman really nicely if they can get this combination together. They have to go for the fight now as it's pretty much on the edge of the point. The walls might make things a little bit scarier for this fight to go in, but as the play was about to be set up, Frostman's managed to take out both of them. He was happy to go in with the Living Chi, and all of that set play for Dawncore doesn't see the light of day. Cooking with Kaya, match series point in this elimination game. Dawncore, it might be lights out.
I mean, the pivot might honestly be Adam Warlock in this situation, just to have Soul Bond, so that you can try and survive the vulnerability that's being applied when things like clobbering time come on through. Because, like, the problem for Dawncore there was that they backed up. So when the fight broke out between attack and defense, it started on ramps, which is the last place that a defensive side wants to actually be able to take a fight. The further that you pull away from the fight, the more exposed you actually are, because you're going from a lower placement to a higher placement, so you're more exposed. Your squishies are actually, by trying to distance themselves from the fight, putting themselves into more danger because they're getting fully exposed here. The duelists and all of the vanguards coming in through from the other side. And then when everyone from Dawncore tries to just bunker in that small room and build up something that would allow them to push back onto that point, they get fully zoned out by walls coming on through from Kaya, Isidore swinging the haymakers in, and Frost Mountain more than happy to just take the trade, throw himself into as many bodies as possible with that ultimate. And if he finds eliminations, great, he's depriving numbers from the fight. If he doesn't, he's still stalling out the attention and preventing Dawncore's regroup on the actual fight going on the objective. So they would lose regardless, because Cooking with Kaya would just win the fight occurring on objective and push it that last little bit needed to hit the checkpoint. Really good stuff coming on for...
It felt like it just had to disengage as well when the Iron Fist is just able to chase you down like a gun dog. He seems more well-rounded than Daredevil in some of these cases, which was available, and just seemed to be like, maybe Iron Fist is to go too. But this series still has a bit more action to go. Whether Dawncore can actually survive and make this a full best of five again against Cooking with Kaya, or whether it's going to be a 0-3 fashion for the team that just got knocked down to the elimination bracket. We will have to see what the next map of Midtown, I'll give you that as a little free spoiler, but we're going to see what's going to happen here in just a few.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals 2026 Season 5 Championship, where we're potentially 1 map away from cooking with Kaya free or sweeping Dawnquil. And I mean, Ryan, I can't believe I'm saying this, but is it actually worth it, do you think, letting the Venom go through and instant banning the Thing instead? Because, like, the Thing has pick potential for strategist ultimates. With the Venom, yes, it's getting value in terms of soft dive, but Kaya wasn't actually pulling eliminations, he was just pulling attention.
Wow, I mean, they're still sticking to their guns and going for the Venom ban. Like, they don't feel like the Thing is maybe that much of an issue, which I don't know if I would agree with that as such, because we have seen those kind of instances, and like cooking with Kaya, of course, going to lock in a Thing so far. We saw like bits and pieces of what made the thing successful against Chopped, but this is where it's like really started to come into its own. Like, this is just like find a game to show why the thing is like such a profound character in this meta, in this level of coordinated play. You'll find a dozen reasons, not just the main ones with the like damage effects that it attaches to it. It seems to be such a good character, and that's even when you have got Gambit permanently banned out, where you can just keep farming up these clobbering times faster, right? Like we're seeing only one vertical, I suppose, of like how you play your strategists, because we're not seeing the Loki Gambit comps at all because of Kokubukai banning it out.
Well, we're also not going to be seeing the Invisible Woman. Sue has been removed, which is actually going to put more pressure onto Isidore on this thing, because he now loses the team up, but he's able to get that extra armor. So it does leave him a little bit more vulnerable. Also, for like Dawncore's side, it's kind of not worth going for an Invis Woman yourself if you know that Invis Boundary is going to do nothing in terms of healing potential, because as we talked about, the thing with that vulnerability stack is able to just find the elimination even through the healing uptime of the ultimate, even if your Invis Woman stays alive. So MRC being universal bans, it makes sense that you would remove something that's getting way more value for your opponent than you yourself. As for the first time, we're actually going to see a Nemo ban coming on through from Dawncore, which is then going to lead into the Hela ban coming on through from Cooking with Kaya. So Loki, and crucially as well, Adam are going to be able to make it on through. And as I talked about, one of the ways that you can maybe deal with the thing is by going for an Adam Warlock, where you not only have a lot of spam pressure onto him to chunk him down low by the time he actually reaches you, but with Soul Bond, you also have one of the ways that you can sustain through, even with the vulnerability applied.
I do think it's interesting that the Nemo was like banned out before the Hela. I guess they were just sort of Donko were expecting, we're going to ban out the Nemo because we actually want Hela to be available for Sapatic, and we know that we're not going to play Hela Nemo because our other duelist is Chabagoob, and he's just might have a good Namor, might have a good Hela, I don't know, but I think he's going to be preferred on the Wolverines, Daredevils, and Magics of the world. Nice to see a little bit of light trolling from Isidore with the walls as well, whilst his team head out on this defense. They're going to be feeling a bit more revitalized after a grueling best-of-5 series against Chopped that they lost at the death. And going up against Dawncore, they're playing for their lives at this point, hoping to have a bit of that same success with similar drafts. Going to be going for the Storm for Sapatic with Chabagoob on the Wolverine. I imagine we're going to see Frost Mountain pull this out on their attacking side, but he's going over towards the Adam Warlock on this defense.
Well, for the first time, actually, we're going to see someone see a triple hold and swap off of the Storm onto the Phoenix instead. We'll have to see whether or not Dawncore go back to it if they lose this first fight, which means that they have to then go up against both the BRB cooldown but also the Karmic Revival casters. Isidore already almost halfway to that first cast of the Strangling Prison. Dawncore being a lot more careful in terms of how they stack into these lanes, looking for isolated players, grabbed out of position by the Wolverine, and actually taking some of Cooking with Kaya's strategy and using it against them. We can see every time Chabagoo finds a grab, Kizaru follows it up, applying that vulnerability, so these Vanguards are melted through in moments, and Cooking with Kaya's players don't get an opportunity to sustain them back to full.
Veerback has already been used. Frost Mountain very close actually to having a Karmic Revival, but it's gonna really just be Layla's making his way back whilst the rest of the team manages to hold on. Strangling Prison as well for Isidore is sat ready, waiting. See if Dawncore overextend a little bit. There's a Yan Amplifier that's going to increase the damage, and it is going to be the defensive Strangling Prison used as Treeman has his available. Treeman also finds the pick onto the other side. So Cooking with Kaya, they were looking to fight this back. They've lost a number of players, but that Karmic Revival is going to very much make sure that this isn't financially unrecoverable, but it's right on the edge. There's a chance right to touch there. It relies on Kaya to find a pick in order to try and stall this out in the end, but you've got a Jeff being able to swallow everybody up, grab them off of the point, and still a Cooking with Kaya are able to keep on fighting it. Now Strangling Prison is going to be used from Treeman to clean up shop. The first checkpoint taken very quickly. Cooking with Kaya in a bit of a free fall at the moment. Want to reset as fast as they can, but they're losing players late into this log.
I mean, the mobility of Rocket and Jeff, we called it the undiveable composition back in Ignite Stage 2. It's working fully out here for Dawncore because it meant that the strategists weren't picked they were able to sustain through not one cast of Comic Revival, but two, because Name went for the copy onto the Adam Warlock, but Dawncore strategists remain standing. Treeman's able to hold on to the Strangling Prison for the actual cast of the Comic Revival, so Dawncore are able to budget their ultimates accordingly and deal with all of the revives that the defenders had available. Now with that stall strategy deprived, we're going to go over onto Loki, Rocket, and Phoenix Storm for the damage boost potential. Kaya's going to use the Stone Seduction to try and break through from Choke. Chabagoob, though, gets the grab onto Leolaz, depositing him behind enemy lines before the Endsong Inferno is built up 2% away of being able to rely on that ultimate, bailing Leolaz out. Instead, it's going to be the BRB called in. Now we get the Endsong Inferno from Safatik as the fight moves over to Subway Tunnel, which means lower ceiling, less opportunity of shooting out the Phoenix Summon, especially since Cooking with Kai still haven't been able to get the regroup. They just didn't have the numbers to stack the damage against the Phoenix Summon. Dawncore absolutely steamrolling through second.
There's going to be a chance to touch. Well, Portal has to be invested. Endsong and Omega Hurricane going to try to contest the point and clear any of those pesky attackers from Dawncore that are still alive and going. Is the Omega Hurricane cleaning up shot from Frost Mountain? Even with the short terrain, that tornado seems to be a little bit more in your face, harder to deal with. Dawncore have to reset. Is there going to be any adjustments to their composition? Not really. Not only does it seem like the comp is going to be fine going into this next point, but also some really good ultimates to string together to go in for this engagement and to go in from this fight.
Yeah, but Midtown is an unforgiving map when it comes to losing one fight on second and third, as the defense now do have that high ground control. Frost Mountain as well, remember, with that damage burst, stacks on top of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. So Cooking with Kaya's players are currently dealing over 50% increased damage, which means that Dawncore have to pay respect to the space that the defenders control. Chabagoob tries to go and he's got the passive. He pays the cost for it, however, as we're actually going to see Isidore paying the cost for that one too, getting hit by the vulnerability coming on through from Kizaru. And Cooking with Kaya now losing control of that thing, having to back up and give a lot of space, allowing Dawncore to move ever closer to utilizing the Strangling Prison or clobbering time if they really want to try and cut off the defenders disengage.
Got a copy for Name that's in hand. It's going to have to be on the Yarn Amplifier. Dawncore see if they can find a good opportunity to use the Strangling Prison. The Yarn Amplifier can be copied on the other side, as well as the clobbering time. That's really going to allow Dawncore to find some more offensive capabilities. Isidore's taken out, and the Beerback's going to bring him in. But Aeolus is going to go down shortly afterwards as well. Omega Hurricane and Heaven's Retribution, keeping everybody pinned into one spot. Whilst Frostman does go down, he takes two with him. Kaya was just more rushing back, able to actually get a good synergy together with those ultimates. And Dawncore looking to actually hit second with some newfound momentum, quashed very quickly from Cooking with Kaya again.
Well, we don't have weather effects on the maps, but we definitely have that forecast coming on through, and it was, you know, stormy with a chance of Heaven's Retribution. And unfortunately for Dawncore, they just didn't have the means of being able to sustain through it. Like you said, everyone tethered in one position, having to eat all of the damage that the Storm could output, and now Leolaz untouchable on this crossfire. Worse for Dawncore's players, they're embroiled in the brawl fight on the front line, which means that Isidore's able to apply the vulnerability, and Treeman just gets absolutely charred to firewood with the amount that Leolaz can do in that window.
The swinging of the haymakers, allowing Isidore to charge up to that ultimate. And it's still this combination with the Angela and the Storm commanding the skies, although it's not really a high vertical that you can work with. Leolus is just feet on the ground, able to put out the damage as the clobbering time was dedicated from Isidore. Dawncore losing too many players to really want to dedicate much else. You can see just the players wanted to scramble away as quick as they can. Knocked out of the doorway. More time wasted as it's 15 seconds left. Kizaru has to go for the portal. And the Angela and the thing are trying to actually close it down. They've pushed them all the way back. There's no chance at all for Dawncore to be able to touch this from this position. No. Isidore has sent himself into heavy terrain, into enemy territory. And what a play for Cooking with Kaya to stop Dawncore from doing any more damage on Midtown.
You can't cast the Strange Portal in your spawn room. So Cooking with Kaya just sending both the Angela and the Thing forward so that if Dawncore got Kizaru out of the spawn room and on that low ground trying to cast the Strange Portal, one, they have two players who can literally stun the Strange out of the cast, and two, there is no breathing space for Dawncore to actually attempt it, because they're all just boxed into that spawn. There's no space for them to work with, and that's what I was talking about, Ryan. Midtown, the moment you lose one fight on second as an attacker side, you lose control of all of the spaces and you have to invest heavily in just being able to walk forward a meter, which the defenders can then kite and just reposition until all of those ultimates from the attacker team to broker that space up have ended, or you've now moved into a position that's more favorable for the defense with the crossfire coming on through from Leolaz on that Phoenix.
Dreamman is actually going for some more Penny Parker action. I think we're getting close to the bingo of showing off the cosmetics that we highlighted at the start of the day, because we have seen the foreskin. I think it's only Cloak and Dagger that we're waiting for. The padded I think everything else that we've seen in some capacity over the MRC action in EMEA over the course of these last 2 weeks. Bakaya going for more the mechanic foreplay. He's seeing if he can actually go up and take some of these fights. Take the high ground, really bully Dawncore away from these spots and positions, as Treeman has been using the Penny Parker in various parts of the Central Park and also here on now on Midtown.
The problem is, like, this composition for Dawncore, really good against the Thing. Not so good against the Storm. Tim is going to be able to find the first elimination onto Kaya, but the fall will be brought back by the BRB. But still, Dawncore literally just fortifying themselves in these side rooms. Now going to have to try and win out that fight on the upper. Kaya goes low enough that Kizaru is able to take the fall out yet again. And this time, no BRB will be able to bring them back. Frost Mountain, though, still going to be building up this ultimate. And that is the go sign for Kaya's team. Being able to get that Storm all the way past the front line and into those back rooms should be able to immediately break that Penny nest, especially since regeneration domain from the pressure from the Vanguards and neutrals already been forced. Goddess Boost comes on through, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier as well, so that Cooking with Kai can find the eliminations and keep up the pressure onto Kizaru even through the Sonic Seduction as we get the Storm Ultimate cast into the Strangling Prison, guaranteed to catch Legend, so no BRB to bail Dawncore's players back out of it. Instead, it's a reliance onto that Comic Revival cast coming on through from the high ground, which Chabogoob actually has to cover with the Meteor M, but unfortunately the Meteor M doesn't absorb the M as primary, and Kaya is able to find the elimination.
He's strong on the Sign of Seduction at the back of it as well, so him and Name are able to combine and take the pick over onto Treeman, who actually gets the elimination. I think onto Frostmount to be right back means that this attacking pressure is going to continue. It's not like any players from Cooking with Kaya went down in that engagement, but Camera Revival means that Dawncore is going to return. Not full strength as they're still losing out on players, but they've been strung back one at a time, trying to just keep stalling out the point and fighting. Spider Sweeper, I mean, before Treeman could say much else, he's been taken out of the server and cleared up twice. Dawncore, they did well to have that Camera Revival bring everybody back, but Cooking with Kai just found through them again and still has ultimates to boot.
Chabagoob is over onto the Magic. Break glass in case of emergency coming on through from this defense, as they're going to be relying on that portal, but the Strangling Prison just trying to catch them out of it. You could see that Treeman was anticipating it, tried to go for the displacement of the group with the Angela Spear, but Cooking with Kaya's players still able to sustain long enough with the regeneration domain to build a God of Mischief. Cosmic Amplifier comes on through. Isidore going lower and lower, but able to take cover behind Kaya's shield into the Hurricane, putting pressure on the backline, which everyone from Dawncore is having to turn around and react to, trying to take the Storm Ultimate out early, but they're just not able to burn it out in time, and the attacker side are still keeping up with the momentum in this fight, especially now they have one-sided Cosmic Yarn Amplifier and no Endsong Inferno to take it out early.
Makes sense why Cooking with Kaya have put a lot of stock on protecting Rocket, because when you can damage Beasties and Mega Hurricanes, you just seem to get a lot more out of them. That's about it from Chabagoob. A lot of shouting, and Leolus is just really feeling himself so far this series. He's warmed up and he's completely carved his team away through this first point. But like you mentioned, Moxie, one false move on second, even with 3 minutes on the board, might not be enough.
Did Dawncore get an opportunity? They're going up against one-sided damage boost. It's going to be a little bit more problematic for the Storm to try and take fights inside Subway, because as we can see, there's a lot less cover once you get away from that corner, and movement for the Storm as well. But we get Kaya coming on for a silent seduction just to make sure that Donko can't get past and onto that convoy to try and contest some of the distance, because Donko now, they have to use the Loki copy onto the Cosmic Gun Amplifier just to get the space to be able to walk out of Subway. Cooking with Kaya's team just fully disengages it, and we go towards final fight territory, with Donko now going to have to rely on Ensong and Cosmic Gun Amplifier, potentially both stacked inside Subway, for the eliminations to come on through, all of which Cooking with Kaya more than happy to wait out. Strangling Prison comes out into the Kraken Impact. Cosmic Gun Amplifier just not going to be able to heal them in time. There's too much incoming damage. Leolas picks up 2 immediately off of the rip, still has the resets to go as well. And it's an Ensong Inferno reliance from Sapatic just to take the Cosmic Gun Amplifier out, but Leolas, he still had the resets off of the Loki clones. They hadn't been recalled in time, and this is Cooking with Kaya just on the victory lap.
The wins churned up for Cooking with Kaya and Dawncore after a resolute push through this losers bracket. The journey for Season 5 is going to end there for them. And I would imagine Cooking with Kaya are going to be playing up against, well, the winner of Foot versus Na'Vi, which I would naturally lean towards Na'Vi for various reasons. But a perfect response, I suppose, to going a full best of 5 against Chopped, narrowly losing. A lot of teams can just flounder and just have it all fall apart. They bounced back well, and Dawncore couldn't really provide the upset that they were hoping for, but I'm very, very excited to see the squad for Season 6 and beyond.
I mean, Leolas was just... he was looking insane today. He really was. The hooks coming on through to be able to connect onto multiple bodies, the target focus as well. Like, it wasn't just a meaningless hook that was immediately healed up. The follow-up was there, so you really do sort of get a sense of the comms that Cooking with Kaya's team, when those fights were about to begin, players were saying like, hey, looking for hook, looking for pull, and it was immediately followed up with the Groot Wall, the Emma Shield as well, to be able to block line of sight of the heals potentially coming on through from Dawncore's players, so that every opportunity that these duelists were able to provide for their team converted into an elimination. And Cooking with Kaya, they didn't slow down. The moment that they headed into second, they pushed so far ahead into Subway, they used the ultimate economy advantage that they had to continue pressuring, forcing Dawncore into burning ultimates, then disengaging them, then coming back with the second wind, all the while that convoy uncontested, moving us to the final checkpoint so that the Kraken Impact would be the thing that would clutch out and win the map before you even had to worry about the closer respawns from the defensive side.
It was pretty much all you would want to see from Cooking with Kaya if you're a fan of them, to just be able to deal with we sort of expected like a top 4, top 3 finish, I think, with what we were seeing out of Cooking with Kaya, and really could have easily been in the upper bracket final. But we are going to go over towards the other elimination game in this stage. We're going to be looking at Finalized versus Na'Vi, but not after a quick break. So we'll be back with the action in just a few.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Continue to look at the action in the elimination part of this bracket as we're on the penultimate day here of EMEA MRC Season 5. And it might be Final Dance's final dance so far as they're going up against a little team called Mantis Vincea, which came second, I think, in Ignite. So it's a surprise that they're even in the elimination bracket, but it was more the rule book that hit that Navi the hardest, not necessarily another team. They missed out and got disqualified, knocked down the stage, and they are blitzing their way through the losers bracket as a result.
Yeah, and they've sort of become the bogeyman in the lower bracket for every team that runs into them, unfortunately, as we head into this next match, which will be, like you said, Final Dance versus Navi. Final Dance players, though, very familiar. We've seen all of them in Ignite Stage 2. It is just a matter of whether or not the synergy is going to be there, as they haven't come from one full team, although Navi also not having the full team with them. We still have the triple duelist setup coming out of Jerky, Terra, and Tanuki. So there is an opportunity. They lost a map as well, I believe, to Crownfall, as we will see the thing continue to be pressured out in these band drafts as more and more teams have an understanding of how strong exactly he is, both in terms of the damage you can lay out, but also the vulnerability which can break through invisible boundaries. So it doesn't matter if you have two casts of it, you're still going to be able to apply the vulnerability and find eliminations through it.
Navi protecting the Magneto. I mean, Rajara's in the server. We didn't see him much of last week, but Mantis, second ban, not too much of a surprise, really. Gambit, surprised that he made it this far, but I guess we have been following the action with Cooking with Kaya. They've been first man in every single game, so we haven't seen the latest strategist that's been added into Marvel Rivals in any play so far today. We've seen enough from this week to know exactly why it's not in play today.
Ooh, Hella manages to make it out. The first time actually that we get to see her come through in terms of a save slot. Now this might force Na'Vi into having to ban out the Namor, as one of the things that, you know, we were sort of talking about in terms of Vanguards getting poked out would be Hela and Namor pressure, especially on those crossfires. Phoenix is also still going to be played as well, so it might not even be a Hela Namor approach. It could well be a Hela Phoenix, so that you have both the pressure of the crossfire, but also the Endsong Inferno for the health reset, and the combination potential alongside that Magneto and Groot. Now, Star-Lord is going to be banned. Rocket still being in play meant that Star-Lord would have the extra teleport to be able to iframe his way out of a situation. Plus, it would force the Magnetos into being very predictable around how they played the Meteor M, as it does look like we're going to be seeing Phoenix entirely dodge both the save and the ban draft, meaning that she's going to be able to get through, and we're very likely going to see her as a second duelist lock for both of these sides.
Pretty much forces what duelists you might want to be running in this case. But I am really excited to see a bit more of Na'Vi now that they're, when we saw them earlier in the tournament, they were kind of making mincemeat of everybody they were running into. But this final dance, despite being a new roster, it's a lot of old players from various rosters. In fact, all of them barring maybe Ballas, I'd say, have played in like the Invitational, the 100k Invitational in the EMEA around this time last year. Ballas was a testament. He was the player to be watching in stage 2 when he was on Alcatia, just sort of a pickup that caught the attention and caught the eyes of a lot of people, as well as players that have built up enough experience amongst them, certainly in the higher squads with the likes of FaZe and such. And Lugia has had a really good tournament so far, I would say, but this is a whole different kettle of fish. This is Na'Vi with Terror on the roster, and also Tanuki filling in. It's going to take everything you've got.
You do feel like that was probably in competition to determine who gets to play the Winter Soldier, if it's Terror, if it's Tanuki. As we're going to be seeing Jerky actually on the group coming out. Fate playing the off angle alongside Terror, so that if they do just get walked upon by higher numbers fight from Final Dance's players, the Invis will be able to both protect the Phoenix with the shield, but also utilize the force physics to pull everybody away from being able to follow up until Terra's in a safer position. The Ballas is also going to be playing an off angle alongside Winnie on that Invis as well, a little bit closer to the point from their side, however, as we can see Smashnaz not being able to get a lot of openings on this Wolverine, probably just trying to force as many resources as possible. Does get taken out now, even with the investment of the regeneration domain coming on through from Oasis, which means that Terra is going to get so aggressive, sending that Endsong Inferno directly into the caverns adjacent to that point, as Final Dance had so little room to be able to maneuver around it. Winning with the invisible battery, however, does mean that the eliminations are as few as possible.
And so far, the point hasn't gone in the direction of anybody. Milkboy's managed to grab himself a strangling prison, and he's going to throw it out and pulling in 3 players. The walls, however, and then the invisible boundary means that there's not going to be a follow-up, but that's a lot of dedicated bits of utility off of the objective, which means that Final Dance have a bit of a good chance to fight on it. Nobody from Na'Vi has quite gone down with this little skirmish that's broken out. There's invisible boundaries are going to be dedicated on either side. And Fate is able to at least keep Tanuki alive whilst one of the Vanguards is taken out. And in that short moment, Na'Vi was actually able to take the point, and they still have the combination of Strangling Prison and Meteor M to sit back on.
Smashnaz, though, saw that the Wolverine was just a little bit too vulnerable, wasn't getting the openings or the resources that he was looking for, and actually pivots over to the Winter Soldier, but does have a lead on Tanuki in terms of ultimate charge. Unfortunately for Final Dance, they don't have the Grid ultimate. What they do have is presence on the actual point itself, as we're going to be seeing Winnie now investing that invisible boundary. Na'Vi going to be returning with a regeneration domain of their own, looking to pair up Strangling Prison alongside the Meteor M to prevent Final Dance from getting to capitalize on the Kraken impact that Smashnaz tried to use, taking advantage of the slow to catch some of these players from Navi's side. Not finding those eliminations, that means that Oasis has to come on through with an invisible boundary, but we do see that Na'Vi held on to the copied invisible boundary themselves, as well as having all of that sustainability opportunity to just tank for the potential of the Strangling Prison coming on through from Final Dance's side, as there was no Duelist ultimate follow-up.
And nothing to work with. Ballas is trying to survive with their life, does have the end song, but he's not going to want to use it now. And Terra on ping, 100 plus ping, playing on the Phoenix, gets more than he bargained for. And Lugia also falls off of the map too, trying to reset if they can. Navi now pulling into 3/4 of progression onto this point. They have the invisible boundary to sit back on, as well as both of those duelist ultimates. So there's the end song Inferno used from Ballas to try and be a bit more offensive, and is just CC'd, stuck out. Tanuki's going to make pretty easy work of him, while Final Dance throwing their own invisible boundary, hoping for the best. You've got the Kraken's Impact looking to see where these targets are, in and out of the invisible boundary to break those lines of sight and see exactly what Final Dance are trying to position and posture themselves in, as Tanuki slams down onto 2. Final Dance not looking to make any progression onto this point, as Navi, after a long fight on first, seemingly taking this 100% to 0 as we move on to point 2.
There's no punishment for the Kraken Impact. The Loki Doppelganger is still up, and it's a one-shot. Like, if the Kraken Impact lands on the Loki, Doppelganger done. You don't have to worry about the heal tick of the invisible boundary, just like you don't have to worry about the slow properties. If you're the Bucky, because you get that recast, you get that reset, you get CC immunity to just jump straight out of the invisible boundary and find another reset and then another reset. And then even if you don't find the eliminations, what you're doing is fully disrupting Final Dance's coordination so that they just don't have the attention focus the way that Navi's rest of the team does on the fight currently going on through from the objective. So Tanuki is just able to cleanly sweep on through the entire team.
Final Dance is back. This wasn't their map choice, it's a random domination map, but I think it doesn't feel very random when it's Celestial Husk this often. Meteor M is the only thing that they're going to have for Strategist Ultimates. Halfway is the closest that they're going to manage. Whereas level 1 Croc or level 67 Capo is actually ready to go with his. If they do want to get the invisible boundary copy early, they might want to force an offensive play to go past and beyond this point. But both teams posturing for the high ground, really wanting to set up Smash Des and Terra to the best of their abilities on these Dean Greys.
Well, Ballas is actually going to be sticking with that Moon Knight. He's trying to use the Onk bounce, as well as the fact that Navi's Vanguards are going to be trying to posture up, put control and anchor onto that objective, which means that the Onk bounce is there, and they find first elimination. Should be able to put a Hand of Conchu as well to pair alongside Milkboy's ultimate, as Navi invests 3 in one go, Strangling Prison and Meteor M looking for the slam dunk connection. Now we get the actual Strangling Prison coming on through, leading up into the Hand of Conchu. But rather, not even the Hand of Conchu. Ballas actually holds it, waits for the Bullocks to be over by Rajara, and just relies on primary damage and Ankh Bounce alone, so they still have the Hand of Conchu to be able to put the pressure on Navi when they try and cluster up inside Fate's invisible boundary for the next fight.
That'd be good when you have the Kraken's Impact looking to take out Winnie in the visible boundary. Just stick a Hand of Conchu just on top of it. At least try to deal with Tanuki when he starts to get the ball rolling. But for Navi, they're happy to sort of give this one up. Some progression at least made for Final Dance, as the high ground is going to be fought for again. Croc is going to be splitting up with these clones. And Terra is just seeing if he can, like, make sure that he can contest this high ground consistently. And the invisible boundaries have to be used past and forward on this point. Ballas, there comes the Hand of Conchu, but it's just behind where these invisible boundaries are, and it's still the elimination feed just favored towards Navi. It's all in red as opposed to their usual like gold and yellow colors, but it's not going to matter to them. Tanuki gets the clean up. He's going off of the clones again, and it's 49% on the board for Final Dance while Navi take possession.
It was a great force physics from Fate, connects onto both Oasis and Winnie, and leaves them so deep on Navi's side that that invis boundary really does cost Final Dance, and Winnie has no choice but to mirror it. But now you don't have a strategist ultimate to try and mirror Navi's. Terra too is more than happy with the Sensong Inferno to just wait for Jerky to get the ultimate online, even if Milkboy has his. Final Dance just don't have the damage to be able to find the elimination for the strategist healing uptime. Ballas is going to be trying to chunk out. Double jumps actually over with the grapple, the Ensong Inferno connection. But It's Final Dance's own strangling prison that finds dividends. We were looking at the Moon Knight, so too I believe was Na'Vi. And that meant that Milk Boy's ultimate, Smash Nose, was still being able to apply the damage on top of it, added to what Winnie and Oasis and Lugia Go can I put. And Na'Vi just lost in the neutral to everyone stacked on top of the Groot.
And the only good side is that they have both of their strategist ultimates about to be online, with Oasis dedicating his. Winnie's still 50% in order to charge up. I do like having like the Jean Grey to be able to just do that damage with the left clicks, and then if they try and hide around cover, you've got the Anks that can just bounce and hit them. It's just constant poke really coming in from Final Dance, and Ballas is making this Moon Knight work. Like, the eliminations are certainly following up, and they're absolutely carving their way through the Groots of Jerky struggling in the spot. Mr. Kongshu is right on the money on to get into 3 if you include the picks that Milk Boy was able to get towards the end. Navi forced to regroup, have to go for Jerky to go for this portal play. A little bit more scrappy this point, but Final Dance showing how they've got so far in this tournament.
Oh, and Na'Vi just lost the advantage that they had in the fight before. Which is, if they lost the fight before, they've got the double strategist ultimate up. Now they don't even get the opportunity to use Invis Boundary as they come through from the portal with the sheer amount of burst that is up with this Moon Knight and this Phoenix. And Final Dance being able to read the portal's placement and position around it accordingly. And actually, Final Dance, with the Moon Knight composition, are able to take 1 round, and we go into a 3rd submap of Celestial Husk Vault locked up. Na'Vi now having no choice, and unfortunately for them, it doesn't get any easier, because everywhere that they're going to be taking fights now, close hallways, cramped spaces, perfect for a Moon Knight damage to be able to bounce between each hit player.
Yeah, absolutely stellar, really. But Na'Vi seemed very happy to just like, okay, we're going to go for the portal play. In fact, let's just give up. Let's not go and fight this anymore. Just let Final Dance have the second point. We go into 3rd with pretty much the ult advantage. At least that's the way that they would see it. Tanuki did have the ultimate with the Kraken's impact, but he switched over towards the Wolverine, so he's back down to 50%. It is just like where these invisible boundaries are going to be used from Fate and Winnie, and who's going to get the copies on first from both of the Lokis that are in play.
And then Tanuki on that Wolverine's going to be looking for those opening grabs. He's already got the rocket power pack. He's just looking to line up one specific player. Who's it going to be? Goes through, already forces the regeneration domain in reaction to the Wolverine just suddenly showing up in Final Dance's backline, which means that Winnie now has to invest Invisible Boundary in neutral, not in reaction to ultimates. Fate's going to be able to overlap the moment Final Dance's one is done. It's a reliance. Here comes the hand of Khonshu coming on through from Ballas, but Na'Vi, they had the Strangling Prison to coordinate all of Final Dance's players into the most painful position possible, and they've got the follow-up with that end song Inferno. Unfortunately for Final Dance, they had the hand of Khonshu, but Milkboy just doesn't manage to find the coordinating Strangling Prison.
The Strangling Prison, yeah, from Jerky used, and Milkboy didn't get the chance to. You got the hand of Khonshu that was used, the full sort of plan from Final Dance. It's going to change from a tango to something a little bit slower with Ballas going on to the Winter Soldier. See if he can pull and CC out these positions. Certainly with Tanuki switching over, it kind of means that it's his job to keep him in line as Na'Vi getting a quarter of the percentage on this point. Meteor M for Rajaro. Not going to be sure when he wants to use it in these engagements. It's a Strangling Prison for Milkboy going to be used with the Meteor M combination. These players from Na'Vi holding on. There was no dedication with the Invisible Boundary just yet, but Capo Kruk goes for the combination. He goes for the copy. Tanuki gets taken down, but considering the ultimates that were thrown in from Final Dance, just losing out on the Wolverine is not going to be too much of an issue. The downside is that he had the last stand. Meteor M for Rajaro. He's able to at least take out Milkboy. So now there's a chance for Na'Vi to actually pull this fight back into their favor. They still have control of this, so this is only going to be good for them, at least for buying more time. The Final Dance, what else have you got in the tank now that Tanuki's back in the fight? I don't think there's much of a need for a last stand yet, unless you want to keep stringing these picks along and keep the time bank working.
No, the only last thing Final Dance are going to have on their minds right now is last fight, which means disengage the current one, go for the regroup, before you get just fully jumped on by Tanuki, set up and looking to put as much pressure as possible to force Oasis or Winnie to burn an ultimate early. Na'Vi already making sure to distance as well that backline fully from Final Dance, so if an aggressive invisible boundary comes on through, they don't get caught out by it. Strangling Prison even invests from Jerky as well to just halt Final Dance's approach, allowing Na'Vi to build up a God of Mischief, to have both strategist ultimates ready to go. It costs them though. They lose the Groot, they lose the Phoenix, they lose the fight. The flip should come on through, but with them having both strategist ultimates and an Ensong Inferno, they've got sustainability through the Kraken Impact, and they've got the means of finding eliminations themselves. This has to be a great outplay coming on through from Final Dance with the combinations, and I just don't know if they're going to allow Na'Vi even the opportunity of taking a fight fairly. As Bartius comes on through with a huge hook into Trooper's Fist, finding the elimination onto Jerky, and allowing Final Dance to consolidate some of this point percentage as well as the closer hold.
This is really about keeping your head when you've got 5 ultimates, almost 6 on this defensive hold from Final Dance. Because both of these strategist ultimates are available for both sides too. So Na'Vi seeing if they can milk some of these ultimates out quickly. It's going to be Crook that goes for it first. You got the Kraken's Impact used alongside the Invisible Boundary on the other side. Last Stand is also going to be on the cards for Tanuki, but he's not going to use it currently. Now he's going to pull it down. He's managed to pull Oasis way out of position into a different postcode entirely. But Na'Vi completely clean up just like in that window before that Loki ultimate could come through for a copy for another invisible boundary. But there's no chance yet. Oasis has to go for the copy. There's a portal play for Milfoy. He has to jump in the invisible boundary. It's going to be used now from Oasis to just provide himself a safe entrance. But it's not safe at all. Not when Terra's in the server. Him and Rajara are going to string together a couple more picks. And Meteor M could be the frill exclamation mark at the end of Celestial Husk if it was even needed. Na'Vi having ultimates to boot, but it's not required. They're able to win out here on Celestial Husk to start us off with a 1-0 lead in this BO5.
Tanuki on the Wolverine, just finding that one player that you're looking for amongst the stack. Getting that Loki in the pin of Last Stand means that he's crowd controlled. He doesn't get the opportunity of getting out of it. He doesn't even get to use his ultimate to get a fresh cast of the health bar. And in that window, like you said, there's no second copy of Invisible Boundary. There's nothing to just slow Na'Vi's approach fully into the rest of Final Dance's team to be able to win out that fight. And then when the Strange Portal comes on through, Final Dance have no choice. They have to immediately invest the Invisible Boundary for fear of the damage that Na'Vi is going to be able to do the moment that you walk out of that portal. You can't even rely on the shield from the Strange being able to cover you from it because of the Wolverine in play. Like, if you pause on your Strange steps out to shield everybody and he gets grabbed out of position by the Wolverine, everybody is then left behind to eat all of the incoming pressure from the Groot, the Magneto, the Phoenix, the Loki, the Invis, who all do so much damage in their own right. And it just means that Fate can hang back. He can hold on to second cast of Invis Boundary. He can wait for Final Dances to be over with, and then he can use his immediately on points. That Na'Vi not only have the heal advantage, they also have the slow advantage too. So it becomes even easier for them to find those eliminations on the objective itself.
Yeah, Final Dance, this is the opponent that you didn't want to run into when you do lose a full best of 5, like a bracket game up against, it would have been, at this point, I'm trying to remember. It was the one on Thursday, wasn't it? On that they've sort of played on, Na'Vi were able to go and beat Alpha, but regardless, like, Na'Vi now, 1-0 up, Final Dance of the choice map. We'll see where they go after this break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Championship for Season 5. And as we've said, unfortunately here in 2026, if you have the misfortune of being in the lower bracket, you also run the chance of running into our former mid-season champs all the way back in Ignite Stage 1, Na'Vi versus Final Dance. And though it did go to a full 3 rounds of Celestial Husk, Na'Vi were able to come out of that one up in the series. As Ryan, it's beginning to feel a little bit like deja vu because we head for our second map back to Midtown.
Yeah, we seem to be sort of hitting the same maps over and over again here. And it's a map that sort of brings a lot of the memories back, I suppose, if you're both like the Na'Vi players that were on this roster in Ignite, but also for a little bit for Terra and his time at 100 Thieves, and certainly Tanuki when he was on Citadel. This map tends to bring some of the action. I don't think that Final Dance were too far behind Na'Vi in how they played out some of the fundamentals. Hell, even like the Moon Knight idea had a lot of like goodwill behind it. There's certainly stuff that people should be looking at and trying for themselves. But Final Dance is the first ban this time looking to do the same as the last map on Celestial Husk. They're taking out Daredevil, whilst Na'Vi don't want the Thing to be in any of these games either.
Magneto save going to be coming on through on the side of Na'Vi, which now puts a lot of pressure as well on how Final Dance reacts to what that Magneto is going to be able to enable. Previously, we saw things like that Star-Lord ban, but the Magneto being in play also means that you can bubble duelists like the Wolverine that Na'Vi have two players who can play to one of the absolute best levels of that duelist's capability. As Gambit is going to be removed and Rocket is actually now going to catch a ban. Kind of not surprised. Rocket's really, really strong, especially on first when you're just using the orb bounces to be able to heal everybody stacked up, with the amount of time as well that you can build a Cosmic Yawn amplifier, both on the attack but also the defense to get first strategist ultimate on the board, plus the pains of having to deal with BRB. Like, investing so much and only getting BRB for it is one of the most painful experiences in the world.
We also saw good ideas with the Yan amplifier with the Storm, just the amount of damage boost that you can do there. And you're right, like with triple strategist being a likely play, Na'Vi wanting to take one of the main players out, and with the Mantis Protect, you're feeling very good about that because Final Dance very much maybe want to go towards this like triple strategist playstyle. Star-Lord's being taken out with the Protect onto Jean Grey. Feels very much like, yeah, triple support, and then we're going to have the Jean Grey to sort of fill in the gaps. Na'Vi banning Loki means that you're not going to have some of those major copies, notably on Invisible Woman, to play here.
Well, Mantis makes it through the field, but like we said, Loki does not, so no larger AoE for regen domain, also no damage boost on top of it. And that's actually going to put a lot of pressure on the strategist line, because if you do go a triple strategist composition, Rocket would ideally be the third strategist that you would furnish if you don't have access to the Loki or the Gambit. Invis Luna is much more of a composition from the past, as Luna just does not do enough in the current meta to be able to keep up with what Invis, Loki, and Gambit all provide in terms of ultimates, but also in terms of neutral output and damage potential as well. But it being MLC and these bans being mirrored, both of those teams are now going to have the same level of sustainability output with that Luna, so the trade-off of having to go for that as a double strategist lineup isn't as felt as it would be if it were Ignite and the other side had access to something like that Loki or the Gambit, as we're not going to be even seeing the Adam Warlock composition come on through from the stall here. With the Rocket gone, the Adam's just a little bit too vulnerable to getting pressured from a flank.
Now Na'Vi defending first. Bodies stacked up onto the point to go for the swipe throughs. Lugia's got the connection with the crystal, and there's so much damage done. He's got the carbon crush actually onto the Groot, hoping to survive his jerky, and so much support and utility goes into keeping him alive, and needs to definitely respect this Moon Knight a little bit more. Tanuki's going to pull and fight in the dead center of it, and able to still survive because of how quickly level 1 Crook was able to get that invisible boundary in the hands there. So Ballast with the ultimate in a perfect spot, out sustained from Na'Vi as this defense holds.
Yeah, great bulwark as well coming on through from Rajaro onto Tanuki, just to give him an extra little bit of health to be able to go up against that Hand of Khonshu coming on through. No Mantis in play means no damage boost. It's just off of Smashness with the Goddess Boost Aura. As Ballast now denied the Moon Knight play, will move over to the Winter Soldier, looking to put pressure onto Tanuki, but also spam damage onto Terra on that Phoenix's first elimination comes on through from Final Dance against Tanuki. No Rocket, no BRB, so that elimination will be felt in full, and now the Vanguards don't have to worry about retaining resources to have to deal with the Wolverine. Invisible Boundary is going to be infested from Winnie in reaction to Terra's ultimate, as Fate actually invested the fate of both worlds, wasn't able to find the elimination, even potentially with that damage boost coming on through from the Luna's ultimate. Still slowing things down, has allowed Tanuki to come back into the fold, and we're slowing things down even more with a cast coming on out of that invisible boundary. That Final Dance now are going to look to one-shot with Lugia getting the 40% damage boost onto the Meteor M. Despite all of that, it's Rajaro, no damage boost required, who's able to put the Luna on mute.
How did Fate survive that? He had the Omega Hurricane that was thrown on top, as well as Ballast with a Kraken's impact, and he was still going in all of that. Rajaro crisp connection with the Meteor M is going to find himself smashed there whilst the disengage happens for Final Dance. Their choice of map, and they've only got like less than half of their time bank left for this first objective. Even less now, because this stall is going to be a pretty brutal one for Final Dance to deal with. But Na'Vi are holding on perfectly fine. Just 2-2-2 setup, a Strangling Prison and a Last Stand is going to be banked up for their ultimates, as well as both Strategist ultimates very much being close and ready. They also take Ballas out whilst Final Dance are trying to posture and set up for this next engagement. It's just disaster after disaster for the attackers.
Yeah, unfortunately, the news doesn't get any better, because when you look at the economy coming out of the ultimates, yeah, Winnie's got an invisible boundary, but Tanuki, she's got the Last Stand, which is just going to be able to pin everybody out of it. You're going to be relying on an elimination coming on through, or an absolute record build pace of an ultimate from Balasso Smashnes to follow up on Milk Boys. As Na'Vi going to be giving a little bit of space, now actually allowing Final Dance to start to come on through with these magic picks from just damage output of the Winter Soldier and the Phoenix in the neutral. Jerky's going to be coming back on the Doctor Strange, giving up 50% of the ultimate to be able to get the portal cast off. That should put the pressure onto Winnie to have to use the invisible boundary in reaction to it. Can Tanuki capitalize and pin everyone out of it is now going to be the question for the Wolverine.
Trying to go in from behind and make sure the Final Dance can't disengage in this fight. That's why the invisible boundary is being thrown just a little bit ahead now. As the leap in is a connection onto Lugia, as the pull in Last Stand might be able to grab some people as overtime is pretty much on the cards. It has to be 5 seconds left now for Final Dance if they've got the players to be able to touch. Ensog Inferno is going to be used Fate of both worlds to try and keep those last players going on the side of Final Dance's attacking side, but now it's a scramble to touch. There's no portal play really available for them, so it is just shy of that first checkpoint the Final Dance are going to bring us to. Na'Vi feeling that we're going to a third map already, I imagine.
Yeah, I mean, Tanuki not going for the Last Stand in reaction to the invisible boundary, purely just pinning the Magneto outside of it with the Feral Grab so that the mag isn't there, and Na'Vi deciding to use the Lunar ultimate instead to match the sustainability output of Winnie's ultimate meant that they could hold on to the Wolverine ultimate in overtime to be used and pinpoint the positions of Final Dance's players to make it hurt the most, both in terms of eliminations but also presence on the objective itself, pinning them then also into the slow by level 67 Capo's own ultimate. Yes, since it was a full hold, Final Dance, their hand is kind of forced here. They have to go for a sustainability install composition, something that can't just get steam run over or lose a player early with an elimination coming on through from a duelist just out of nowhere, which means that we're getting the full strategy. Adam Warlock, Mantis, Invis. This is where we really have to see the sustain come through, but also the damage output with what the Vanguards and the damage boost and that Adam spam can do.
Really doubt that Tanuki's going to be bringing out the blade. He was sort of toying with a couple of interesting ideas throughout the lower stages of MRC, but now it's not really a point. Actually,
wait for it. Give it 5 seconds.
Give it 5 seconds.
Okay, we're out of spawn. Blade is a go.
Tanuki is going for it. I mean, it's not the first time. We saw a little bit of it in like grand finals. If you can get these connections, just being able to combine it and string people together and then go for the ultimate. It might not even really be needed so far because Rajaro in this neutral has found the pick onto Milk Boy. It means that all of these group wars are going to be very much in favor of Na'Vi, finding more of these fights in the end. And that's a second Vanguard going down in a sustained setup, and they're all dropping like flies as Terra and Tanuki, the Moon Knight Blade combo from the Duelists, finds itself a clean fight and most of the progression already made.
The damage just bursts through the sustainability of Soul Bond, and the wall from Jerky is going to mean that Final Dance, that drop up from the high ground, it's not going to be clean. Invisible boundary comes on through from level 67. Capo, once Final Dance get their feet onto that low ground, Winnie, from all of the damage that they were taking, at least has the ultimate ready to go to mirror. But the moment that it falls, out comes the hand of Conchu with the Strangling Prison. And this is just Na'Vi dancing their way through Midtown, barely breaking a sweat in terms of having to break through the stall strategy. As we're going to have to now start counting Blade's win rate on Midtown. A late minute push manages to come through from Luger, getting the tap onto activating a contest. But I mean, even with all of that, even with the comic revival cast, there's no way the Final Dance are going to be able to make a comeback. And yep, for the first time in MRC EMEA, at least broadcast-wise, because as we said, some of these teams have been playing around a little bit in some of their earlier matches. Blade now has a positive win rate.
Oh man, Blade having a higher percentage win rate than Mr. Fantastic is a little bit sad, but at the same time, there are methods to the madness. We have seen it a little bit, certainly in Asia as well, where like, you know, Tanuki might have a lot of inspiration, but your backline, your strategists only suffering one elimination pretty much paints the picture of how straightforward that was for Navi on a map like this. And for Final Dance, you do get to like stress test those very fundamental comps, like we said with the triple strategist with the Adamantis, just to be able to see if you can survive and go through it. Navi knows that they want to throw in a bit of a curveball, and they most certainly did. It's looking like another 3-0 wins for Navi. Isn't these sort of elimination games we've already seen Cooking with Kaya make pretty easy work of Dawncore in the other side of like this particular bracket. Final Dance, they do have the map choice now, and a lot to really do because Navi seem to be very much like locked in, but not afraid to show us a bit of panache at the same time, Moxie.
The problem as well is that you can't really ban out Navi because their entire composition, they're just so flexible. Terra and Tanuki alone can essentially play every duelist in the entire pool, but we'll have to see if it is going to be a 3-0 sweep or Final Dance will be able to try and start looking for that reverse sweep. We'll be back with the third map after this short break.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
Spiders, time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
Fighting in the multiverse and the universe here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, of all of the places to be fighting in the universe and the multiverse, I would say New York tends to be the one that's taking a bit of a beating. We've moved over from Midtown over to Central Park. Usually it's sometimes the other way around and stuff, but we've seen a lot of these same maps come through in Final Dance, hoping that it is going to be the Island of Manhattan that's going to give them the best opportunities against the team that went to Atlanta and finished out second.
It's going to be Central Park that we get to return to as well, right? And it feels like there's like 5 maps in rotation. I swear, all of the maps that you can play in your competitive rotation are in play if teams decide to take us there. But it seems like the comfort maps just continue to be the same for all teams. So Central Park is going to be the convergence that Final Dance decide to take us to now. Is there going to be a change in terms of the ban draft, however, as we talked about, Na'Vi, the flexibility that this team has. Tanuki and Terra, you can't ban them out of Duelist. It really is a matter of pick your poison. Even the Vanguard lineup too. And Na'Vi don't even have their full roster, but whoever is forced onto the Vanguard, it looks like it's Jerky for the most part, is adjusting to that role pretty quickly. As they've been able to set up all of the coordinating plays that you would want in this current meta, like strangling person setups, are there. Groot Wall isolations off of Wolf Grabs and Inverse Pulls are also there. So Jerky's doing a very good job flexing over to that role.
Magneto protected feels more for Rajaro. He's the one that's been almost the inflexible Vanguard, where Cherokee's mostly known as being a duelist. Happy to sort of move on to some of the other options and make those mechanics work. And I think Cherokee also just sort of saying like, hey, we were a team with like 3 duelists on the squad. I'm going to show that I can do multiple jobs if I need to. And, well, he's covering for Trust Me as well. It is going to be the Groot Protect and then the Gambit, the follow-up, which is pretty much in line with everything so far the Final Dance have been trying to do themselves, or at least for both teams. Rocket is also good to be taken out. I think it was Final Dance that removed it on Midtown. Na'Vi are the ones that like, actually, we kind of prefer them out of the server whilst they're protecting Grey.
Well, Mantis is also still going to be in play, as Na'Vi were more than happy to let the Mantis through, and they'll let it through once again here. They were able to just burst through the slow heal that is the Manta stack with the Moon Knight burst damage coming on through, as we're going to get Stellar getting banned on out on the side of Final Dance. So no Galactic Legend and no opportunity as well for that Solid to be able to go in, take a flank and try and distract some of the players, as we do have Dive Vanguard still in play, both Angela and Venom and Cap, all of which the Solid can really be used to quite devastating degrees to be able to find those eliminations so that it turns from Disruption Dive into full-on hard dive.
This is a weird draft in a way. Like, I've never seen this before, where basically both teams, the draft is basically the same, but it's like the teams do the opposite draft. So, like, yeah, for Na'Vi, they've always been banning out the Thing. And then last game, they protected the Groot, they banned the Gambit, they protected the Mantis, and then banned out the Star-Lord. It was Final Dance that did all of that, barring the ban on the Thing to begin with. It was just weird that, like, they basically got the same idea, but I don't think that's going to benefit Final Dance in the slightest, you know? Like, Na'Vi are like, no, we'll keep the draft the same. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Final Dance aren't trying to go for pivots because, like you mentioned, what on earth do you pivot to? The general plan is to go for the deep draft team up with Ballas and Smash Days on the Namor and Hela, respectively. But Na'Vi pretty much going for that composition consistently that they've been running so far.
I mean, the Hella Namor is going to find more value on defense, at least at the start of these maps, because you have no space for your Hella and Namor to work with, since you have to walk out of spawn from the very beginning of the map. So there's no current crossfire setup, which is why we're seeing Lugia over on that Angela, just trying to create as much space as possible for Smashnez and Ballas to then be able to occupy. As Final Dance do have to be careful, however, of Tanuki on that Wolverine. Smashnez can save the Soul Drainer, and actually they're doing a very good job of using both the Hela and the Angela to keep up pressure onto the Wolverine's position, so that Tanuki hasn't had the opportunity to look for a grab. And we do see the first elimination, and remember, you don't need the full elimination from Blast to be able to spawn that undead Monstro. They will be able to get all of the pressure on Navi because of this, to force them fully into having to bunker up behind the point itself and play for level 6-7 Capo to come on out with that invisible boundary for the recontest.
Yeah, waiting for Croc just on the edge of getting 2/3 of the progression locked in for Final Dance. That just sends in Tanuki and Terra, just catapulting themselves into the backline of Final Dance. And you got to say, for Navi, really in that case, dealing with it the best way that they can, succeeding a lot of that space and progression, but just making sure that they can go for a clean fight and make sure that all of those discipline elements are drilled. Terra's going to go back over towards that Jean Grey. You've got a Fate of Both Worlds and a Strangler Prison to sit back on. Meanwhile, Final Dance hoping to see if they can use these almost 6 ultimates on this attacking side to a good effect, knowing that there's no invisible boundary in the server yet. But Crook is getting there.
Oh, Terra's about to be overrun if he's not careful. Navi having to counter-rotate and block a Final Dance from being able to take that high ground space on the right side of point, because that's where the hell is going to be able to get that line of sight to find those strategists and force them to have to back off, play around the cover of the point itself rather than onto it. As Tanuki still doing a very good job, though, of finding where exactly that Invis woman is. Invis boundaries coming through from both sides. No team's really playing inside of it. Navi more than happy to just stabilize and anchor with their vanguards directly in the center of it, as it means Final Dance aren't picking up point presence at the moment. Oasis and Fate both going to echo chamber the Fate of Both Worlds coming on through, but Navi are going to swap over to damage burst to set Terror up to find the damage onto Winnie, taking down that invisible woman. Final Dance now just don't have the means of finishing out the fight.
Don't really have much at all to work with. Heaven's Retribution is just going to come online for Lugia, and he's actually going to use it instantly. I thought he was going to hold back and bank on it, but he's going to go in for the combination with the Horn of Proteus. Felt like Final Dance. Even I got baited and then sort of running away with a tail between the legs, and it actually managed to catch a bit of a gap for Navi. Last stand, Tanuki used it. Tanuki goes down. It really might just be the attackers getting some more of the space and progression. Fate is going to be the one to portal over and across. And Tanuki's even going to go over towards the Jeff to sort of switch up to make sure that there's some sustain to work with, I'm pretty sure. Still, Final Dance haven't quite confirmed it just yet across the board. And Goddess of Death is going to be used from the skies to be suppressive fire, but Invisible Boundary is going to stealth their way and protect these attackers in pretty much up until that Goddess of Death lands square on the noggin and stops Navi from being able to push this anymore. What a cute little play from Final Dance. I love that with a Heaven's Retribution Horn of Proteus. And Navi clearly weren't expecting it.
Yeah, I mean, Jerky tried to react, actually utilize the Groot wall when Heaven's Retribution came on for it to get everybody attempted to be able to block off the Horn of Proteus by having it hit above their heads rather than directly on it. But Bass was still able to find the targets within the Angela ultimate, and then when the portal play came on through, again, no one was controlling the angle, so Smashness was just free to rip through and melt everybody with the 2 taps coming out from that Heller, as Final Dance are pressured all the way up around corner, making sure that Navi don't have presence on the objective itself to make up for the time that they lost not being able to claim first point as quickly as they were hoping. It does mean, however, that Navi do have the opportunity to try and return fire with control of high ground, but Blast taking down Rajaro now means that that invisible boundary is going to be a lot more dangerous, and with Final Dance taking control of corner, they can move the defenders into having to take a fight on ramps, which means that all of those eliminations will spiral away from Navi's side. And with this Angela as well, Lugigo can really disrupt Navi's regroup to make sure that Final Dance, by the time Navi are in position to take this fight, will be so close to that checkpoint.
Now, what's going to be the move for Na'Vi? Trying to position to use this wall as a bit of cover, crossfire, and like make sure that not too much pressure goes in on these chokes where people are returning from. The leap in from Tanuki is good. You got a strangling prison that's going to be thrown in for Jerky that gets actually stuck onto the Angelus or hovering him in midair, and they're actually able to survive. Lugia, well, I was thinking not too long for this world, but in fact it's Smashnes that on the exit gets taken and shot down from Terra. Distance in play now for Final Dance is not really enough to be too scary when it comes to pushing this point to the end of this checkpoint. But Na'Vi winning that cleanly, just the dedication of that Strangler Prison with 5 other ultimates comfortably sat on. Final Dance are building up a lot themselves, and with a minute to go, Moxie, this is going to end in a fireworks show in the middle of Central Park.
It could end with Tanuki being able to find a last stand. He's fully behind the team. Oh boy, Soldier in a sets up for Smashnes to find the elimination immediately onto Capo. Fate does have the damage boost for the End Song Inferno with the Fate of both worlds, but Tanuki's been taken out before the last stand can come on through when he has a little bit more safety when it comes to investing that invisible boundary. If Final Dance decide to go for it, they might not even need it at the moment though, because all of those eliminations, they're just so one-sided. Jerky's going to use the Strange Portal. Lugigo not in a position of being able to stun the cast out of it. Looks like Final Dance are just going to play reactionary to when the portal gets cast instead, which means all eyes are going to be on Tanuki. Can he come on through with the Wolverine ultimate? Oasis actually proactively investing the Lunar ultimate for the CC immunity going into Winnie's ultimate, but that might have been an overstep. Both of the strategist ultimates invested a little bit too early for fear of Tanuki using the last stand. They wanted the CC immunity against it. Now the last stand gets to come on through, and Final Dance, the strategist ultimates are done. They don't have the means of healing through.
There wasn't really much left. Tanuki managed to just win the game of chicken and forced out both strategist ultimates at the same time, like you mentioned. But now the weird how that kind of fight fell apart. Just to begin with on that defense, you had just players being picked off individually in the neutral. Now be wasting more time, and then they were still just able to go into that final fight with so much on the cards. Final Dance not having too much to work with, but at least going to be happy that that's probably the median spot to be getting stuck on the map on attack just before that second checkpoint. The Na'Vi, they could continue on this Grim Reaper streak that they're on in this losers bracket by taking out Final Dance here, eliminating them from MRC Season 5, and running into Cooking with Kaya, which would be their next game, which would literally be like following this, right? Like they don't really get too much of a break. Final Dance playing for their lives here. And I think that the Deep Breath combo did work in some elements for Ballas and Smashnes. But it's just scary when Na'Vi look this comfortable on near enough anything.
I mean, it's much more competitive, like we talked about, when it's on the defense. Because now you get the opportunity, right? Before the fights even begin, we can already see Ballas and Smashnes set up crossfire, high ground control. They've got Lugigo to be able to go in and get out, all while surviving. But what we're going to be seeing from Na'Vi is, well, momentary Hulk. I'm not expecting Jerky to be sticking on this. It's purely because Fing is banned. This is the only way that they can get the Wolverine fastballed into a position of challenging Final Dance's already vertical control. As unfortunately, it looks like the fastball went a little bit awry in terms of where Tanuki exactly ended up, as Terra goes off the map.
Na'Vi. Yeah, they're definitely... By the way, you can watch these guys stream, full comms and everything, so it's definitely going to be a moment of watching what exactly was going through Terra's head there as he messed up. But I think both teams, well, both players, both duelists falling a little bit short with the plays that they wanted to set up. But I don't think
they
Na'Vi
wanted to get behind Final Dance's players so that they denied the angle of Heller and Namor controlling the full walk-up from the attacker side. Brilliant if it works out. Hilarious for broadcast to see if it doesn't.
Whichever way you want to look at it, it's content. And that's what these players want to be farming as much as they can, because the stress isn't really too much on effect for them. And even with Final Dance picking up some nice picks with these ultimates, Honoproti is actually connecting onto 2 plays from Na'Vi.
Nice deep freeze.
Pretty much just short of 2/3 progression made, with 3/4 of that time bank still available for Na'Vi on this first point at the very least.
Milkboy on that Venom has to be very careful that he doesn't get counter-grabbed by Tanuki. Very much trying to channel Kaya, go in, disrupt, still like Na'Vi for as long as possible to let Smashnes and Baz find an opening. but those duelists are getting run on by the Vanguards. Lugia now has to step up to the plate and prevent Rajara from overrunning Smashner's and Bass's position. As we get the Invis boundary invested from Na'Vi before Final Dance have an invisible boundary of their own to match it, which means that they lose the Venom to stall out the objective, and they're now losing 2 and potentially 3 ticks off this point. Winnie has been able to build up the ultimate. Great Angelus there coming on through from Lugia, taking full advantage of the slow, but Na'Vi are still just going to keep themselves in this fight, coming on through the fate of both worlds to damage boost the Meteor M from Rajara. No, the Lunar Ultimate ends. Smashness with the Goddess of Death trying to find these eliminations, but unfortunately doesn't have a position on the point itself to contest if Na'Vi decide to get aggressive.
And it seems to be the case. We're watching Tanuki go full balls to the wall action. Na'Vi now got control of the objective. 4 minutes on the clock to push it towards the end of the second checkpoint. And a reset is required from Final Dance. Players going down as easily and as cheaply as they can get. Even Lugia just throwing himself off the map to make sure that Na'Vi don't build any more ult charge. But both duelists are good to go with their picks, and Jerky switching over towards the Venom to really close down some of this distance and make sure that the crossfires can't be set up with the Namor and the Hela, both trying to take control of the high ground. You can already see it from Ballas' perspective. He's not given a wink of space.
Oh, but the Angela will be able to find the elimination onto Terra. Won't be able to rise from that one, at least for a matter of moments. Tidal Dirge also investing out from Ballas to get the slow onto Tanuki. So duelists both denied coming on through from Navi's side, and it looks like they decide to just cut their losses and disengage this fight before it spirals away from them in terms of ultimate economy against their opponent. There's a risk, though, that is attached to that, giving up that much space. The Final Dance, the composition, they don't play close. They want to play the distance. They want the Hela and the Namor to have as long a position as possible away from Navi's composition, which does mean the Navi don't get punished and held at that corner. They're able to get Tanuki into the close because of it. Comes on through with the elimination onto Ballas. Oasis with the fate of both worlds trying to heal through the duration of that invisible boundary, but now you don't have the Lunar Ultimate. You're relying on the invisible boundary, which is so much easier for Tanuki to deal with.
Not really given any space. Tanuki using himself as a projectile to fight the long-distance duelist lineup that Final Dance is offering, and it might be the last hurrah, the swan song for Final Dance on this defense as they're losing out on players. Invisible Boundary is going to provide a last-ditch attempt to be able to stall this, but Terra has absolutely cut the dance floor apart. Na'Vi continuing on in forming this losers bracket, just upsetting some of these hopefuls looking to go further in MRC. They take out Final Dance with a quick waltz of a 3-0.
Na'Vi managing to close out that series and put themselves into the path of cooking with Kairos. It will be level 67 Capo coming on for with that MVP. We truly get to see the dominant hold that Invisible Woman has in this current meta, both in terms of damage you can output, but also how quickly you can build that ultimate off of the pierce attached to that primary. 35,197 heals coming on through from Na'Vi's Invisible Woman. As we can have a look at some of our highlights, this was a really good matchup. Like, there was some very good fights coming on through from Final Dance's side. The problem was that Na'Vi just identified very quickly where the Hela and Namor composition wanted to play, and it meant that they got away with so much on second of Central Park that other compositions would punish you for. Like, they knew that they could walk up to take a fight on objective because the Hela Namor wouldn't be punishing right outside their spawn, which meant that Tanuki could just put so much damage in on that Wolverine to force out the strategist ultimate and then have the later lasting sustainability.
Yeah, they had their like strategies and comps that they wanted to run, and it wasn't because of universal bans. They didn't want to just sort of diff the other team by running the same sort of compositions. It felt that Na'Vi wanted to be like, how do we make our own advantages work when this hero pool is still pretty open for us and we're not being limited in any capacity? And Final Dance, they're just a team that haven't got the same level of experience, and the upgrades that Na'Vi has, even with the fill-in of Tanuki, that's going to be enjoying the future meta for sure with the characters that he plays, whether he stays as a sub for this Na'Vi team or find pastures new. Yet to be seen of what his Ignite is going to look like. But yeah, we're sort of looking at this point. I think we could also sort of update at this point in time. Like, it's going to be, I think Chop's going into the grand final because of I always forget the name. It's the team that I haven't actually had the chance to. Yeah, Lions. I haven't had the chance. I keep thinking of Crownfall, but they're the other team that I also haven't had the chance to see so far. But yeah, that we're going to be seeing both of those teams in action tomorrow. But it really is a case now of like Cooking with Kai versus Navi, who's going to be going to that losers bracket final tomorrow. We're going to have to see it after a quick break, and then we're getting into the final games of today. Stay tuned.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
Lights out. Let's pop back up under their noses. Us against the world!
My time to shine.
Beholds the God of Thunder!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks. It's spider time!
on the hunt. Let the devils out!
You couldn't be saved.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Marvel Rivals Championship as we continue our run of Season 5's tournament in the lower bracket. And Ryan, I'm so excited for this series. If there's one match that I've been waiting for, it's Cooking with Kaya versus Na'Vi, especially when we look at Na'Vi's ban draft, because they've instantly gone for the Fing ban every time we've seen them play, which means... Yeah. Kaya's Venom gets through, or Isidore's Fing gets through. Na'Vi have to make a choice.
Yeah, they have to make a choice. We sort of know how the action's going to fall tomorrow. Chop get the automatic win in the upper bracket final because the Lions weren't able to make it, so they forfeited the game. So it means that the winner of this one will play up against the Lions in the losers best of 5 final tomorrow, and then the winner is going to play Chopped that are hoping to finish first, not second, in an MRC. For Na'Vi, they're going to try and upset and take out as many teams as they can on this losers bracket streak. And the Thing has been banned out first, which means that Kaya does get that Venom, which has been their most impactful character, you have to say.
Now, do Na'Vi go for the Wolverine here in reaction to the Venom? Because, like, we've seen a lot of teams try and deal with Kaya's Venom before they just decided to ban it straight out. Are Na'Vi going to be able to deal with the Venom? One, do they just ignore him, understanding it's going to be soft dive? Or two, do they go for the counters against him, as we're going to be having Mantis getting banned on out, so triple strategist setups going to be weakened. We're also not going to have the damage boost to be able to stack on top of that Venom to really make Feast of the Abyss and the attached anti-heal hurt, as Cooking with Kaya's team are going to be removing the Hela from play so that Na'Vi don't have one form of hit scan currently.
I guess it's interesting, like, we've seen a lot of Hela bans today, but just not really this early. It's usually saved for, like, the last couple, but Cooking with Kaya using the full time bank that they're given to make these decisions on characters to the longest that they can, making sure that they are very much aligned on these choices, and it's going to be a group protect for second. So it does mean that the players of Kaya and also Isidore are going to have a lot to play with. Jean Grey is also going to be protected, and an instant ban onto Rocket seems to line up. There is also the Captain America available for Isidore, but that feels more like appropriate for any payload maps, right? So in Domination, it feels like it is just going to be the Groot Venom to be working on Benim T'Challa.
Wait, Frost Mountain gets Daredevil. Daredevil or Wolverine, Cooking with Kaya get to decide. If they take the Wolverine out now, ooh, they go the Winter Soldier instead. Okay, so we're going to have Phoenix up, we're going to have Wolf up, we're going to have Daredevil up, and Cooking with Kaya's team get full dive if they want to go for it. Like, the Rocket ban is really smart from Na'Vi here because it means that Cooking with Kaya's team can't go for the Rocket Jeff composition for the backline and just have a full dive composition where Na'Vi would not be able to look for backline trades at all unless you sent out like Tanuki on the Daredevil to just hit into the Jeff or the Rocket. Now, because you're able to take the Rocket out of the mix, one, BRB not going to be up, and two, you do allow some room to be able to put pressure onto the Invis and the Loki, which would then force Cooking with Kaya's players off of the dive aggressively and having to peel for their backline, draining some of the momentum in that regards. But this is very much going to be a test for Na'Vi's team to see how they deal with Kaya on this Venom, because with Frost Mountain getting that Daredevil, it's not just about the soft dive, it's truly about in and out fast assassination hits onto this Loki and Invis.
We've also got spawns, obviously, because they're next door to each other on this part of the map. Jerky emote in a little bit, and Frost Mountain using the advantage of the fact that Daredevil's got these extra senses to see what kind of composition Na'Vi might be trying to run to begin with, and it's fairly similar to theirs. You've got the Venom Groot combination, but on the other side it is Rajaro on the Magneto, so the Vanguards, all of them protected in play, and Rajaro finds that first pick up to Lindstrom, somebody that usually doesn't get eliminated full stop, never mind eliminated first, Moxie.
Yeah, and Na'Vi, they can now just stack players on point, which means that no one is isolated. Kaya can't go in and out and deprive the attention of the strategists from the vanguards for the rest of Cooking with Kaya's players, especially Leola's on that Phoenix to be able to punish. Like, that one first pick just meant that Cooking with Kaya couldn't take a straight fight against the 6-stack from Navi's side, and that's now going to mean that the dive hereafter is going to be so vulnerable because it's never going to find those opening engagement moments that it's looking for. Frost Mountain isn't even past 30% ult charge. Now they get what they're looking for, though, as Na'Vi, no regeneration domain reaction in time, lose the Loki so quickly.
Is there going to be much follow-up, though? Because this might just be a quick reset in the end. Terra actually does find the peel and pick onto Frost Mountain. And Kaya pulled back in with the false physics means that it's very easy cleanup for Na'Vi. Despite being the player down, and managed to find 2 in a trade and a little bit more now. 40% also on the board, meaning that really there's nothing too scary at all for Na'Vi once they have control of this objective. And Cooking with Kaya was back to spawn to try to regroup. Strangler Prison's going to be nice. The Invisible Boundary and also the copy from Name is going to be in tow. But you're right, I think the biggest difference is Tanuki is very much ahead with the Let the Devil Out in comparison to Frost Mountain. But it might just be these isolated picks and if they can follow up on stuff behind it. So Tanuki up on the high ground, trying to upset the Vanguards along with the help from Terra. That combination, a little bit, I would say a spat, but playing in grand finals against each other, a couple of like shooting bodies and stuff. Now, a couple of months later, they're playing on the same team, which I don't think Reddit would have predicted at that point. There's the Strangler Prison, though, that's going to instantly force out this invisible boundary in the Venn diagram of them on side, but Kukuikai using 4 ults all in one go. They have the Feast of the Abyss that could make it 5, as well as a big ult, but Rajaro finds more just on his lonesome. The Meteor M clambers down alongside with the help of the Ensong Inferno and makes mincemeat out of Cooking with Kaya.
This could be a 100-0. Kaya is just going to have to stand still, unfortunately, and wait, looking to stall out for the Strange Portal, but there's just no one else in distance, and Na'Vi 100-0. This is why Venom has sort of fallen out of the meta. Because if he goes in with the Daredevil, right? One thing we saw from Na'Vi that I really wanted to talk about, the fact that they did not mind trading the Loki's life because it detached 2 players from Cooking with Kaya's composition, the Venom and the Daredevil, both physically had to go to the Loki's location, which then meant that Na'Vi could 5 versus 4 just steamroll the fight that happened when the Venom and the Daredevil are rotating away from that Loki's position. And then you still have the Invis Woman for all of the healing required. Plus, it allowed as well all of that healing done to supercharge up an Invisible Boundary. In comparison to Cooking with Kaya's team, you're like, the Venom is away from the Invis and the Loki's position, so too is the Daredevil. The Strategist ult cycle is just so much slower in comparison to Na'Vi's.
Forgive me for what
Now, Na'Vi, if they can make this a 2-0 on this first map of the best of 5, we're all in full best of 5s now at this stage of the tournament. But the Devil Out is the only ultimate that they have available, as most of was used from Na'Vi in that last fight to make it as pretty swift as it needed to be. You're right, like Kukubukai now have a lot of work to be able to do here. Like, they try to focus on this dive. There's enough peel, there's enough barriers and bulwarks to make this very difficult in the end. And there's the dive that comes in from Frost Mountain with the Left the Devil Out. Kaya even dedicated the Feast of the Abyss, but no eliminations against Na'Vi thus far. And even if they do come through, that's 2 ultimates dedicated to get 1 player. And if the rest of Na'Vi could try to adjust, it's not going to matter much. But Moxie, none of the players from Na'Vi go down off that dive with 2 ults dedicated.
Yeah, because Fate plays up on high ground alone. Kappa then utilizes the exchange once regeneration domain is done to teleport right next to the Invis Woman's side. Now we're getting to see eliminations come on through. Frost Mountain finally finding the elimination against that Loki, but inside the Invis boundary, they're going to have to eat all of the incoming damage from the Ensong Inferno. Terra getting the health reset as well, so it's costly for both of these teams, but the important thing for Cooking with Kaya is being in control of the space. Because now, when Na'Vi send their Vanguard line over onto the objective, you can have your Venom, you can have your Daredevil go and hit the Strategists when they're rotating. And that's going to mean that you can find these eliminations early without committing all of your ultimates, and you can disrupt Na'Vi's push-ups so that one, the fights are one-sided, and they're not banking up ultimate economy to match you, and two, you're getting so much point percentage. One elimination is essentially 10% of the point that Cooking with Kaya's players are going to be able to cycle through.
Yeah, Na'Vi aren't multiple, man. They can't do multiple things at once. They can't be in different places at once either. So whatever they focus on, you expect that Kaya and Frost Mountain is going to try to find the little gaps of play. But Frost Mountain is actually the first to go down. Meteor M taken slap bang in the face from Terra. And now an Ensong Inferno is going to be used from Layla's. Trying to spot if there's a target. I mean, the invisible boundary is going to make it a little bit harder to know where this Na'Vi squad is positioning. But Rajaro is going to throw in the Meteor M. Doesn't quite connect onto it. I think it's actually Linz from the takes out Tanuki onto the other side, and half the progression has been made up from Cooking with Kaya. Ultimates have been burnt down, whittled away, as Na'Vi are actually kind of sitting on quite a lot now. They're about to have a strangling prison, but this fight might be won without it. Kaya has the chance to slip out if he wants to. He's going for the fight onto the Loki, but they disengage. Now he has to try and survive, get some of the support from his backline. And Na'Vi trying to string it all together, because this time now is banking up really nicely from Kaya.
It's the map control. Na'Vi, to deal with the dive, can't have people isolated, so they have to stack, but that means that they have zero map control in comparison to someone like Leolaz, who gets to play all of the off angles when the fight moves to point, which is when Na'Vi wants to try and take it, so that they don't have to deal with that dive. But that then opens them up to the Phoenix being able to be the win condition for Cooking with Kaya's composition, that we're getting to see the core come on through with. Invisible Boundary is going to be able to block out the impact coming on out from Ensong Inferno. Kaya too is going to be able to clear out Tanuki so the Daredevil doesn't get to invest that ultimate and pressure Cooking with Kaya's backline out of having all of those sustainability ultimates, which means that it is up to Frost Mountain to come on through those eliminations. And Tanuki, he's got the ultimate. There's no strategist ultimate to find the heals through it, but there's just no follow-up from the rest of Na'Vi's players. It's purely zoning, so they can try and live a little bit longer for the overtime fight. Regeneration domain also cycle through, and we get a 100-0, this time from Cooking with Kaya's composition. And that's what happens when Dive wins one fight on domination.
Moxie, take a bow, because you called that pretty much to perfection of like what the win condition is for Cooking with Kaya, how Kaya can make the Venom work, and as soon as they're able to take the point, it was a symphony of everything that you just described, with Kaya and Frost Mountain finding that space, and Na'Vi just not really looking like they were contesting the point at any point on that second like area of the map. So yeah, really, it is a lot of stock going into this first fight, and whether both teams are really struggling to actually take progression once it's been lost.
It's a catch-22. Like, that's the thing when you play against these hybrid compositions. The way that you counter one of those hybrid playstyles, unfortunately, leaves you vulnerable to the other one. It's why the full dive composition doesn't really work, because teams would literally just do everything that Na'Vi is doing against the Venom and the Daredevil, which worked out for them before. But because they're having to stack up, they have so little control of the map space that Leolaz is just free farming on the Phoenix, and there's so little pressure on Lindstrom and Nami in comparison to what's happening against Capo and Fade, that they win the resource attrition warfare when it comes down to fighting on point itself.
One of the main parts of like the full dive composition, and also quite good against it, was Jeff, and Jeff's state in the meta is certainly not as good as it was back in Atlanta for the grand finals. Kaya, though, really has been making his Venom look terrific in a place where it's very difficult to get the use out of it. And now Tanuki's trying to find his target, seeing if he can get onto the back line, seeing if Cooking with Kaya could also just sort of bait some of the attention, but both of the strategists focusing on keeping each other alive, but Lindstrom goes down in the process. This is where that first point went so wrong for Cooking with Kaya, and the same thing has happened here again. Now that they don't have control of the objective, how on earth do you make this dive work without bottlenecking yourself if you're Cooking with Kaya?
Not just that, but Rujara is over to the Captain America too. So now, the strategy that Cooking with Kaya had, where they've got the Venom and the Daredevil both for disruption but also for eliminations, Rujara is so much more self-sufficient and can stay in those fights longer in comparison to Kaya, who has to go in, be there for 1 second, reposition. Rujara actually requires resources to push him out of these fights, as we're going to follow along with the Captain America. Boom. Senses that Cooking with Kaya are wanting to take a fight, pressures the Invis Woman, forces the invisible boundary. Everyone from Na'Vi already disengaged outside of it. Faye gets the later lasting invisible boundary. Once that drops, you've got your freedom charge to regenerate all of your ultimates and make sure that you don't get traded.
I mean, both these teams could look back at this VOD and get a free VOD review, I think, with just like some of the elements that are in play here. But Na'Vi looking like they're much more comfortable with how this fight has been going. The adjustment's nice to just give Rajara a bit more of a spanner in the works approach to cut down on the clinical sweeps and swipes that Cooking with Kaya are trying to chop up themselves. Play doesn't look as sharp as it did certainly on point 2. And it has been 100% to 0, 0 to 100%, 100% to 0 potentially for Na'Vi if they keep this momentum going. They have ultimates to bank on, and really doesn't look like they're threatening too much. I don't think they're going to lose much in these like neutral fights either.
We're heading towards final fight territory as well. Ensong Inferno coming on through, finding the connection mid-air onto Kaya, who was trying to dive back to his team. No Feast of the Abyss to pair alongside that Ensong Inferno. Nothing to find the eliminations through the invisible boundary. You simply have to wait for it to drop. Leylaz comes on through with the Phoenix ultimate cast, but Jerky is going to be able to make sure that there's no follow-up damage to convert into eliminations because he's holding all of it with that Meteor M. And it now comes down to Kaya, brought early out by that Venom over onto the range looking for the Puerto Rican toss. But again, Cooking with Kaya's team, there's no ultimates in play for them currently. Fate's going to aggressively invest the invisible boundary, understanding that they have such a one-sided ultimate economy and can finish out the fight right here and now. 100 to 0, 0 to 100,
Tanuki.
100 to 0. And it is going to be a dominant shutout from Na'Vi, who yet again prove when dealing with Dive, the most important fight is the first one on domination.
And in both those instances, it was Lindstrom being the first elimination against Cooking with Kaya, which doesn't happen often. Lindstrom's positioning and his map awareness game sense is pretty stellar. It's just that Na'Vi know that win condition. Okay, we have one person that we're looking at, and it's just him. All to work on. But Na'Vi, they're not going to mess about too much when they're up against teams like Cooking with Kaya. You know, like this is a squad that has done really well in previous versions of Ignite. And now that we're getting to the business end of MRC, Na'Vi are making it count. They're holding no prisoners. And even then, Cooking with Kaya took a very dominant second point. It's just almost seemed impossible for them to actually take the objective back once Na'Vi picked it up first. It just seemed that simple.
Rajaro as well, swapping over to the Captain America could be more of a destructive component against Cooking with Kaya in terms of disrupting backline, but could also just stall out on objective. You essentially get to play a triple strategist composition with Freedom Charge being factored in to the sustainability ultimate cycles. Especially when you remember too, it gives 30% ultimate generation for everybody playing inside of it. So for Na'Vi, it was about sustaining the dive at the opening of it when dive all have its cooldowns and has its highest damage output. And then once those have been broken, the damage capability of that composition falls off a cliff. And that's what Captain America is really good for. Sustaining through the fight at the opener and making sure that the rest of your team is alive when you hit the halfway and midway and to end game states, which is where you can look for the eliminations.
It's a fun one, this. And the action is still continuing, at least for a little bit more, as we're going to check out a few more of these maps. But I want to keep reiterating, you want to really see how the pros play. Like, the Na'Vi players are pretty much going through this with full comms as well, so you can see the communication and just see how well these teams are coordinated, even when you've got a couple of substitutes on new players. So we're going to go for a quick break before we jump back into the action. We'll see you very shortly.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are standing up for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me.
2025 has concluded. We would like to thank all the participating teams and the players who delivered top performances over the past year. It's probably time to discuss the plans for next year. This video will share much about the new format, the new ecosystem, and other surprises. In short, welcome to a more professional, mature, and exciting Marvel Rivals Ignite 2026, the inaugural league year of Marvel Rivals. To better balance each region and present more exciting competition, we've made adjustments to the regional distribution for the Professional League in 2026. Specifically, we are merging the Asia and Oceania regions into a single Pacific region. The regions for 2026 will be Americas, EMEA, China, and Pacific. During the group stage, the Asia and Oceania regions will compete independently and face off in the playoff stage. In 2026, there will be 2 regular seasons and 2 international LAN events. A notable addition this year is the preseason before the start of Stage 1. The preseason is not only the debut for these teams, but will also determine the initial seed placements. Additionally, Marvel Rivals Championship will continue to exist throughout this period. Even more exciting changes include the allocation of league spots and promotions. In the 4 regions, online competitions will determine the teams that qualify for the 2 international events. We eagerly anticipate seeing these competitive teams once again. Starting in 2026, in addition to the preseason, the Regional League and Mid-Season Finals, hosted by Marvel Rivals Ignite, will determine whether teams qualify for the Grand Finals. The final results from Stage 1, the Mid-Season Finals, and Stage 2 will correspond to varying league points allocation. Teams that excel in Stage 2 playoffs or rank highly in the annual league leaderboard will compete for a spot in the Grand Finals. At the same time, to enhance the competitiveness and accessibility of the league, we are introducing a promotion and relegation system that provides all aspiring teams and players around the world with the opportunity to enter the professional league. Teams can earn champion points through the MRC, enabling them to compete fairly for league spots against the low-ranked league teams. Partner clubs will have limited relegation protection opportunities. Speaking of the MRC, there will be 6 seasons next year. The PC region in Season 6 of the MRC will be the final opportunity to compete for the last spots in each region for 2026 preseason and Stage 1. If your region still has available slots, be sure not to miss out. Starting from Season 7 of the MRC, ongoing participation will enable your team to earn champion points, and the teams with the highest cumulative points will have the opportunity to compete for qualifications for the mid-season and end-of-year promotion leagues. Certainly, the most significant surprise is that in 2026, we will launch a Partner Teams program. With certain teams worldwide to become our partners, we will create partner team bundles, and partner teams will enjoy revenue sharing. We hope that this initiative will encourage comprehensive and healthy development of Marvel Rivals esports ecosystem. Besides the partner team bundles, esport bundles will be launched in a timely manner. At the same time, the annual prize pool will exceed $3 million. Let's see how much you can win. More competitions, more moments of victory. There is so much to look forward to next year. The Ignite events of 2025 were unforgettable, and we can't wait to embark on a new journey with everyone.
Cooking with Kaya have served up some hot and cold dishes, I think, so far. And I mean, no better example, I think, for what we just saw in that last map on Benim T'Challa Moxie, where we saw the strengths of this team and the natural lean towards playing the Venom, but also why the Venom is a little bit of an out-of-season dish, so to speak, as we're about to head to Spider Islands as well.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, we're definitely seeing why they're prioritizing the Thing ban over the Venom, because Venom you can deal with, right? If you understand how to position around it, how to bait the Venom's position, or just ignore it, entirely potentially market before we can find those commitments. Thing is more problematic because you can literally play perfectly. You can use your strategist ultimates, you can be in the driver's seat, and then if you get hit by the vulnerability, it doesn't matter the strategist ultimates that you have up, you're still going to potentially lose the fight. So it makes a lot of sense why we are seeing the Thing getting removed from play continuously as Cooking with Kaya take us to Convoy, which now does mean that if we see that dive come through, they can try and put more pressure onto stalling out the convoy and get as much time as possible, trying to take advantage too. If Na'Vi decide to play in two separate spaces, someone's going to be isolated and vulnerable to that venom with whatever Cooking with Kaya's team decides to opt for follow-up in terms of that duelist. If it's the Daredevil, maybe if Rocket remains in play, it's going to be the Star-Lord. We'll have to see.
Them drafts so far, but this time it's a bit different with Cooking with Kaya banning out the Mantis instead of Na'Vi last time, who have actually wanted to go and get the Rocket out as a second ban instead of a third one. The Visible Woman is also going to be protected from Na'Vi, which was different from the Jean Grey from the last game. Groot was the choice here from Cooking with Kaya, but as we've sort of mentioned throughout the day, and you mentioned in the break, Moxie, Cap wouldn't be a bad protect here either for Rajaro. Oh, both teams,
it could be a really good strategy. The Loki is going to be able to go for the copy onto the Invis. Daredevil's been able to make it through. The problem is, like, do Cooking with Kaya ban out Rajaro from the Captain America? Here, no, they go for this Hela yet again. They're really worried about what exactly Na'Vi's duelists can do with that one. Plus, it means that you don't have to worry about the Hela Namor or the Hela Phoenixes. That crossfire has proved very problematic for Cooking with Kaya's team. If you do go for the dive, you can only dive one position, right? So you would have to choose between the Hela and the Phoenix, and whatever you didn't dive would find the eliminations against you. As we're going to be seeing the Atom get banned out. One of the rare instances that we get the Atom ban coming on through, partly because, well, actually massively because Loki made it through, and that means you don't want the defensive composition to have the stall potential of two casts of Karmic, 2 soul bonds, and all of the revival potential now that Na'Vi have been able to scrub both the Rocket and the Atom from the pool.
And it's Na'Vi that actually ban out the Adam Warlock too, because I remember the first series that Na'Vi played in Stage 2 before they qualified for the Grand Finals. Can't remember who it was against, but they won in 2-0 fashion, the best of 3, and one of the maps was Spider Islands, and they played the Loki Adam comp on defense on Spider Islands. And I remember interviewing Jericho afterwards and being like, that is disgusting, never do that again. So they're like, okay, sure. Make sure that they don't have to deal with the Adam Warlock on their side, because they know exactly how it works. They've used it themselves, and it is egregious to deal with on this map.
Well, now that we head to Convoy, even though Cooking with Kaya's team do start with less space because they're starting from the attack, so they have zero control of the space at the moment, there are more flanking routes that are going to be open to them, or at least would have been if Rajaro didn't just immediately scout check one of those doors to make sure that Frost Mountain doesn't manage to accompany Kaya when he looks for these wraparound rotations. As the attacker side have no way of putting pressure on the strategist from Na'Vi's end unless they send someone like a Venom or a Star-Lord, which we're now seeing Kaya do, going in, pulling as much focus draw as possible, and trying to set Frost Mountain to come on through with the follow-up, but it's peeled for quite well by both Fade and Kappa with the reaction. No regeneration domain invested too, which means that Frost Mountain just doesn't have the confidence to go for the follow-up hit.
Sorry.
Dara punishes that hesitancy, I think, is able to get onto the high grounds, is able to get these connections onto the players, and even forcing out a regeneration domain as Cooking with Kaya using that as a chance to just dissipate completely off of the objective. There's no real place on the map to hide behind. Even the walls don't seem to be lasting very long for Cooking with Kaya. So this is free real estate for Terra that is now grouped up with the rest of the team. Sees the dive come in as Frost Mountain has switched over towards the Iron Fist. He's managed to find a little bit of a gap on the left-hand side where people haven't realized. And he's actually been able to grab Lindstrom whilst Cooking with Kaya were looking to push forward with the Invisible Boundary copy. What play from Terra?
I mean, he has all of the confidence to go for it, right? He's got the Endsong Inferno. If he bites off more than he can chew in terms of players turning around and looking at him, he just uses the ultimate and gets the full health reset. In the meantime, you've been able to prevent Cooking with Kaya's players getting the double strategist ultimate cycle, which means that when Fate invests his alongside level 6-7 Capo, that's just not enough sustainability on the attacker side, and they're denied yet more space, as now you just reset all the way back to square one. Cooking with Kaya's players are having to brute force from main as they've entirely given up the dive strategy in terms of the Venom, and they have to walk into all of the damage coming on through from Terra. Living Chi is going to be coming on through from Cross Mountain. Navi slightly disengage it, hopping into the regeneration domain, but still giving up all of that space, and Terra, with the damage afforded to Jean Grey, just manages to take out Frost Mountain before Cooking with Kaya can make any movement. The only reason that they got to hold their ground that far forward was the investment of the invisible boundary, but no one from Navi was inside it, so it gets zero value other than just putting us into limbo for a further 8 seconds.
Terra winning the battle in the skies, and he drops all the way down right onto Name, and then the end song is going to make it a double 4K in total with Lindstrom and Kaya going down. It pretty much was a clean ace sweep up from Terra, all on his lonesome. That's not true. The rest of Navi helped, but he'll take the credit as and when he can get it. Cooking with Kaya, 1 minute left, barely left to spawn. It's just stuck on this first real 90-degree angle, and Navi really punishing Cooking with Kaya, wanting to bring us here.
I mean, Cooking with Kaya, they're going to have to meet a ramp. They're so close to the end song Inferno. But do Navi read the ultimate economy and just go first? Or do they play to just burn out as much time as possible so that it forces Cooking with Kaya's team into over-investing when they head towards overtime? We get God of Mischief invested. Fate gonna be going for one himself. Jerky, I believe, was actually the ultimate eaten by the Meteor M coming on through from Isidore. As now we got Cooking with Kaya's own Strangling Prison invested. Tanuki out of the reach of the AoE coming on through from the regeneration domain, but Capo was able to come on through with a late cast of the God of Mischief into the invisible boundary. Still, that's gonna fall. That is going to leave him vulnerable, and out comes the Endsong Inferno to capitalize. It looks like Cooking with Kaya's team have finally been able to break them through. Not just the spawn, but Navi's defense fully on first. They just have to deal with the Doctor Strange, but already we can hear the Strange Shield breaking, and that portal recontest is just not coming through the way Navi wanted.
No, there was a contest at the very least, but when you've got Frost Mountain, he had the last stand too, not needing to use it. Just turned into a bit of a blender, a shredder for Navi to send themselves through if they wanted to go into the portal. The first checkpoint at least hit. All of the time required, though, from Cooking with Kaya until they managed to get some steam together. The ultimates still to build up as Navi trying to regroup. Both teams even running Wolverine. Tanuki's going to see if he can really put Frost Mountain into his pocket. His last stander available on both sides. And Frost Mountain in the high ground, it's broken up into the sky. Managed to just use it as a chance to leap into Rajaro. The individual bulwarks used, Iron Curtain. There's not any lines of sight because of these walls that have been put down from Kaya. He goes down first.
Surprising that we didn't actually see Navi preemptively break that high ground, which would have denied Frost Mountain the opportunity of pushing up there entirely unscouted. As that one elimination has really allowed Cooking with Kaya to start to snowball their way through this first fight. One of the dangerous realities of Spider Islands is if you don't get full held, you lose so much time pushing through first in terms of time, but also ultimate economy, that you don't have anything left to be able to make it through second. But managing to find that first elimination has allowed Cooking with Kaya start to recoup some of their losses, both in terms of point control, but also ultimate economy. They're going into this fight with the full 6. They're just going to invest absolutely everything that they can. Jerky Strangling Prison is blocked with the Groot Wall coming on through, but the Endsong Inferno follow-up is not. And Navi will be able to find the point flip that they were looking for. Late elimination as well are really going to make this hurt. Body blocking Isidore to deny the Magneto from throwing himself off of that map. And that just means that Cooking with Kaya, the time that they were starting to recoup, that's now drained all the way away.
Hey, where you going? Hey, where you going, Isidore? Where you going? Where you going? Just stop him completely. He just wastes so much time, and it's time that Cooking with Kaya don't really have on their little Pomodoro clock, I suppose. Navi now, with 3 ultimates now banked up, gonna be happy with all of the security, and then you take out Layla's just whilst these try to posture up. He gets taken out by level 1 Crook as well. It's just spamming these shots from distance. And 20 seconds now left. Last stand is going to be the thing that's used straight away. Catches onto Rajaro, seems to be having a bit of a tumultuous time. It was an attempt for Tanuki to try and get a little bit more, but Cooking with Kaya managed to peel and get the elimination. Strangling Prison, and then the Endsong Inferno on top. Cooking with Kaya starting to clear stuff up, able to touch the point and get things moving just at the right time, but overtime has been hit. Navi want to try to make it a clean disengage and have the team group up together. They have one more fight before they hit this checkpoint.
The good news is there's no Ensong Inferno. So this could be a huge regeneration domain coming on through from Nami to make sure everyone survives the Meteor M impact. As we get the Wolverine Frost Mountain just absolutely melting everybody. Kaya walls them up, forces them to have to fight close. The Wolverine as well getting the Pharaoh grab onto Jerky before the Strangling Prison can come on through. Massive turnaround from Cooking with Kaya's team, but 1.5 minutes. And down Leo has entirely with Fade getting the Force Physics push. You thought you had a fair fight against an Invis woman, but you were fighting gravity as the assist. And now Cooking with Kaya's players, they're overextended involuntarily by another Force Physics coming on through from Fate. Jerky uses the Strangling Prison to catch the disengagement. Terra overlapping the Ensong Inferno, and all of the momentum from the attacker's side has just gone away fully.
Really did seem like it was off the back of the Force Physics. I think both teams are suffering from the same thing of just overextending a little bit, and now it is just the Wolverine that is trying to escape, not get stuck. He's happy to be eliminated, or at least not stalled for more time, but he's actually able to group up with a team that's picked up the payload back into their hands. Tanuki is forced out the regeneration domain, but he's had the bulwark placed on top of him. He doesn't have much else when it comes to like some of the mitigation, and misses out on the lead, gets caught himself. He's able to just get his own animal instincts to survive that, and the invisible boundaries are going to be both placed on the objective. Lindstrom goes down as the last stand is going to be used exclusively onto Rajaro, but he's got the bulwark to protect himself. There's the invisible boundary, actually this time from Fate coming in as it was the copy beforehand, as Frost Mountain's taken down from this spam damage from Terra, who's looking to cleave a little bit more as all of these players grouped up from Cooking with Kaya. The last stand connects onto 4. And whilst the eliminations fall through, it's the fact it pulls Cooking with Kaya off the objective. And Na'Vi stopping it in its tracks, but I think there's a couple of places that they would have preferred the map to have finished beforehand.
Yeah, not just the fact that Last Stand pulled so many players off of the objective, but also that Lindstrom was so low when he went for the animation cast of Invisible Boundary, which is a 2-tap process, right? You have to, 1, get the ultimate off of your Q button, and then you manually have to decide with your mouse where you want to utilize that ultimate. So even if you double mash, you lose a lot of uptime, which meant that the invis was so low that Lindstrom was actually taken down before the invisible boundary could be built up and the heal tick could kick in, which meant that everybody just lost their lives almost immediately. As Cooking with Kaya's team are going to be changing things up. We get sort of an idea of why they wanted to take us to a convoy map. It's not just about what Dive can do in terms of distracting the defenders and trying to give your duelists a little bit more space to be able to breathe. It's much more so on the defense yourself, where you have stall potential with the Captain America. Leolaz on Spider Islands has so much more cover from the map itself in comparison to something like Idrisil Path, which is dependent on going from corner to corner. The Ultron is going to be able to play around all of the rooftops, and remember too, Ultron now gets 2 drones, so he can give 1 to the Venom and 1 to the Captain America, meaning that Kaya and Isidore, the only way they're getting chased out is if Na'Vi turn around, mark them, and melt them down with damage output from the Wolverine and the Phoenix.
Yeah, it has to be a coordinated effort, and it's a bit cringe to use movie quotes to describe some of these characters. I was going to say, Captain America, he can do this all day. No, he can't, apparently. Tanuki is just going to take him straight out of the server. He has to sort of rush back, and immediately he's actually going to go towards the Magneto, feeling that the bulwarks and that damage mitigation to be able to deal with these leaps is going to be more important. That strategy from Cooking with Kaya, immediately abandoned.
I mean, they get the stun onto Kaya as well, which means that the Venom isn't able to safely disengage things. So there's currently no stall out from the defenders, no presence on Convoy. So Cooking with Kaya's team, when they're going to have to take this next fight, they really have to take it quickly, otherwise Na'Vi's players are already going to be around that corner. The Convoy right there alongside them. As we get early investment of the God of Mischief, grab in onto Kaya to deposit the Venom directly in the midst of Na'Vi's team. Rage of Ultron not in time to be able to heal the Venom through that one, and Leolaz getting dropped to the ground as well. Does manage to find elimination onto the Loki, but Na'Vi are just waiting for the invisible boundary to drop before they get aggressive with one of their own. Out comes Fate. No opportunity to disengage yet. Cooking with Kyra are the ones that have to take a big step backwards, right into the strangling prison from Jerky. This is just Na'Vi putting on an absolute masterclass in terms of when to go aggressive and when to wait for your opportunity.
This was Navi's like kryptonite map choice in a grand finals as well. They tried taking Virtus Pro here in the 2 occasions that they played them, and it was honestly maps I think the Navi could have, maybe even should have won. But it was just a couple of like insane moments from Virtus Pro to not actually lose out on those maps. So Navi, yeah, very well accustomed to playing Spider Islands, know where their bread is buttered. But it's the fact that they managed to push that first point 4 times faster than Cooking with Kaya. The 8 minutes that they had total allocated on their attack, half of it was stuck on first, and it took Navi 90 seconds at most. And the second checkpoint, certainly with Terra doing as much damage, finding one elimination into another. First on to Lindstrom, which seems to be a common problem, and another strategist has just gone down from Terra, just constantly bringing down the beating. This second checkpoint could be moving just as quick, and there's no Captain America to keep stalling the point like we would have seen from previous teams. It's for
That's
free
the larger
for Navi.
problem for the defenders right now. Because they're having to take this fight, and Navi's players are so far up, there's no way for the defenders to actually bypass the front line and get to the convoy itself. Terror 2 on that flank was so problematic, is still finding eliminations. Gets one onto Leolas, again has the Ensong Inferno, so when he gets pressured by the group now, he's got the ultimate to cast to get the full health reset. Rashara doesn't even use the meteor, just holds on to it in case he needs it to be able to absorb something like the Strangling Prison coming on through from Kairos. The defense, they're going to be relying on a combination right now. Out comes the Strangling Prison into the invisible boundary from both ends, but Leolas is just not investing that Ensong Inferno right now. They're waiting for Tanuki to utilize the last stand so they can pull the Wolverine out of position, away from line of sight of his strategists, to be able to confirm that elimination. Leolas with the Ensong Inferno also having that health reset because of how occupied Lindstrom had to be, marking the Wolverine.
Yeah, seeing the perspectives of the strategists for Cooking with Kaya, like it very much feels that they're in the trenches in the Gulag fighting for their lives with just how stressful Navi are making these problem areas. Tanuki going for these leaps and then just the damage that Terra's consistently throwing down on you. Leolas is going to try to go for the flank to catch him by surprise, but Terra's sort of wise to it, able to slip out into position, and the invisible boundary strangling prison combination again for Navi is going to be in play, but everybody from Cooking with Kaya topped up. Nobody's even close to being taken down, even with some of the CC that's coming through, but Frost Mountain now is taking a lot more of the focus, and the Meteor M is actually going to take out the Magneto on the other side. Not really much space left for Cooking with Kaya to be holding on to the second checkpoint. Invisible boundary is going to keep those players alive on the objective, and then the last stand is going to start to pull Navi away from it. It's a really good hold. This is great work from Cooking with Kaya to keep things going, but they have to hold on for another 2 minutes. Navi are not going to mind.
Great last stand coming on through from Frost Mountain, pinning everyone from Navi super deep into Cooking with Kaya's team. And then we just see Nami turn, hit a couple of projectiles with the Loki, and manage to find those eliminations. And they've been able to buy themselves time too for Eustor to come back with that Meteor M. Leola's now going to be marking those flanks to make sure that Tanuki and Terra don't get all of the map space to take high ground approaches and find those eliminations onto the squishy strategists, even with the Vanguards both still alive. Out comes the invisible boundary, but you're not going to be able to use it to heal for Strangling Prison into Ensong Inferno. There's no shield to be able to stand up to it too, which means that Cooking with Kaya win another fight. Navi denied getting this opportunity of pushing that curtain all of the time that they saved pushing through first as quickly as they did. That's just been taken away entirely if they hadn't deferred.
Now maybe a little bit more stressful than they anticipated. That's a great pull from Fate to try to make sure that Frost Mountain gets punished for going in for the deep fight. Tanuki, great catch onto Leolas, has some of the support to take him down, and now just keeping the rage up off the back of these Loki clones. Last stand, looking to dive in. He hears that there's going to be a copy that comes in from Name. and seeing if you could go right into the leap of these invisible boundaries that are stacked on top of each other. The leap is going to come through, and it allows Terra some space to actually slam down onto the ground with the end song. These, like, standing new duelists are substituting in nicely to be such a threat. And with Na'Vi now pretty much using all of their regulated time available to them so far, now finally get themselves across the second checkpoint line. Unless Frost Mountain, with Last Stand himself, has provided some space to actually get Cooking with Kaya in with a portal. Kaya's now back in the fight as Doctor Strange. There's a bunch of players here on this defense that are still able to touch once it's hit overtime, but I don't know where these eliminations are going to come from. Maybe Inferno that is thrown in from Laylas, and then the Meteor M that's not quite connecting and synergized to full coordination, and it has allowed Na'Vi a chance to survive and also a chance for Fate to get an invisible boundary in hand. This fight just seems to be unending, just locked in a time loop as now Terra's finding the difference. Even the dedication from Cookie with Kaya to go for the copy for another invisible boundary, but no eliminations are coming through from them at all on their side. Terra's still in this fight. He's closing down the distance, fighting a Wolverine at pretty much face level. And finally, Moxie, Na'Vi get it to the second checkpoint. They get 90 seconds to push it all the way to this point.
I feel like we need to check which hero Terra is playing, because I don't know if there's been a mix-up with the Invis Woman passive. There was no contest, no attention sent that Phoenix's way. Cooking with Kaya, like, the entire defense was just occupied fighting on the objective, and it allowed Terra to get so much damage and eliminations that now they're super close to getting an Ensong Inferno off. And that's devastating for the defense, because one thing that you could potentially have relied on was no ultimate economy for Na'Vi to snowball into this next fight. But they've got the Triangling Prison, they've got the Ensong Inferno, we're seeing Tanuki get taken down, but Cooking with Kaya traded out the Loki for it. Lindstrom has to invest the invisible boundary, Capo's just going to use that later, which means that Na'Vi don't have to disengage, and they've still got the actual Invis boundary afterwards to hold their position this aggressively and far forward. They're looking to finish out the map here.
Pajaro just taking out Lindstrom. All of these players from Cooking with Kaya, it was a good fight from them. I think they were the ones that found the first elimination, but they're just pushed back. Na'Vi create some space, and now they are series point and looking to be heading into the losers bracket final tomorrow up against the Lions. And for Cooking with Kaya, might be last orders. They have one more map to bring this back into their favor.
Another MVP goes the way of Lady Loki, but Terra for me was the huge difference maker in so many of those fights. Terra and Tanuki both being able to go in, find those eliminations when Na'Vi needed them in the neutral before ultimates were exchanged was absolutely clutch. 37 eliminations coming on through from Terra, 24 final hits, which might be one of the highest final hit scorelines that we've seen at this level, as we can have a look at these highlights, and a lot of them are going to be Terra POVs.
It should be, yeah. I mean, 24 final hits in a 17-minute game says a lot of just how omnipresent Terra was. It felt like he was watching the game with not only just how much information he was able to get, but just how the other team didn't seem to notice that he was there the whole time. He's just monologuing to himself. But 37 and 9 is a crazy stat line to be putting out. But I think so much of that is also Juriki, Rajara, and Tanuki just taking a lot of the attention. Like, he has the freedom because he's got Tanuki just been like, hey, look at me. I'm essentially another Vanguard. You have to deal with me, or I'm just going to keep jumping on Isidore and pulling him into bad spots. So it really is just this like give and take game that Na'Vi is so good at doing. What resources they force you out, and it just gave Terra a lot of space. But much like the first map that we've seen in this best of 5 Moxie, you wouldn't say that Na'Vi are completely just blitzing their way through it. They look the better team at these kind of moments where both teams are rising for it. But Cooking with Kai have certainly had a lot of moments where they've really quietened down Na'Vi and could have maybe finished out the map before the second checkpoint if it wasn't for Na'Vi and Terra having that freedom to get those elims.
But third, especially, like, Cooking with Kaya lost full momentum and control of the space. The moment that Na'Vi found first elimination on third, it was just open season, ultimates invested, absolutely everything just piled on top of that defense to make sure that they got no opportunity to build up to a win condition and hold Na'Vi off at the pass. But we can have a look and see today's results coming on through, because we had some amazing matchups. We started off with a 5-map series which went the distance and is definitely one of the most memorable matches that we've seen both in MRC, but also when we're taking into account the matches that we had from Ignite in 2025. Cooking with Kaya's squad unfortunately did lose 2-3 against Chopped, which is how they find themselves in this position, having to go up against Na'Vi. And we can have a look at the overall bracket as we talked about. Lions unfortunately did have a DQ coming on out against Chopped, as one of their players was unable to make the match that was played today, which was why they played their previous match, winning against Final Dance in a nail-biting 5-map series all the way back on Thursday.
Yeah, I mean, the funny part is if we do see Na'Vi win this series, which, like I said, is still ongoing, you can go watch it into game, as I think we're going to be going, basically, we're finishing. Americas is going to start now, but you can still watch these games. There's loads of watch parties going on, and the players themselves are watch partying, streaming their games. So there's plenty of ways to be watching the action of how this one finishes. But it would be funny to see Na'Vi actually go into losers bracket final, and then you have Na'Vi versus Lions, both in the losers bracket final, despite not technically actually losing a game, just both losing because they were not there and had to, unfortunately, forfeit the games themselves. But before we finish, of course, we've seen some of the action, actually. Our first real glimpse of the God of Winter foreskin, which is a good way to look at it. Cloak and Dagger, the padded, I don't think we've seen much. We haven't really seen much Cloak and Dagger, full stop, to be honest, the last couple of days. But you are going to see this in the shop for a couple more weeks at the very least. So if you just completely forget about them, you still have until not next Friday, but the Friday after in order to grab them.
Yes, January 23rd to UTC is going to be the cutoff point for those two costumes, as we do have a couple of other costumes which are going to be seeing themselves out of shop rotation a little bit sooner, as they're going to be out of rotation when the new season hits. They'll be ending on January 16th. So if you want to get a last-minute Christmas gift to yourself, or, gift it to one of your friends, Starcracker for the Star-Lord, Snow Spider for Penny Parker, and not Daredevil for Matthew Murdoch are going to still be in rotation until that new season comes on through. You're running out of time. They're going to be removed really, really soon. Do not miss out on these. You very much don't want to feel like you got left out in the cold when you're looking back and seeing what cosmetics you could have been able to get your hands on.
We saw this again today. Tree Man actually bringing it out a little bit on Midtown, but not to the best of success, but at least it looked good when doing it. But you're right, we are outside of the holiday season, but we're definitely still into the wintry one, as we're both feeling it in -degree weather currently. Is it Storm Girotti or something like that? It's such a weird name for a storm as we go through them.
It's because it's coming on through from Italy, I believe.
Oh, and I know that we have the naming list that kind of goes in alphabetical order, so
yeah, but we didn't name this one. This was not named by the UK. This is from the Italian side. It's just that we're finding the weather is impacting the UK because of how large a storm it actually is. But make sure that you're not missing out on these costumes. You very much, like we said, do not want to feel like you got left out in the cold when it comes to getting your hands on these, especially because you can get a lot of value for the payment of them because you're actually getting to use them in-game. It's not the start of the season. More things are catching bans than Penny Parker. If you want to be able to play as the Vanguard, you're still going to be able to do so, unlike at the beginning of Season 5. Same cannot be said, unfortunately, for Daredevil. He's probably still going to be banned out of most of your competitive matches. But hey, if you want to look good in Doom Match, or you want to look good in your quick play matches, this is by far my favorite Daredevil costume of the mix. One, because it's comic accurate, and two, just because it's very much a festive, fun costume.
It pretty much is perfect, especially when you're sort of in between Born Again Season 2 coming in the near future for Devil. Maybe it's shown in there, but we also have a look at the terrifying prospect that is the Starcracker Star-Lord skin, which I think meta-wise, we've seen probably the least Star-Lord on this broadcast that we've seen in a long, long time. Mostly because I think most teams are just looking at the impact that Jean Grey seems to be having. But also Wolverine, Daredevil, that's been let out a lot more, unleashed onto the masses today. So Star-Lord, I think, is better 2 minutes of game time today that we've seen in the 7 hours of action that we've broadcasted today, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, Rocket getting banned as well also meant that Starlord lost a huge amount of power play that he did have with the teleport team up, where you have that iframe and you can go in super deep, much like with the BRB, right? It gives you that sort of lease of confidence where you can go in, trade your position, look for an elimination, and then get out with very little punishment actually returned, as we got to see how important snowballing fights really is in terms of professional play. Who knew that having 6 people being able to focus on 4 people meant that you had a much higher chance of being able to win the fight? Pretty much every team. It's why Dive is one of the strongest compositions out there, but also one of the hardest to be able to play because of all of the moving pieces. You're very much spinning like 5 plates all at once and all at different speeds and levels, but we're going to be spinning away from the EMEA region as the next MLC action coming up will be America. Those are some very fun matches that you're absolutely not going to want to miss. We'll be back with the grand finals and lower upper finals tomorrow on Sunday, but until then, we'll be saying good night, everybody, and have a wonderful rest of your evening.